person nearly died. Was saved by Morgan's lay on hands. And his natural 20 to stand back up with 1 hit point. She, in order to revive him, smacked him hard enough to knock him unconscious and then laid on hands to bring him back. They skinned the apes and gathered the meat. I believe we had a roll for that. And you guys got, if I can get this thing to jump to the bottom, I have a button for it. Why isn't the button working? Don't give me a jump to the bottom button and then not jump anything to the bottom when I click it.
Bandit, you have a hammer going on in the background as well as television noise.
Babe, can you turn your phone down a little bit?
Appreciated.
I put it in chat. I just copied the message. I don't know why yours split and mine ran them all in a row, but
okay. So you found the message that had what you got? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why though it puts it weird when I copy and paste it, but it puts it weird.
You have to hit
because
shift
you
enter
didn't shift
on each
enter
one.
between them.
Yeah. It doesn't copy the shift enter.
Okay.
So, we will transition. You guys are returning to Felicity from the outskirts, where you will all go back to your rooms and take a break, I believe, is what you all stated you wanted to do. Take a long rest and then go shopping in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Do we want to take a long rest and shop in the morning or shop in the evening?
Take a long rest and shop in the evening. We're sleeping the fuck in during the day. We want it to get dark while we're shopping.
Okay, so that gives the people at the library about, say, 16 hours between now and when you are all planning on meeting back up at the front office area to go out on your shopping and preparing for your next mission and finding out what your next mission is. Situation. So, Drada, Valeth, and Mingsalia, last we left off, you had been studying for about 2 hours, and you found all the information that you think you can find in the library about Vecna and his compatriots and the different information associated with that. What would you guys like to do?
We did want to see about the book that Drada opened up and it signed her name. Did we ever figure that out?
Oh, that's right.
Roll an investigation check, all three of you.
Already. Yeah.
All right. 16, 13, and 11. Valeth, you're looking through, and you're kind of using your sense of Drada's magic to isolate the book, as well as using what forms of nonverbal communication. to work with the librarian to figure out which book it was that she had, where to find it, where it is now. And you are given, by the librarian, you are given a what's that called? Little card that you get at the library that
A
tells
library
you
card.
information. No, it tells you information about the specific book that you're grabbing.
Oh, like a card catalog type thing?
Catalog. Yeah, you are given
Yes.
a card catalog of the Warlock Pact books and what section of the library they're in. So you three go up and are looking through, and Drada, you identify the book that you specifically open. And when you open it up, it is a generic pact contract with your signature on it. You find the page that has your signature. The book itself is sentient, but is not currently responding in any way. It seems like it's magically suppressed in this area. But you guys are able to locate the book. In that catalog, it says that the books are not to be removed from the Warlock section of the library, that they are to remain there, and are not allowed to be outside of the cordoned off space where those books are held.
Drada, when you found this book, did you take it out of the Warlock section by chance?
I might have, but I don't recall.
Roll a history check.
Okay.
I could see you just walking around reading it, and then all of a sudden you step out for a second, and then all of a sudden you black out. Your name's signed in it.
You vaguely remember that after you signed your name to it, you tried to walk out of the room with it, and it was blocked. You could go through the doorway, but the book literally couldn't pass through. It was like a force field holding the book inside the room.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't see the Whispering One's name anywhere in this book, so I guess it is a mystery again. I'm not quite sure how these books work, if it's a generic packed book.
Roll an Arcana check.
Another +0. Hey, look at that.
Okay.
There's a book right next to me. How packed books work. Oh, hey, look.
So you cue in to the contract language and realize that in order for a contract to be valid, both parties have to be listed. And the party listed on her contract is Elistray.
All right. I look up from the book and say, Minx, Elistray is who Drada's pact is with. You not knowing who yours is with means only one thing. You've somehow made a pact with the Whispering One, and we must figure out how to get you out of it.
Well, why would you assume that that's the only one? I'm sure there are other patrons besides 2.
On the table, we determined this is who. I just want to make sure I'm getting it right. These 2 were the only ones that possibly could be it. Struck the box off. Her name signed
above the
next to-
table. These are the only 2 that are openly demonstrating warlock powers.
Got it.
In the party, right?
In the party.
Yeah.
But the nightmare itself, at this point, roll a insight check to do an insight on yourself. Bailiff. Sorry.
Oh.
Holy shit.
I like
What?
this. I like this outcome a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Bailiff, you fully and completely believe that
Goddamn.
nightmare was real, and that it's somebody that you've been working with this whole time.
So it's
But you don't know if it's talking about somebody in your party. You don't know if it's talking about somebody in the school.
okay. Makes more sense.
You just know that you were accused of working with a pact mate of Vecna.
Working with, not traveling with.
Right. I
Okay.
know probably plenty of other warlocks here. Cool. That makes
Mhm.
things a little easier and a little less confrontational for us. Okay, so rewind. What I said wasn't said. I look up from the book. I say, okay, well, that's one down. It's not Drada. But I know many other warlocks. I'll keep my eyes and ears open. I would appreciate if you both did the same. It could be anyone within the school.
Yeah.
My dream mentioned
Forward.
it could be anyone I've worked with, and I've been here for years, so.
Yeah, it could be anyone.
All right, well, shall we head off to our rooms and meet up with everyone tomorrow and go on about our shopping excursion?
If you guys want to go to bed, I think I'm probably gonna do an all-nighter.
Yes, by all means, you don't sleep, so
Yeah.
there's tons of stuff to do in here.
Yeah. Well, you guys better book it. I think I'm gonna stay.
All right.
All right.
And in the morning, we meet at the registration area? Is
I
that
believe
what
that's
were
where
at?
we talked about meeting up again. Yeah. I'll meet you there.
Very good.
Correct.
Cool. I'll head out.
That sounds good.
I did want to try to stop by to, is it Varric? The one of the head priests, right? That we spoke with. That's his name.
The head priest was Auric,
Auric, that's what it is.
which as you are returning Morrigan, you got a message in your head from Auric that says, Morrigan, we have arrived at a consensus as to your item that should have been given to you with your emblem. If you'd come to my office, I would like to give you that item.
Okay. Finally! Yay! I'll go and do that.
So both of you probably arrive at Oryx at the same time, if that's where you were going, Bela.
Yep. I'll see her and say, hello. How did the hunt go?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to. It's
all right.
everybody's alive. Everybody's alive, mostly. But
Do I need to go to attend to somebody?
No.
Roll an insight because you would be actively searching for is anybody hurt? I need to go heal them.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
Oh my god,
that she
that's
is
insight.
full of shit.
You went
It
from
did
a
not
nat
go
1
well
insight.
at all. Somebody is very hurt.
Morgan,
Mhm.
you know you need to trust me.
It's I handled it. I handled it.
Yes, lay on hands works,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
how hurt are they?
Okay, above the table. Is
After
he
this,
good?
Take me
Is he-
then.
Is Grayson good now? Is it?
He's hurting, I think. So.
I mean, I rolled a nat 20 on my death save, so I'm
Okay,
alive.
but
No,
but
on
did
your
I heal you
death
fully?
save, you rolled natural 20, so you only got 1 hit point. But she only had 5 hit points, so you're still fucked up.
Okay.
And Morgan would
I
know
need to
that
adjust
you
my
are
health.
still fucked up.
Yeah. Okay, my bad.
What should my health be? I need.
Okay.
Oh, someone. All right, there we go. Someone got it.
All right. Let's hurry up with Auric, and then you need to take me directly to. I'm just going to go out on a limb here.
Yeah.
You're at 5, Grace, and she smacked the 1 hit point out of you when she applied the 5.
Ah, that's right.
So would I still be at my 22?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. We'll help them.
Is that
in a
your
moment.
cool?
We'll knock
Yeah,
on
I got it.
the door to
Okay.
Oric's office.
Okay. Oric opens and beckons you in and says, "Oh, Valeth, I did not think that you were coming."
Yes, I just had a question. I've developed or been studying, I guess, for some time, a new spell for Revivify. Are those, I guess, the diamonds that I would need for that? Is that something the school helps provide for clerics traveling with the party, or where would I acquire these?
If you need a Revivify done, there are clerics in the school that can do it, free of charge if somebody has passed and is being kept in
Yes, gentle
preserved
repose.
state. As for while you're out on adventures, it would be up to you to get those items that you need, but they are heavily discounted now that you have your emblem.
Okay, very good.
But you would
wanted to be
purchase them from the Felicity shop.
Very good. I wanted to make sure I have some with me with the current goings-ons. It's very dangerous out there. Thank you, and I'll leave you two. And where did you say you left Grayson and Dracul?
Um.
They would have been
Um,
heading to their room.
Yeah,
Oh.
I would. Yeah, I would check their room. Grayson is not. He needs to be looked
He
at.
needs some help. Got it. Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. I will be sure to bring him to the nurse for say.
Yeah.
And we'll get him patched up.
Yeah. I would. I would go quickly. Actually.
Thank you. Is it what? How should we address? Is it Professor Oric? Is that what his title would be, or above the table? Like, is it? What's
He
his official?
High priest, I thought.
High priest.
Yeah, I think
Oric?
it's High Priest Oric.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, High Priest Oric, and I will be on my way. And then I'll head out to find Grayson and drag his ass to the nurse.
Yeah, he is High Priest Oric of the Church of Ogma.
Okay. I head out. I go get Grayson and Dracul probably, and bring them to a healer.
All right. Morgan, he reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out a item for you. Let me see if it's in here, if it changed your item. It did not change your item image. I wonder why it does that. That's weird. Anyway. I'm going to show you what you receive from Oric here in a second. He pulls that out of his bag and hands it to you.
Ooh.
Oh, shit.
And he says, "This took a lot of work to find, so I hope you enjoy it."
I like it a lot. Thank
this
you very
is called the Javelin of Infernal Judgment, and it can only be attuned to paladins and barbarians.
Okay.
And he'll,
It's very...
as he
Continue.
hands it to you, he'll say, "May I touch your forehead?"
I guess.
So he touches your forehead with one finger, and the weapon is automatically attuned to you.
Felt a little fuzzy, but thank you very much.
So if you go in your character sheet under weapons, Javelin of Infernal Judgment is there, and it tells you what exactly it does.
I noticed it earlier, but I wasn't quite sure what it was. Thank you very much. I will take very good care of it.
Oh, that was the other thing that I wanted to tell everybody. When you use the new sheet, there is a favorites bar for all of your normally used feats and things like that on the first page, on with the gear, that you can drag and drop.
Well, that's
like
on
your
every
weapons
page.
and stuff like that to the favorites as well.
Yeah. That particular section does show up on every single page.
I did not see that on the other
Where
standard
it
page.
says favorites. I just mean within the new sheet or whatever. No matter what page you're on, that favorite show up.
Yeah, that it follows you on each tab. That's what I'm.
Yeah. That's
Page and tab was getting confused for me.
It's so confusing.
All right. Mingsalia, what are you doing? And Drada, what are you doing?
Start at first.
I would be back in the room and I would like to investigate what I received as an item. Just kind of check it out, try to figure out how it works, what it is.
Oh, that would have been the Cauldron of Rebirth is the item that you received, I believe.
Yep.
I don't know why you have 2 random new items. That's weird.
I don't know.
And a new consumable that just randomly popped up. All right.
That's fun.
So you can look in your character sheet, the Cauldron of Rebirth. It'll tell you what it does, how to use it, and all that.
Right. When Drada received the item, it was said that she doesn't know what it is. So I was gonna try to
No, you just have to attune to it overnight.
Okay.
So it would
Oh,
take
it's
a long
overnight.
rest
Okay.
to attune to it.
Okay.
Why not?
So you're just going to take your long rest and attune to your cauldron?
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do.
Okay. That would leave you with about 4 hours. Wait, do you have trance
Yeah.
as well?
Mhm.
Okay. So your long rest, that would leave you with plenty of time to use it for something, or to do 8 hours of herbalism kit stuff, making another potion of healing or something.
I will use that time to do the herbalism stuff and make another potion.
Okay, go ahead and roll that. I think it has the rollable function in it now.
Okay. Where do I find that?
In your tools on your character sheet, in your inventory, it says herbalism kit, and you can click the dice for it.
Did that go?
And then in the chat says intelligence. A 6. Okay. It's going to take you the full 8 hours to create one, either a potion of healing or an antitoxin.
I'll go with the potion.
Okay. And it's a standard potion of healing. I think technically it's called a potion of minor healing, but you can change your quantity to 2 on your potion of healing.
All right, cool.
All right. Mingsalia, what is your plan for the evening?
Would research be considered a light activity for me, since I do it all
Yes.
the time? Okay.
Yes.
Then I'm gonna...
Reading a book is actually listed as part of your research.
Oh, excellent.
Or as part of that ability.
Drod had a question.
Yes, I do have a question above the table. I know it said that there was a new item or new consumable in there. Could that have been the, what is that, potion of cold resistance? Because I don't see that in here.
A potion of cold resistance? I don't remember you getting that.
That's what I got at the after we got the stuff, the ores and stuff.
Oh, all right. I'll throw that in there.
Is it in a bag or something?
No, it was purchased from the person in the arcane study thing.
He was asking if the potion is in a bag.
Oh.
Because if you right click on your backpack and you click edit, because you're using the old sheet, you can see that you have other stuff in there.
No, it's not in there.
Right. But if you use the new sheet, it puts the backpacks at the top of your inventory, and you can just click them and open them and see what's in them. You don't have to right click and click edit.
Okay. Okay, Carol. There we go.
And the tabs are on the right side of the new sheet, so instead of them being at the top of the sheet,
okay.
they're on the right side.
All right, cool. Thank you.
One thing I forgot, Dracul, next to your level at the top of your character sheet.
Yep.
Is a star for inspiration.
Yep.
Light up that star. I'm terrible at keeping track of when I want to do this, but I wanted to give you inspiration for staying in the tree when the giant ape swung past. Because there was no way your character was actually going to jump out and fight the giant ape. And I'm glad you played to your character in that moment, so you have inspiration.
Okay, so
what do I put on? If you click the button, click that star, it'll light up the star. And on on any roll in the future, you have an automatic single-use advantage. So you can re-roll any roll that you roll.
Okay.
Once. Yeah. Single use.
After knowing the outcome, right?
Yes. After knowing the outcome, you can choose to re-roll.
Yeah, no, I will be completely honest with Morgan and Grayson. I was 100% content to stay hidden in that fucking bush and let them die.
Thanks, man.
Good call.
That is a big fucking monkey.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah,
idea.
that's fair.
Mhm.
All right, Minksalia. You are studying for, that would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours.
So, to be... it was 16 hours total.
Right, and then you guys spent about 2 hours, 3 hours
Okay.
investing in searching for her Warlock book and then discussing it for about an hour.
So, okay, cool. So 3 out of 16 gone. I'd like to go shopping first.
Okay.
While the shops are still open, and then go to the library when the shops are closed.
Okay.
Because I'm presuming it's going to be over... I guess it would be over the day, huh? Because our group sleeps during the day and wakes up at night.
Yeah, so you're at about noon right now.
Okay, yeah.
Or about 10 o'clock, I would say. So in about 12 or 13 hours would be right about when you guys would be leaving.
Okay.
Actually, sorry. It's about 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, about 12 to 14 hours is when you guys would be leaving.
Okay.
Because you guys leave right about 7 or 8 o'clock when you want to go out and adventure.
As it should be. So, goal is bookstore / scriptorium or the merchant for Varric.
Okay, go ahead and move your character where you want to go first.
Let's go here first.
All right. As you enter, you see a individual standing there. As he notices you come in, he says, "Welcome to the Feathered Quill, where knowledge takes flight. What wisdom or arcane secrets do you seek today?"
Okay, so I would like to attempt to obtain a crystal or a gem worth at least 300 gold that has tears inside?
We don't really sell items of that nature here, but we do sell scrolls, ink,
Okay.
um, enchanted papers, books, things of that nature.
Do you know of a place that I can find a gem worth the gem I'm seeking?
You would probably want to speak with Varric or Alara would probably be the two that would have those.
Who is Alara?
She runs the general store for the town.
General store. Okay. Which do you think I would have a better chance at finding this item? Probably Ferric.
Probably Varric. He has more items than almost anyone else. But Alara is she has quite a bit, and she might have some other things that are of great use to you.
Noted.
If you choose to go with her.
Okay. So with that in mind, I'd like to get 500 gold worth of special inks and paper. Discounted because of my emblem to 250.
What emblem?
I'm gonna touch the specific spot on my forehead and reveal it open. Matching the skin tone.
All right. Yes. The academy emblem. Yes.
And then once it's been recognized, dissipate it.
Okay.
So enough to translating this to DM speak, enough to get 10 levels of spell scrolls transcribed into a book.
So you'd be able to get
gold.
1,000 gold worth of. It would be 500 gold of ink and 500 gold of paper for 500 gold.
So is it 100 for each scroll, or is it 50?
So the way it works is it depends on the level of the spell. So a level
1. Just go with level 1 for the easiest, because we can multiply it from there.
It scales. It doesn't multiply. So it's 50 gold per spell level in rare inks and materials, inks and papers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 50 gold in inks and 50 gold in paper.
Each. Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
just saying because it in the from what I have from the DMG, it's different. But is that because of the way that your world works? Is different.
No, it's different because you have a discount. So it's 50 gold per spell level in rare inks and the other materials that you need. If you're scribing into the book, then you need paper and
Would I
ink.
need the paper if I'm writing in a book already?
Yes, because your book does not actually contain the paper yet.
Okay.
Your book is you're building the book essentially.
Okay, that makes sense. Got it. So, I would want to spend enough to get 10 levels worth, whatever that would be.
So that would be 500.
Okay, that's what I'm aiming for. So I'll get that in scrolls and paper, or scrolls and ink. Or,
Yeah. To be clear, you usually in standard D&D, you usually only need the rare inks and the scroll that you're going to be putting in, or the spell book that you're going to be putting in it.
Okay.
With your specific instance, you have a book that you are creating. It's not a book that's just there, that's empty, or that is
Okay,
a
so
magical
I'm adding
book
pages to it. Okay.
Yeah, you are adding your own spells to it, just like if you bought a book cover and filled it with glyphs of warding and fireballs.
Yeah,
Like
good.
you have to pay for the paper for that.
Fair. Okay.
Which it still comes out to even because you get a half off discount.
Right. Okay. So,
and then it's
I'll mark that off.
And then you also need a way to have the ritual of the spell either performed in front of you or as a scroll in order to scribe it into your book.
Correct. So I would go to the library after this to find it, and then
Okay.
transcribe and copy it.
Okay.
So that encounter is done. I'm going to go try to find the.
So- Yeah, he'll hand you a small pouch that when you take the pouch and you pull the stuff out of it, the pouch goes non-magical.
Okay.
But then you can put it in your bag. But it was a pouch of holding, temporary pouch of holding, so that you could carry the stuff to where you needed it. So,
Okay. After
so you're
that,
not carrying around a half gallon of ink
yeah.
in your hand.
So it's a portable thing until I'm ready to use it, and then once it's pulled out, it can't go back in. Is basically what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Essentially, you're
Like
gonna
a-
flip it out over the counter, and
It's
it's
a
gonna
paper
plop
pouch of
out
holding.
the. Yeah, it's a scroll of holding.
Scroll of holding. That works
There
really
we
well.
go.
Okay.
He goes, "Thank you for your business. Please come back when you need more materials.
Will
I
do.
know you warlock types always need your material."
Understood. I'm gonna go Varric. Above table, I'm also relatively attempting to expediency this.
Yeah.
Because I'm solo right now, so I don't like being this by myself.
Yeah. Well, you already know Varric, so you can just go in and order from him.
Cool.
But
then
you had to introduce yourself to the other character.
that makes sense. So for Varric, I'm gonna have that interaction, and then see that he has gotcha mechanics and ignore it. Although tempted to get some, and then
He has new gotcha mechanics.
Yep, ignoring it completely for now. Potentially with party, I'll come back. to that.
Gotcha. There's new gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes, there's new gotcha.
Every time you interact with them, there's new ones.
I gotta know
Every
if my guy
time
knows about
between
that.
sessions.
Yeah, every session, not like go out the door, come back, new ones. But
Yeah, no, I can't generate them that fast.
so I'm gonna have the in-character conversation for the sake of expediency that is asking for a gem with tears inside that has a value of 300, which means that the cost would be 150.
Yes.
Okay.
Roll a d100 for me. As he's doing that, Valeth, Grayson, and Dracul. Valeth, who are you going to first?
Definitely going to Grayson first, because her face said it all.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
I'll knock on his door and see the blood trail going towards it. Grayson?
I'm gonna go to the other side of the door and say, "Who is it?"
It's Valeth. I'm here to make you stop bleeding, my friend. Please come out.
Is Morgan with you?
No, no, no. She is not with me.
Wow, I
In
saved
that
your
case, I'll
ass.
open the door and let him right in.
Fuck.
You two need to figure this shit out, and I'll cure wounds him.
All right. You go ahead and roll that.
All right.
So, like, are you saying that as you put your hand on his shoulder? And say, "You
Yes.
do need to-"
Yeah. You
You
need
shit
to
out.
figure this shit out. Targeting him.
I'm gonna be like, I died twice. I rolled a nat
Hey,
20
yeah,
save
that's
and had 1
right.
health, and then
I
got
don't-
dropped back to 0 by a
I don't-
It's a
slap.
nat 20.
Yeah.
I don't know what a nat 20
Where did you
means.
gain this knowledge?
Okay, Deadpool.
Sorry, I woke
No
up
fourth wall
alive
breaks.
and then was slapped in the face and knocked back out.
Okay, let's
Ooh.
do it.
And she has fucking gauntlets on. She fucking cracked you upside the head.
I probably have a giant metal handprint on my face.
Okay, we don't have our 3rd level spell slots yet, correct? Technically. We have a
No,
slot.
not till you long rest.
Okay. Let's roll it. There's
I've
10.
had some really
that
good,
sucks.
like, damn, that is
It's
a
like the
shitty
worst
ass roll.
fucking heal possible.
Hey, it's not me. It's the dice.
Mingsalia, he
go.
did
1,
have
2,
that
3.
too.
Dice fucking
Yeah.
hate
So you
me.
can go to the library.
There, that's
Okay.
that's
And then just let me
27.
know which 10 levels you're allocating out of your list.
Okay.
So you're probably
Do I get
feeling a
to-
lot better, but
Do I get to pick the spells from it? From the list?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely better than 5. 27 and 5, so I'm at 32.
if you don't feel like you can sleep the rest off, please just go see one of the healers at the school. I'm sure they can dump potions down your throat or something, but I just wanted to
Or
make
just
sure
go to
you
sleep.
could sleep. I just wanted to make sure you could sleep comfortably, my friend. So I will see you at registration in the morning, and I'll shut the door behind me. And
So Grayson, he extremely
Question.
rudely just slams the door in your face after telling you to go to bed, essentially.
I'm still
Yelling you
shaking.
to tell you to go to bed.
I'm shaking my head still about the figure that shit out, letting him stew on it. Like, there needs to be no other discussion. That is it. See you later.
All right, you go into Dracul next.
I have an above table
Yeah.
question.
What's
A
your
long
above
rest
table
restores
question?
your entire health pool, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Mechanically, you wouldn't know that. Like, as a person, you would just know, I need to rest and I'll feel better in the morning kind of thing. But you're still going to wake up with, like, sore, creaky bones and shit because you got fucked up by a boulder.
Yeah.
And then a paladin.
Yeah.
Yeah, you,
So
pretty
you
much two
literally
boulders.
almost got insta-killed, dude. Like, that's
Yeah,
how
you were
close
close.
to death you were. You were real close to the insta-kill.
And you
You
know
almost
what?
needed a new character.
Still not a thank you,
With less cake.
Morgan.
Hey, we would have been able to see the next character.
Maybe.
Maybe.
All right, I'll
Not-
knock on Dracul's door. Or go ahead, Morgan.
It would just be Whiteson instead of Grayson.
Ha 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 ha
Grayson, or Dracul, roll a perception check.
Just a heads up, I'm gonna be leaving in like 15 minutes. By the way.
All right.
Is my character good to long rest?
I'll let you all know when to long rest. So 18, you do hear Valeth coming down. I don't think you're trying to hide your presence at all, Valeth.
Nope. Expediting. Normally, I would walk slowly and creepily, but he just wants to make sure everybody's okay. Get to his room himself, and pass along messages and whatnot. And it's been a rough one. He needs some me time.
So, above table, Minx and Valeth are professors, since they're staff.
No. Minx and Valeth are staff because they help with certain things that are school mechanics. It's like a janitor that still attends the school, or like
They're
a teacher's
student
aide.
Okay, so if
So there's
I were to
We're
TAs.
janitors, don't worry
give
about
them if I were to address them by a title, what?
Bailiff. Like, they don't have titles.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're just students like you. They just have benefits that you don't because they have mentors, or like if he went to the medical ward, he would know the people in the medical ward.
Okay.
There's just more experience.
That's basically where I work, is in the medical. And I'm loaned out to adventuring parties like all the other people like me. I'll go to knock on the door then.
And before he actually knocks on it, I'll just open it and kind of at him. Can I help you?
Ah, Dracul. What the fuck happened out there?
George.
George.
Yes, a
Is this
big
someone I
ass
should be worried
monkey.
about?
No,
Oh.
no, it was a big ass monkey, and because of Morgan's
You named
size.
this monkey.
Yes, I named him George.
So you have a monkey named George, and it
Oh, he's-
beat
he's-
the
Very
shit out
curious
of
naming
Grayson.
choice.
He's not actually mine. I have not been able to convince him that we are not enemies at this point.
Stay away from this George, please, for the love of God. For the love of the Raven Queen. Please. Or else you will find yourself before Kalimvor. Do you need any healing?
I think I just need a good.
Alright.
Would you be interested in a drink before?
Please tell
Calling
me
it a
everything
night.
that happened. What is going on with these two?
I don't
Grayson
know
and
what's
Morgan.
going on with them, but I know Grayson and I were tracking.
Please tell me Morgan did not do this, and George, was it, did this to Grayson?
So, George first recognized Morgan because
Oh, yes, she's very
not
loud.
quite a woodland stalker like Grayson and I.
Yes, I
And
didn't think to tell you not to.
when
Anyways.
she was able to command him away.
Ah, yes, very good use of the spell. So if it ran away, how did Grayson end up like that?
Because then Morgan started yelling at the group and attracted a group of apes that we actually were able to hunt. But apparently
Sounds
George
more
was
like a
not.
fight to me.
Apparently George was not far enough away and heard it and came.
So you fought his children.
And when he came back, he passed mere inches over my head without seeing me. And then all I saw was what looked to be a huge fucking boulder he picked up and hurled towards Grayson before Morgan commanded him away.
I need something from you. You're very good at staying in the shadows. If this is to happen again, please, for the love of God, bring some potions, so that way, when they die, you can feed them a potion to hopefully bring them back up.
After I get some rest, I plan on going to see the potions master here in town to do just that.
And I will go and speak with Auric about possibly getting another cleric for this party, as they seem to want to die. Thank you for the drink.
Good night, Vela.
Good evening. And I will head out.
I'll close the door and
I see the purpose of good berries now.
but they wouldn't have done you any good unless I had them on me when I got over the poor
You have
Morgan.
to be able to swallow it, and if you are
Yeah.
unconscious, maybe not.
Well, if
Yeah,
I
definitely.
had one, I could have shoved it down his throat.
Yeah, it'd be much better for my character if he wasn't always the first one taking damage. I feel like I'm always the first character.
Sounds like a
taking
personal
damage.
problem.
Um,
Sounds like
I,
Half the
I
time
have
the
I have an
damage is from
explanation
you.
for that, Grayson. If you are the
Cheeks.
first one to enter an area, you are the first one to speak up, and you are the one in the open, you're gonna be the one that gets hit. Also, if you're the first one to attack, i.e. you roll a 20 on initiative, you're the one that's going to gather the most attention.
Damn.
So you chose the character that is going to be the center of attention.
You know what? I'm
Especially
alright with
with that cake.
I just don't need the good berries because I
That's-
can't
that's-
force feed myself.
That's also why when Valeth went first that one time, he just cast a spell that helped everybody and not did something offensive.
Ah, that is smart. That's okay. My character isn't going to do that. He'll keep taking damage, but
That's
I
fine.
just-
I'll keep healing it.
if someone else has good berries, that'd be great.
What am I doing currently?
I thought you went and got your item and went to bed, Iggy.
Oh, I
Right.
did go to bed, I guess. Okay, yeah. I think
You went
probably.
to you probably, from what I heard, the way I interpreted what you said was you were going back to your room to
Uh-huh.
end the night after picking up your item.
Okay.
Unless that wasn't what you were doing.
No,
In
no.
case we can- okay.
No, that's fine. I was just curious. And that works out
Okay.
since I gotta get daddy for a little bit.
Mingsalia, you study for those. You spend your time trying to find the 2 spells that I indicated.
Right.
Which I guess I probably should. There we go.
Yeah.
Since you had them spoiled, I should probably spoil them as well.
Yeah.
So you were not able to find those. You did spend the time trying to locate them
Okay.
and weren't able to find them. So you don't consume the resources for scribing them, but you did consume the time to try to find them.
Fair.
If that makes sense.
Okay. Works for me.
And you literally landed right on the threshold. If you had rolled a 67, you would have got one of those 2. If you had rolled over 90, you would have got
Both.
the top one, the highest level one that you were looking at.
Character is ready for import.
All right. Bowen, if you will import that. And then
Minx?
I assume
On Minx?
Valeth, after you, Mingsalia needs to be re-imported with her updated spells. I assume everybody is ready to go to bed.
Yep, about 4 p.m. he'll go to bed, wake up at 8 p.m.
There you go.
Out of
Yeah, I need
trance.
to sleep this shit off.
Yep. Trance.
I can't import Mixalia.
Is my character still open somewhere?
Right.
Maybe.
I'll import it.
No, it's not. Okay. It could have been my side.
It says something about public, so.
Oh, it probably did that shit to her character. Okay.
Did I hear what I was thinking?
So, Valeth, you went to bed, right?
Yep, my scythe was waiting for me inside. I'm inspecting it.
Manually selected it to be public.
All right, but your character sheet number changed, I think.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to send a link
Did
for
it? No, I got it.
Okay.
Can't read properties of undefined reading trim. Are you still in the builder?
I could have been when you were doing it. I'm out now.
Okay. Let's see. Spell. That's effects, not spells. Spell book go.
But yes, after this character import, Minx is also ready for next day.
Oh, what's something you added, just so we know?
I know what he added.
That-
I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
3
blocked
spells.
right now.
The only thing I added, 3 spells.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's not adding, and it's not updated. There we go. Now it updated.
Okay, great. Do I need to refresh page maybe? Or it should just show
Close
up?
your character sheet and reopen.
Okay.
Or hit F5.
It works. They're there.
All right. So everybody else has gone to sleep. Minxali has spent her entire time in getting materials. You all wake up, long rest. Everybody gets long rest. As you guys are doing that, we will go to the role play between Thorbeck and Zyra. As Thorbeck drunkenly approaches, I'm going to go over what they did in whispers while you guys were doing that to try to speed this up a little bit. Drunkenly approached her, asked her about her supplies. They have their interaction and they can continue on from where you guys left off in your whisper.
Alrighty. Let me see.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna dip out.
Okay.
I'll try to update in the lounge chat when I'll be getting close to coming back.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Y'all have fun. Don't kill anything. Bye.
Is there anything specific you wanted to buy?
We are for sure killing things.
I'll get that from her later.
Cool.
You can go. I'll get your shopping done and stuff like that when you get back.
Ready. So Thorbeck is going to respond. Well, what items do you have?
Oh, are you talking to me now? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Distracted. Okay. I have a few things here that could be possibly added to a brew. Is there anything you're looking for your brew to do or taste like?
Well, as long as it gets me drunk.
Oh. Drunk. I see. Well, I would have to look and see what I have for that.
Perhaps an intoxicant?
Quite possibly.
So you would know that you have several spores, mosses. You would have dark spore mushrooms, deep green spores, underglow moss, firecap extract, ghost root essence, gravetide berries, vines, lurker vine sap, shadow orchid petals, myconid dust, and several other things that you could give him or sell to him if he was so inclined to purchase.
Okay. So I have these few things, and I just kind of say all that because you said it really fast, so I didn't get to write it down.
I have it. I'll copy and paste it into
Okay, thanks.
your journal.
Yeah. If you'd like to purchase one or a few of these items, we can definitely look into that if it's something that you would like to do.
Well, if you're selling, I might have some coin for you.
How much did you want to buy?
That's a good question. And all while this is all happening, he's kind of stumbling slightly back and forth, like
This
in
little
a consistent,
dude.
in an almost unpredictable manner, but
Okay.
consistently.
Consistently inconsistent.
Yes.
And I'll give you your prices here in a second. I'll update your list with prices.
Okay, where's the list at?
Your journals in Foundry.
Okay. That's what I was gonna look for. Oh wow. He's okay.
He's gonna kind of rub his chin a bit and say, well, thinking about things a little more in depth, I believe something perhaps more earthy or to the ground could be interesting.
So I have the mushrooms, the dark spore mushrooms.
Oh, darkspore. Would I know of the darkspore mushroom?
Roll a history. History check.
All right.
See if you've ever used that material before.
All right. History.
I'm also looking at like all the different spell or potions and stuff, and like later down the road, it's gonna be really fun.
Okay.
To trick you.
So one thing I'm curious of, because this has to do with alcohol, would I be more well?
Yeah, you'd have advantage on it. You know exactly what chemicals you made.
Okay, so for history, whenever it comes to ales and brews, advantage.
Yeah.
Got you.
Almost anything when it comes to ale will be at advantage because that's
sounds
your
good.
specialty. That's your thing.
Nice. All right.
And you don't need to whisper that. That's an open roll.
Oh, did I? Oops, my bad.
Yes.
I thought I clicked chat.
You know what all of the pretty much everything that she has other than her special ingredients and her fermentation catalysts, you would know exactly what she's talking about. So yeah, you would know what the mushrooms and the moss and the spores do.
Okay. And are we just talking about it, or are these things visible to me?
Well, we can go into my shop and I can show them to you specifically if you'd like.
So I would say you haven't actually made a shop yet. You have like a stall,
Okay. Okay, well,
like a roadside stall with all your stuff. Kind of looks like your character image.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The first one that I sent you in Discord.
Well, I say stall because I think higher of myself than just a stall.
Okay.
So I say shop, but it's just a stall. Yeah.
Fair.
Just here if you want to come take a look.
I'd gladly take a look.
If you can see over the table.
For reference for everybody else, these are the characters that are currently talking that you will be introduced to shortly.
And he is 4'5".
Yes. He's adorable. He's a ginge. Love that. So we just walk into the stall area. I kind of uncover everything because since I stepped out to gather some goods, I had it all covered up, and I just uncover it and I just kind of point to the areas that the mushrooms and the earthy flavors are in that section.
So while looking around, I'm going to be looking for things that I don't recognize because I'm trying to find new and different things as well.
Okay.
But that's kind of out of character talk, kind of perusing.
Yeah.
So that I can get descriptions of things that I do not necessarily know of. That I might point to and say, ooh, I haven't seen that before. Do you think that'd go well in a brew?
That would be the ingredients for aroma and color.
Yeah, that's what I was
fermentation
thinking.
catalysts and the magical enhancements.
So I have some special ingredients here if you would like to take a look. If it's something you would like, and I uncover them and pull them out, and I'm like, I have some lurker vine sap. I'm not sure that it would meet your requirements of being earthy.
Well, now I'm looking into new things now that I'm seeing what's here.
I also maybe would consider the myconid dust. It seems to be a favorite of some of the others that I know that like to drink heavily.
Roll a perception and insight, Bowen.
Alrighty. Perception. Make sure I'm on the right chat. Perception. Oh. And insight. Alright. I got a 19 perception, 20 insight.
Okay. Byron, check your messages on Discord.
I seen that.
Okay. So you would notice the lurker vine sap is going to thicken the alcohol. The orchid petals are going to make it dark, like taking a whiskey from a light colored whiskey to that almost blackish. And then the myconid dust is going to make it shimmer and reflect like myconid scales.
Okay, and would I know whether or not that would pose any difference in the flavor or the actual taste of the ale produced?
All of those would change the flavor subtly, but those are meant for aroma. They're meant for the smell,
So the smell,
palate,
okay.
and the color of the brew.
Okay, got
There
it.
is also, if you are going to be making meads, there is a cave worm honey. If you're going to be making,
I feel like that would catch his eye heavily.
and then if you're going to be making a mineral base for like a beer, an ale, or something like that, that's the glowstone powder.
Mhm.
And it would be like adding I lost what the freak that stuff's called. It's usually a yellow powder. Turmeric. It'd be like adding turmeric to your alcohol. And then you notice that she has kind of tucked away where you're not actually supposed to be able to see it are some magical enhancements that kind of catch your eye in the back. You can't really identify what they are, but they are tucked away where you shouldn't be able to see them, but you just happen to like stumble a little bit and bump into her and see the spot that you're not supposed to be able to see except from her perspective.
Because they're a little high up.
Well, those ones would actually be hidden because they're magical enhancements, so they're
I was just playing a joke on his.
Yeah.
My short
they might be a
character.
little bit
I may be
outlawed.
stout. Just means I have a stronger foundation.
So you see those, notice them.
And you also notice that she has a little homunculus. Put that on there.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, you did.
I just maybe need to refresh to see it.
It's not going to be on your sheet. It's going to be like a second.
In my actors?
No, I put it on there. It's in the companions on your sheet.
Okay.
I need to assign it. Forgot about
What
that
the
part.
fuck is that?
That is her homunculus servant.
What is that, a fairy?
That's fucking dope as shit.
It is dope.
Benefits of making your stuff with your DM.
Of being
Hell
here
yeah.
when he's here and it's not game time.
And it is called an Umbrix. It is a dragon-like steel homunculus.
I don't imagine Thorbeck would have seen something like this before.
Probably not. It's not popular enough for it
And
to be something.
I named
you
it
see.
Amy by the way. His name is Amy.
Amy.
Short for amethyst.
Yeah, Thorvik is just it catches his eye. What is this thing flying around you?
Oh, this is my friend. He's my little helper. Don't worry, he won't hurt you or anything. He's here for me to help.
It looks somewhat fairy-like. Does it perform tricks?
He might, if I ask him to.
Anyhow, well, I think some cave worm honey right here.
Cave worm honey. That's
I would take, I'd say 2 vials for the time being. I'm
2
experimenting.
vials? Okay, just so you know, this is 25 gold per vial because it is rather difficult for me to harvest. It is a quite difficult one, if you can imagine. Cave worm, honey.
With that 19 history, you wouldn't know what a cave worm looks like. Wait a second.
Very difficult to harvest.
Have you seen what one looks like? Did you look it up?
Yeah.
But I have one that's kind of.
Surprised I still have my fingers.
I mean, are you the one harvesting or are you purchasing?
Oh, I don't trust anybody else to harvest my goods. I want to make sure it's always the best. Not
Well,
only
why don't you have
for-
your little fairy gather it?
He helps me distract while I harvest. And he helps if I am in need or in any danger. He definitely helps me with that. But I like to make sure that I always have the best for my patrons as well as myself for my own special brews.
Alright, I need to grab the sim intro quick and throw it in here so that I can share it with everybody so they know what the cave worm actually looks like in my campaign.
Important details.
Even a juvenile one.
Oh, pretty.
So the milk that comes out, or the honey, it's actually a milk, and it comes out of it as a glowing green honey. So if you mixed it with your brew, you would either need to add a colorant or have glowing green brew.
Is glowing green brew common?
No,
Okay.
not at all. And none of the ingredients that you get from her are going to be common. They are all Underdark materials, which are not popular.
Interesting. Though they might add some potential spice.
Potential what?
Just difference. It might be a refreshing,
Variety.
different
Oh, okay.
brew of some kind.
All right. So, are you purchasing those from her? You said 25 gold apiece?
25 gold apiece.
Does 25 gold sound fair to me? Let's see.
Roll an insight.
Insight. Ale related?
No, this is ingredient related. It would not be
Ingredient
related
for
to ale.
So normal.
It's not something you recognize.
Ah. $15? How's that do?
how much I set that for.
Just-
And that was the cave worm honey.
E.
I gotta get all this stuff out of my way.
I'll let her tell you what her prices are.
Okay.
All right, is that the price for those, Zyra?
Of course.
Well, he rolled an insight higher than your rolls, so
Oh wow.
And I tell that you're trying to be something.
yeah, you can tell that she's trying to upcharge you currently.
I pull this back up. Oh fuck.
You're gonna kind of look her up and down, and I'll say, "Are you sure that 25 a vial?"
Okay, okay. I understand that you may know that I am upcharging a little bit, but you have to understand that I am just getting started, so I apologize. So instead of 25, I will do 20 gold a piece.
You know what? I appreciate your honesty. I'll pay the 25 apiece for two.
Oh, really? Okay, well, thank you. I will get the 2 vials out and hold them out for him.
All right,
And
you guys can exchange that gold and items, or back just add those items to your journal, and we'll add them to your character later. And I'll tell you exactly what they will do for your brews and things of that nature when you experiment with them.
do you want me to add the gold in Foundry or D&D Beyond?
In Foundry.
Okay.
Yeah, anytime you're updating your character in the middle of a session, update it in Foundry.
Awesome. Okay.
Unless I specify otherwise.
Okay.
All right, so the rest of you all take your night's rest. You take your meditations and your little bit of time to just sit and contemplate your future life decisions and wonder about why your nightmares are plaguing you so badly. You're cool. You are finding that as you are sitting there in essentially dead silence, shortly after you wake up, just kind of that was a rough day. I'm gonna get up real slow and take my time washing, and you're sitting in the silence, and you realize it's not actually silence. That you hear voices and wails, and the sounds of the dead family members and clan members in the back of your mind. Which one are you going to target? I think you have that ability now. For your it's not Whales from the Grave, it's the other one.
It is Whispers of the.
Whispers of the Dead. Yeah. Which one are you going to? Which tool proficiency? Think back to your history of the crafters in your clan and things of that nature. Who are you going to contact that's going to tell you how to do that skill?
Um. I had it for survival.
Okay,
I
so
have to
who in
select
your
a-
clan would have been a survival expert? Is it somebody you'd know? Is it somebody you were interested in?
Probably my uncle,
Okay.
Ranger.
So as you're sitting there, um, you start talking to your uncle and you start getting uh, advice from them, and it rolls through your mind. Your as the information rolls through your mind in the conversation, it's kind of like downloading from the cloud all of his knowledge of survival and how to find your way north and how to track animals and things of that nature, and how hunting works. And as long as you are continuing to contact him every long rest, you will get the benefits of that proficiency in survival. We'll skip Morgan because she's away right now. Minksalia, as you are zipping through your studies like the Flash, reading books as fast as you can, trying to get as much knowledge and information as possible.
There's always more.
You are scribing a section of a scroll into your book. As all of the pages, the book flips closed, it flips back open, flips through all the pages, flips back to the beginning of the book, and then like in a few pages, and opens up, and you get in your book, it shows you the information of how to activate the sending section of your book and how to add people's names and remove them and
Interesting.
all of that.
It seems I'm able to communicate with a select few now at longer distances. Good to know.
And then Valeth, you did you sleep at all or just enter a trance?
Just trance. Typically
So,
don't sleep.
as you enter your trance, you start to meditate, and out of the center of your forehead, a crow flies, and your perspective follows the perspective of the crow. As you fly through the walls, through your room, through the school, up into the dark sky, and then it turns around and it dives back down into the depths. And as it impacts the ground, it appears in that same world that you saw before, with the dark night and like twilight kind of time period on a ankle deep water plateau. As the Raven Queen turns and looks at you and says, "My child, were you fooled by that nightmare?"
I was not sure what it could have been. I didn't know if I was being put to sleep. Tell me, was any of that true?
You have much to learn if you believe that I would cast you out for simply attending the same school as an individual who unknowingly ties themselves to Vecna. There was no slight. You are free to interact with those you choose, and I would have intervened, but I wanted to know how you would react. And you've demonstrated yourself to be a reliable vassal. And in so doing, you have earned yourself a step in my good graces. You could have stepped aside and given up on your station as a cleric. Instead, you sought to correct the problems that were threatening your relationship with me. And in so doing, you have earned my trust. So return now and continue your good work. I have things that I must do. As your perspective fades back to your body as you wake up from your trance.
Sweet. He feels complete again.
Drada, you have trance as well, right?
Yes, I do.
So you probably would have been studying your cauldron and doing your herbalism stuff into the wee hours of the night, or wee hours of the day for you. And at some point, you were so focused on your task that you entered your trance, which interrupted your ability to craft your use your herbalism kit to its fullest capabilities. You were still able to create the potion of healing, but as you entered your trance, everything went black for a little bit, and as your eyes open from being in your trance, you are looking over your cauldron as you get this brief flash image of the remnants of the nightmare of your trance, as out of the cauldron bubbles hundreds of thousands of millions of little baby spiders crawling up out of the cauldron, crawling up your arms. And as soon as they crawl up your arms and get ready to reach your face, you wake up.
Okay.
And you are sitting crisscross with your herbalism kit in front of you, a finished potion of healing, and the cauldron just 3 inches past the potion of healing.
All right. I guess I would kind of just take a moment to gather my thoughts and kind of
Check the
peer into the
cauldron and make
cauldron.
sure there aren't spiders.
Yeah, make sure there's no more spiders in the cauldron, that it was just a dream.
Yeah, it was just a dream. There's no evidence of any creepy crawlies in your room or anything. It was just that, and you recognize it immediately, it was just that flash of the last little part of a nightmare that you remember, which was the most horrifying part before you woke up.
Mm-mm.
Dracul, you are plagued by nightmares of boulders and blood and aberrations and the look on your mother's face as you stabbed through her gut. And
I thought you already did.
Oh, I already did. This is the first time you've had a long rest since your nightmare.
Oh, okay.
So your long rest is you recovering from that trauma that you still haven't actually addressed, and you're still in the trauma because other than Valeth, none of you have actually addressed your trauma. So, as you wake up in a nightmare sweat, sitting up in your sleep and waking up to being sitting up in bed.
I would have been sitting in the first place. Trance.
No, you'd have been in trance. Either way, you'd have been. You can trance on your back, but if you would have been sitting down, you would have jumped to your feet. You'd have had some sort of explosive action trying to stop the nightmares that you're again plagued with in your trance.
Oh, okay.
Grayson, you can't sleep very well. I mean, you still get your full rest, but you are having trouble with the ideas and concepts of your father's disappointment in you, what happened with the great ape or the giant ape nearly dying, and
Twice.
the last thing you remember from your nightmare was that red-faced ape putting his hand on your chest and saying, "Welcome to the hunt," as you were just hunted by a giant ape with a boulder.
Jesus. Okay.
So you wake up as the boulder crushes your body again. You snap awake.
Okay.
And you're all free to go wherever you're going to go.
All right. Well, I would like to go visit a few places. I'm gonna start by going to the blacksmith.
Well, you were supposed to meet all of your people at the registration desk after your rest.
Oh yeah, shit. Okay, I'm
Well,
going to the registration desk.
I did only need 4 hours for the trance, and I had extra time after Bailiff
You
had left
didn't.
my room.
So that all of that was combined into the same time frame. So this is after your trance. You are getting up and going to meet up.
Okay.
The time got wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, right there. So it simultaneously happening, but like Thorbex and damn, I lost her name.
I just thought I would have had more time because when after Bailiff left, we had like 13 hours, and I only needed 4 for the trance.
For the
He
sake of it,
basically wants us to meet the new players and then go shopping after.
Okay.
Yes. Your trance ends. All of your guys' trance are ending at the same time. That went to sleep. Salia doesn't need to sleep, so her book changing happens at the same time that you waking up from your nightmare does. Grayson waking up from his nightmare is happens at the same time that Bailiff wakes up from his. All of that occurred at the same time as their conversation. But I lost her name, and it's bothering me. Zyra. There we go. I was having a brain fart. So are you guys all meeting at the assembly area? Mingsali, are you doing anything else in the library?
I'll be meeting up with the group at the respective time.
Bailiff will be there like 30 minutes early.
All right. 8 p.m. rolls around and you guys are all gathered up at that meeting spot, all 6 of you.
And we're meeting our new player or new players with an S?
You were supposed to meet the other player last night. They didn't show up, so you're just going to go about doing what you're going to do.
All right.
So
I am
role play
go
that
to
interaction where
blacksmith.
you all meet up after your...
Oh.
Where you all meet up. You haven't decided where you're going to go yet. You're not just going to meet up to split up. Like, got to make a plan.
Everybody want to take a day to go shopping and stuff like that and meet back here tomorrow.
Hurry up!
I
Oh.
think we should. We've been given 1,000 gold. Keep some for travels. Please don't spend it all. Remember, if we need to stop anywhere, we must have a minimum amount that makes you comfortable.
Okay, well, let's go spend our money and meet back here tonight. And then I walk away to go to the blacksmith.
All right. Is anybody gonna follow Grayson as he just dismisses the whole party and goes and does what he wants to do anyway?
Does anybody else have anything that they think we should be doing before we all just separate ways?
I think figuring out where we want to go after this would help us better prepare for where we want to go. So maybe looking at the possible mission opportunities or sources of income or adventuring. So,
I'll
adventuring
thaumaturgy
academy.
and yell for Grayson to come back.
Yeah.
Above the table, Grayson, if you continue to roleplay just dismissing people and walking away from them, eventually they'll start treating you like you're not there to begin with. So
Got it.
you want to participate with the party, otherwise you're going to be left on your own when you're dying in the middle of the woods from a giant ape.
Fair
Or
enough.
falling out of a tree.
No one
You
was
gotta
really
keep in mind
talking
that
up,
you
like-
need comrades.
I thought people were gonna say something, but no one was really saying anything.
Yeah, this is something that we need to work on, people.
True,
You're
but-
interacting now. You're all coming together.
True, but the concept there is in asking the party what the plan is and instigating conversation to figure out what direction you want to go.
Minxali as
more-
bailiff.
Bailiff said there is a job that you guys want to go look for job boards and things of that nature. Minxali and Bailiff, back and forth.
Yes.
As you guys are saying that, you're standing next to that income desk, and the individual says, open job postings for adventurers with their emblems are posted right here outside my window. And as you look over, you all see the job board.
Fancy.
Pretty full.
So all of that information is there. Notable items, abilities.
Yes.
Okay.
As you see it there, those are individual job flyers for each area that are for veteran adventurers with their emblems. And those are the high risk, high reward jobs that they want you to do, because the rest of the stuff is piddly shit like finding a cat, which I doubt you guys want to participate in.
I'll pass.
Alright, give-
Yeah.
Of the tree.
Nah, I'll shoot the
Give me
cat
just a
with the arrow.
second so I can back in.
I will say the situation near my home in Mount Nevea would be my priority, but we are a group, so we could start with something close just to...
I would say we should probably pick something that fits with our party, which the standout items for me would be either number 4,
Now is that our
Question:
party,
what's
or
the
is that
setting here?
or 3.
Like, what's the
Our whole
surroundings in
party.
that area?
Because what we can do is we can go pick a far one. We can try to maybe go for Valeth's area. I say in character, and
Is
then go for
my-
New Anglia along the way. Right, we can stop at that
So-
one first.
So
and then
Mount
head
Nevea is
towards-
the
Let's talk about
just so
each
you guys
job.
are aware.
Yep.
Mount Nevea cycles to the left on the big map. So
Can you show the overworld?
counterclockwise. Yeah, I can activate that for you.
Excellent.
Should
would help
drag
us
you all
plan.
eventually sometime this year.
There it is.
I mean, we can talk
Do you
through
guys
each
all
one.
still have the job board up?
Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize. My PlayStation disconnected me from Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do this. We'll just talk through each one and think of pros and cons. So, Mount Nevaeh, I would say 500 gold is a pretty good pro. Cons, though, I don't really know if we have anyone with cold resistance or climbing gear. And then magic to dispel fog, or does anyone have any magic that can dispel fog or darkness?
I can.
Gerada, you would know that
I
you
can
can
dispel
create
magic.
potions of cold resistance because if you get a brewer's kit, because you have one, if you get a brewer's kit, you'd be able to replicate it with a small margin of error.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, I'll let you disclose that if you want.
What is it?
I was gonna let her roleplay it herself, telling us that instead of hearing it from the DM.
Rada.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that was me. Okay.
Yeah, he said something about cold resistance, and you have a potion of cold resistance
Yes.
in your inventory, but you would also know that if you got a brewer's kit, that you would be able to attempt to replicate the potion of cold resistance.
Okay. So I will. Who was saying that? That was Grayson, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll look to Grayson and say, I may be able to create something to help us. I do have this potion here. If I could find a brewing kit, I think I could do this. I think I could recreate that.
And I can dispel magic.
I can also dispel magic.
Specifically magic or fog?
You also have a Twilight Cleric that can see through magical darkness.
Oh.
So
And a warlock. I also have the ability to summon an imp who can see through darkness with devil sight.
And you can see through your imp, so you have that sight too.
Yes.
okay. And anybody, I think, that has either an explorer's pack or an adventurer's pack, I don't remember which one, would have pythons, hammers, and things of that nature for climbing equipment.
I have one of those.
All right, so we know we can possibly do this one.
What
So,
do you
equivalent
have
to us.
over there, Bailiff?
That is where I'm from.
Oh.
From beneath the mountain, where I started my journey as a young, I guess, apostle to the Raven Queen.
Okay.
And I traveled all this way, collecting stories and doing funeral rites for those who have passed along the way until I came to Valley City and secured a job with the Adventuring Academy.
Okay. So why would you have an interest in going back, just to visit hometown?
To be sure they are all not dead.
Hmm.
Okay. To a shoulder length. She likes her look. The barber gives her a cane. She takes it and puts from her shoulder box. And when it left, the girl took out the one prominent of a hair length.
500 gold is a good price for that. I wouldn't mind going
Let
there.
us look. I can send a raven to my family, and it, although it may be number one on the board, ma'am, excuse me, is this in the numbers here, 1 through 11? Is this in any way number 1 is more important than number 11?
Above the table, there aren't numbers on the job posting, but they are. 1 would be the top left corner, and then it goes left to right, top to bottom,
Okay.
in reading order. is how you see each of those job postings. But they will look out the window and say, no, they're not in any particular order. We just post those every morning. You are welcome to take them. I have copies in here. You can also take as many as you need. You do not have to. It would be really reckless of us to require you to travel to Mount Nevaeh, come back here, travel to Fisherman's Detriment, come back here. That would get very monotonous. So you can do multiple jobs as you are traveling the world. And just make sure you send a message and check in with us when those jobs are complete, so that we can notify all the adventurers who have taken those jobs that they are complete, so they aren't out there trying to do the jobs you're doing.
I wonder if they have a call center.
You would know to contact the mentor assigned to your group, and that person would then divvy out the information to those who need it to take the job posting down.
If you guys want to do Mount Nevaeh, I'm down for that.
Let us look at everything. I don't want to put my own needs before any of yours, or for the people that need help, so they all need just as much.
Well, we do notice that there is one here in the city we're currently in.
Bowen, did you see that whisper?
Yes, that is why I mentioned we
Okay.
could do something closer, just to get a little more funds for maybe a bigger excursion.
I think our biggest thing is going to be Morgan's exile from prominence. Even if we were to go to Mount Nevaeh, I think it would be wise for us to travel around it instead of going through prominence.
That is fair.
Okay.
So,
Yes, we would take a boat.
Mount Nevaeh then?
Morgan would chime up and would literally like smack her hand on the job board where prominence is, and be like, I'm not going here. Period. And like she might even like take the job posting, crumple it up, and throw it on the floor.
Very
She's
good.
not going to prominence.
But Morgan, that's literally what I just said, is we should avoid prominence.
Drada,
Yes, we would take a boat around.
Drada, would you have any interest in focusing on Simic Isles?
Yes.
That does
Nature-
sound quite interesting.
Nature,
I was
herbalism, resistance to poison.
That is certainly up my alley.
You would
that
all
is
know
perfect.
that Simic Isles, while they do accept some trade, they are highly hostile to those who are trying to go after their secrets.
So, maybe not the best place to go then.
If we don't
was
go to
also-
either of those two... Yeah, go ahead, Drada. My bad.
That's okay. I was also considering the uninhabited island, because that is another place that seems to have some promising plant life.
So, what I was saying about that, the job is for a nature conservationist. So they are actively trying to protect the Simic Isles. So if you're doing a job for them, you're fine, but you need to tread lightly if you're there, because if you go in the wrong place and do the wrong thing, you're also going to be working underwater.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck
So-
water levels.
Well, now
So
hold
that
on
would
here.
require potions of water breathing.
Speaking of which, I did some research last night. And I have a way for up to 10 creatures to be able to breathe underwater. And it can be done again as a ritual.
That is very convenient.
It is. I'm not a fan of water things. There is no forest for myself or Dracul to.
Help for
May
us.
I?
Technically, all of the ocean is a forest.
What? All right.
So, above board, you said that the dotted lines between the areas are the roads, correct?
They are
And
the
how?
well-traveled paths. So they lead from dock cities to the main city, or they are the main lanes of transport.
We have no obligation to stay on those, correct?
Correct. You
Okay.
could transport
Okay.
around Prominence to the north, or I guess that would be south. Around the top part of Prominence to Mount Nevaeh and avoid Prominence entirely, as well as all of their everything connected to them. You are also very close to the vortex of mist. It seems like it's the farthest away from you, but it's a globe. This isn't a flat disc.
Okay, got it. So we
So
can,
you can transport direct north to the vortex of mist.
So does that mean if we went to Mount Nevaeh that we can go to uninhabited island by going north instead of south?
Yes. So if you go, you can go from Felicity to
To the
I wish
up
it would.
to the
Where's
northeast
my?
and then wrap around that way.
There it is. So
Okay, cool.
you can go from here to here and then go.
Your ruler's
Why is
hidden.
that drawing in a list?
Oh, there it is. Never mind.
That way. You can go that way up towards the top of the map and come around to this. And then come over here to Fisherman's Detriment. And then stuck.
Okay,
So
so
on and so forth.
before we decide to just go straight across the water, does anybody have the ability to navigate watercraft that would sustain all of us and our people?
I don't
our
have
gear.
that capability.
I would assume we would possibly travel on a charter of some sort. I don't think we would
You
need
would
to
know
buy
that-
our own ship.
You'd know that travel is paid for by the Academy for transport to a job, but not back from a job.
So if we were to link jobs, they would pay for our leaving, say, Mount Nevaeh. If we're taking the next job in inhabited islands, they would pay from Mount Nevaeh to uninhabited islands.
Yes.
Okay. So ultimately, then we could take the last job at Valley City and all of our travel is paid for.
I'm down for that. I like that idea.
Seems like a strange way to go about it. So I think we should decide which jobs we're going to do. Are we going to start with Mount Nevaeh and then go to the uninhabited island and then possibly...
Let me check one more thing. I'm sorry again, ma'am. Once these are completed by another party, will we be notified somehow while we are traveling?
Yes, you will receive a message from one of our mages that will send you a sending that will notify you of the status of your job. So if it's completed by somebody else, we will notify you. And yeah, you'll be notified that the job is already complete and you can avoid the travel. If you are already in process traveling there, that travel will be paid for. But you would want to have another job set up for travel somewhere else.
Makes sense. Thank you so much.
If you have any more questions, feel free to ask.
Excuse me, ma'am, but are there other ways to find the job board outside of here at the academy.
Do you have any mages that have the ability to use the sending spell? Or anybody that would have the ability to send a messenger bird?
I
Or...
do.
I can.
I could send. Could possibly send something.
I have a way to do so without much burden. Is there somebody who's guaranteed to be at this desk consistently?
No, and your messages would not come to people like me. We have things that we have to do here. You would be sending your messages to a... it's essentially an elemental that takes messages and puts them into paper form for our messaging department to receive, process, and then send out messenger pigeons with response.
Yes, I think I've heard of this. Its name is Xerox.
I believe he's canon. I'm not sure what exactly his name is, but yeah, you basically it's a way of printing out your sending so you can send it to one entity, and multiple people can receive the message. Whoever is available to process that request can process it and send you the new information with the new job postings.
Does this entity have the capability of providing a signature?
I believe so, but you could also go through your mentor. Your mentor would have access to that same system, and they have the access to it in their offices, so they can... a lot of the times, almost all communication goes through the mentors.
Okay.
We'll just send it all to Oric.
Okay.
And you guys would know that almost every mission you've been sent on up to this point has been in Felicity or around Felicity. You've gone to New Anglia and the islands between Mount Nevaeh and Felicity a few times. But for the most part, you've stayed in the Felicity area. But you've heard, especially you, Mingsalia, you know your sister's gone out of Felicity quite often and disappeared for months at a time. And she's been able to get updates on jobs and things of that nature. And there are also communication areas in anyone allied with Felicity where you could go to the academy rep in that area and get information on jobs and get those messages sent. So you don't need to use your own resources to communicate.
Okay.
Unless it's an emergency. So shall we just take them all then? Take one of each?
I think the only one that we are going to avoid is Prominence, as Morgan has made it very clear she refuses to go back there.
She activates her hellish rebuke and burns the pamphlet for the job posting for Prominence. Just ignites it.
Very well.
Valen,
Not number 2. Yes.
I have a question about number 9, or Lakeland City.
Yes.
It requires communing with the dead. Would that be a problem for you?
Why no, it would not. As long as they stay that way.
And it's also an interesting location, as I would be quite curious about the library there. I don't think I've been to that library yet.
The library was intriguing.
All right.
As well as the Temple of Agma, which is where I was from.
Well, yes, if you wish, we could go there first. A blessing from the temple would not be a bad thing.
And then We could go southeast and wrap around to Mount Nevaeh from there.
Or just go straight east to the inhabited island and then south to
north.
Mount Nevaeh.
Yeah, south, yeah.
And then back to Phallus City.
I think that sounds
So
Very
Lakeland
great.
City, uninhabited island, Nevaeh.
And then Phallus City.
Okay.
To get to the uninhabited island from Lakeland City, you would have to go through the Vortex of Mist or the Suckstuck Swamp.
We can't travel around the side.
If you were going to, you'd go to Mount Nevaeh before you'd go to the uninhabited island.
Oh, okay.
Lakeland, Mount Nevaeh Island.
And then could we go from the island back around to Phallus City?
So anytime you go a direction, you arrive from the direct opposite direction on this. It's a perfect globe, even though it's kind of egg-shaped. So Lakeland City, if you went into the ocean from Lakeland City, you would come to Mount Nevaeh.
Diagonal southeast, you would come out from the northeast and hit it directly.
So what I was thinking initially is if we came out
start regenerating almost immediately.
that way, coming back in over here.
Is so potent that he could potentially regenerate a full body from just one of them.
Yeah, he could fully regenerate that body.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, my son. I don't know what he's watching right now.
Man, guys, let's all regenerate those bodies, guys.
Is it a starfish?
Yes.
No, it was something Deadpool related.
I just watched the Deadpool Wolverine last night. It was really good.
I still need to watch that.
It's on
Oh.
Disney Plus. It's so good.
My husband and I went to the theater to see it. It was very good.
Okay, my entire fucking map disappeared because I was trying to draw and I went to...
Got to get
Maybe
better at
it's-
describing when you don't have a good enough computer to
Maybe we take our
process
maybe,
graphics.
maybe we take our maps here and we
Draw
go
free.
find ourselves
So what I
what
was
would it
thinking
be?
is
A
leaving
cartologist?
Lakeland over here
Photographer.
cartographer. Yes, that's the one.
and
Sorry.
coming to uninhabited from over here. Does that not work?
I'm distracting
we-
Sheldon.
Yes. So,
So
moving
if we left,
from
like,
uninhabited
Lower
uninhabited island that direction would bring you to the top of Oasis.
so it doesn't
Good.
go straight across?
The vertice is on Simic Isles. So it's if you draw a perpendicular line from the point, like inhabited island, or I'll draw it for you. Inhabited island to Simic Island is this way. So you draw a perpendicular line across Simic Island, which is the North Pole, and that's where your line goes. So your line is down here this way, so your line would be up here this way.
Okay,
We
so
can also just say we go to the cartographer or something and have them give us, or I guess when we set up our travel, then Sheldon can just tell us this is the way that they set it up for you in the order that you told them you wanted to go. And it's because they're paying
Thank you for
it.
that input, because as the DM, I will tell you, if you give me the list of jobs that you want to do, I'll tell you how to get there the fastest.
Right, because
Above
they're
the table.
paying for it. So they want it to be cheap. They're like, get on this Frontier airline flight.
Yeah, they're not going to be like, go to Felicity, then go to Suckstuck Swamp, then go up to Mount Nevea, then go over to Oasis,
Yeah,
and then
we're
over to
just-
Fisherman's Detriment and up to Felicity.
We're thinking way too into it that we have to be the ones that handle this. We have to do
Right.
the mission. The travel is us just kicking back, guys.
So
Save
what
some
are-
of that pocket change for the margaritas.
So what's our pathway here?
So,
Did somebody
what,
say margaritas?
what jobs are you guys doing?
We know
I
we
mean-
want to do Mount Nevea, Uninhabited Island, and Lakeland City. The order is yet to be determined, from my understanding.
I think we were going to do Lakeland,
Okay.
Let's just
and then
give him the
Nevea,
3.
and then Uninhabited.
And then back to Falla City.
Yes. For the Valley City mission. So that way our travel is completely paid for.
All right. So, get this straight. You guys want to do Mount Nevea, Lakeland City, and Uninhabited Island.
Reverse the
And-
order of the first two, then the information is correct.
So Lakeland Island first.
9111. 9111.
And then back to Falla City.
Yep.
For the Falla City job.
That job might already be done by
That's the
time.
order you guys want to do them in, because if you tell them that's the order you want to do it in, then they're just going to set up the travel for that order.
Yes, I think that's
Yes.
that's what we want to lock it into.
Okay.
Knowing that
So-
information, now we can get the objects we need.
Yes. Everyone be
So-
sure to get yourself some cold weather clothes, please.
I kind of think Fisherman's Detriment would be interesting too.
Well,
we could hit that on the last job.
I'm kind of looking at Fisherman's Detriment and seeing that CR8.
Yeah, I'm aware. That's why. But that keep in mind, we're gonna have hit 2 or 3 other locations first.
Yeah.
If we do Uninhabited and then add Fisherman's Detriment after that, and then Foul City.
Yeah, and we can do
So-
that.
To give you an idea, the encounter with the apes that you just had was a CR8. If you had had all of your players there, that would have been a very easy thing for you to take out that ape.
Yeah, also not rolling the 1 on the encounter table to have the extra boss in there.
No, not
Yeah.
not the nightmares, the giant ape that
Oh,
they
okay,
encountered
gotcha.
on the
Yeah,
in
if we
in
were
the
all there,
forest.
that would not be difficult.
Above
But-
the table, what were the nightmares?
Oh, man.
A
What do you
lot.
mean? What were the
Challenge
nightmares?
rating.
Like first year.
Oh, the ones that you got, you had 2 CR5s, I believe, 2 CR7s, and 1 CR8,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
It was 5 5s and 1 7.
For
No, it
total
wasn't 5 5s and
CR
1
of
7.
50 because Minx rolled a nat 1 on a D100.
You're welcome.
So I'll look it up real quick.
So, Lakeland, Nevea, Uninhabited, Detriment, Foul City. Correct?
Hostile. You had 2 CR8s,
Okay.
1 CR7, and 2 CR5s was that encounter. It was a total of about a CR10 to CR11 encounter.
Okay.
Deadly.
It was extremely deadly for you guys. So CR6 is going to be decently easy. The difference in difficulty with Prominence is you are not allowed in Prominence. You are a rival school. So you have to be very...
Invited.
Stealthy.
You have to be able to hide your presence as Felicity citizens. The difficulty in New Anglia is it's not difficult at all. It's just beasts attacking livestock. It's just an encounter. Oasis is a desert environment. That's the difficulty there, is you're traversing the desert and you're going to have disadvantages because of heat and exhaustions and stuff like that. Fisherman's Detriment and Simic Isles is the water-based combat. You're going to encounter sea creatures. You're going to encounter coral reefs and things of that nature where you have to be underwater. Swamps are swamps.
Good.
Like, that's pretty obvious. Swamps and a vortex of mist in a swamp is going to be swampy.
Heavy armor is not something that all of us have as well.
Right.
Yeah, so
Fisherman's
Looks like
Detriment.
a
So.
small pass.
Right. And then the uninhabited island, you know nothing about this island. They say it's a CR6 because they're just getting flora and fauna. It's just a research mission. So you might have some inclement weather, but nothing else really. But you're also adventurers. You're not biologists. So all
I
of
say
these
let's
are not
leave
guaranteed to be those encounters, but you're going to, that's the average difficulty of the mission.
Okay.
So
How hard it would be.
I vote because not all of us have heavy armor like Morgan. And I'll kind of look over at Minxalia. I say we avoid Fisherman Detriment.
But also, having heavy armor slows you down in water. So, not sure why that's mentioned for a water environment.
We're also going to be on a boat.
That too.
All right, the one for Fisherman's Detriment is a sea creature. You're going to be on a boat with fishermen trying to combat a sea creature.
It does say aquatic combat skills, though.
Right.
Meaning we'll probably be thrown off into the water and have to do partial water combat.
Right. You might encounter things from Simic Isles because they have a little bit of a conflict going on there. One's trying to protect the reef, the other one's fishing. So it's obviously going to be a conflict of interest. So 9-1-11 is the final
9-1-11
verdict.
Okay, yeah, let's just do that and then head back to Foul City after that. So
We could check the sending stone. They
Yeah.
said we could send a message and we don't necessarily have to arrive.
So-
We could pick up another message and they'll pay for our travel to where we go next.
And take these notes real quick. Yeah. And uninhabited. All right, you guys are welcome to go shopping for your preferences for what you want, items that you need.
Oh, one more thing before everyone leaves. I asked the lady about how much money do you think a good pocket change spending would be for us if our travel is being paid for. Do you have a recommendation of how much we should carry with us for said missions outside of Valley City?
It's essentially whatever you need for your lifestyle, I guess. Some people take about 10 gold a day, some people all the way down to a couple silver a day. Seems like you have a couple here that are a little bit more bougie than the rest of us. But for my personal travel, I usually plan for about a gold a day for whatever expenses I would need. If you're talking about doing multiple missions, you will have access to payment at each of the
upon completion of each task.
Yeah, if you go to one of the Adventuring Academy outposts,
Okay,
you would be able to collect payment there.
noted.
Very good. Okay, so
you are also allowed as adventurers to take jobs along the way from random people. So I encountered when I was out adventuring quite often, certain people needed certain things done, and it would lower the costs, and I could take the difference in that lowered cost. So if it costs 500 gold to boat across the ocean, but you can increase the speed of travel and reduce the strain on the sailors. Sometimes they reduce the price and they pay you that back in gold.
Ah, very good. I appreciate all your information. I wish we could send a sending stone to you if we needed any more.
Yeah, you can always check in at the outposts or with your mentor or with the cannon for more information on open job positions.
Very good. Okay. I guess we shall all meet up for dinner in the evening. Does that sound all right?
That's a question for all the players, not the DM.
Sounds
Yes.
perfectly well.
Sounds good to me.
That's fine by me.
Yes. One last thing. We were supposed to meet with another compatriot. Would you have any way of contacting them for us? And just giving them a location for our dinner tonight? We could meet them then.
Sorry, I missed that. I was in the middle of typing.
No, I was just asking her if she could send a message out to the person we are supposed to pick up that we didn't meet with, so they could meet us for dinner in the evening. And we'll just, if anybody wants to say where that is, I don't really have a particular preference, just...
So, she'll say 1 second, and she'll, Thorbeck, you hear in your mind, Thorbeck, are you on your way here? Your group said that they have not heard from you yet. You were supposed to meet them here yesterday. This is why you lost your last group. End of message. And you can respond to
Oof.
it.
He's
Hold the
gonna
fuck out.
like pause for a minute and then say, well, I'm on my way now, yes.
You guys, she'll sit there and she's rubbing her forehead like, why do I have this job? Why am I not doing something else? And she's like, he says he's on his way. Take care of that one for me. He's kind of a special project of mine. He's lost several adventuring groups because he's eccentric and they don't want to deal with him, but you guys seem to have several eccentric people in your group. So he might fit in really well, but at the same time, have a little patience with him. He is really beneficial to have around. He's just really difficult sometimes.
I was just about to ask how we put in for a transfer.
And you'll
we'll
see
give him a
just
try.
all of the hope just drain out of her body at that statement.
We'll give him a try for your information.
And before you get the chance to say that, she's sliding you a piece of paper that's literally a
Transfer request.
a transfer request to get him out of your group.
I'll hold on to this. Thank
Thorbeck,
And-
you step up the stairs right outside the entrance and open the door to walk in the door.
More like swing the door open as I stumble into it.
So are we
Again.
going back into Phallus City so we can see the tokens and...
Yeah. As you all see Thorbeck, Emberforge, stumble in. And for reference, to be clear what his staff actually looks like, because I can't put it into his picture. If I can get Thorbeck to actually work. There we go. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Stupid thing. Edit. Go. That's what his staff looks like.
Sweet.
Uh,
Well, that's pretty dope.
okay, think I'm gonna have to. Yeah. I think I'm gonna.
And
have
he's
to
kind of
refresh.
leaning in onto the staff as he kind of steps forward and like, ooh, doors.
Hello, friend. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. What
Salutations,
do you go-
friend.
What do you
Are you
go
the people
by?
I'm supposed to meet?
I believe so.
Well, my name is Thorbeck. I'm a monk. And I really like ale.
I'm sorry, did you say a drunk?
I said monk, friend.
Ah,
You know, I punch
Monk's
people.
drink?
yeah. That is odd, but not unheard of. Which order are you with?
Order
Well,
of the
I
Drunken
align
Twist.
with the fucking brain. Can't remember words. Sorry, one moment.
As he's stumbling, like into the room and stumbling over his words, Valeth, roll a perception check. Anybody else who is like really intently watching him, roll a perception check.
I will as soon as
Why?
I continue reloading.
Zyra, you walk in behind him pulling your little cart, which has at this point transformed into a backpack.
Yes.
Oh my god.
It transforms into a backpack as you walk in, and you walk over to the main desk and inquire about adventurers heading out so that you can join them and collect more resources.
And what's the lady's name that's at the desk?
I don't know. It's just a generic receptionist. They cycle.
Oh.
She's not important.
Yeah, not important at all.
Based
Well, I
on-
just figured I might
Name
know
list.
her since I go out frequently. So
There's just too many of them to keep track, and I don't want to keep track of time.
Thorbeck
And
knows one, apparently.
But Grayson, you do notice that while Thorbeck seems to be completely fucking drunk, like completely out of his wits, he is very, very clear in his eyes and in his movements. You can notice imperceptible patterns in the way he's moving. And it's almost uncanny to see somebody so uncoordinated be doing exactly what they want to do in every motion that they're doing.
I'm gonna pick a couple of rocks off the ground and toss them towards him, one on either side, to see his reaction.
Like as a quote unquote attack towards me.
No, not at you, just more to like the left and the right to see if you can like knock them out of the air, or if you just don't notice it. That way I can like watch if your eyes track it, like, you know, if you toss someone at someone, you can tell if they're paying attention or not, because they either follow it with their eyes, even if they don't react, or it just completely goes right over their head.
He's throwing it at your head.
Do I notice these rocks is the real question.
It depends on your armor class and what his unarmed strike would be, because it's an improvised weapon. You're attempting to
All right, do
to
the
deceive him
rolls.
into thinking that you're trying to hit him to see if he reacts to it. I sure hope he.
Not exactly.
It's gonna be. Well, that's how
It's
you're
more
describing
like
it. You're not
to-
actively trying to hurt him. You're trying to test his reflexes, which would require him to think that you're a threat,
All right,
or
fair
at least
enough.
the objects are a threat.
Unarmed strike.
Yeah, it's an
Improvised
unarmed strike attack roll. So a 23 would hit your armor class, Thorbeck. What are you going to do?
Let's see.
Those would be considered missiles or projectiles. For reference.
That's what I can think of.
Would I do the dexterity saving throw, or would he?
I think it's
Good
you
question.
if he's targeting you.
I'm
to
targeting your
attack at you.
projectiles.
So you save one. How many? You threw 2 rocks at him?
Yeah,
Or
do
do
I
it
need
again.
to do another? Okay.
Yep. 14 misses, but I believe you can do that even if it's thrown at you and misses, right? Or does it have to hit?
Does defense win or offense?
It's whoever's making the roll is beat. So if it's 14 and 14, he beats your armor class.
Is it not just the aggressor? Because that would debuff saving throws. That would.
Right. So a saving throw, if the DC is 16, if you meet or beat the saving throw, it's a success. The saving throw succeeds. The DC determines failure.
So if it's a 16, the effect goes through on a DC 16.
Yes.
Okay.
Below is a failure. The effects go through. Above is a success. Meets is a success.
For the enemy?
So, for the attempt. There is always an attempt that creates an effect.
Okay.
So if you're casting a spell, there's a DC on the spell. You're intending to create an effect.
Right.
Their saving throw determines whether or not that effect applies to them.
Okay.
So the effect wins on a meet or beat.
All right, so I guess at this point, what I'm wondering, because my goal is to just knock them away from me. Like, he'd probably just use his staff and, like, drunkenly almost stumble and fall, but catch himself while hitting the rocks away with his...
Okay, so you're not
staff.
redirecting them. You're just deflecting
Deflect.
them.
Yeah, it'd be a
Okay.
deflect then, just standard.
Okay, yeah, so you just deflect it. Do you reduce the... by a roll, right?
Yeah, it's this many.
What's your dexterity? +3. You would reduce it either way. His rocks would only deal 1 damage, so you don't even need to roll. You already reduced 3,
Nice.
so you reduced it to 0. So as you throw these 2 rocks at him, Valeth, the 2 rocks go flying past your head as Grayson is just slightly behind you, and you watch as still appearing drunkenly. It seems like the staff accidentally gets in the way of the 2 rocks that were thrown. But to Grayson, you see him lock eyes with the rock and then move like fluidly, and the staff goes ping ping off of the rocks. That you know would have hit him directly in the forehead had he not blocked them.
I'm gonna smirk and just mutter under my breath, "Drunken fist."
Roll a history check,
Hmm.
because you might not know what drunken fist is.
Wait, is that actually a thing in D&D?
Yes.
It's
Oh shit!
You don't know yet because you haven't rolled your history check. Okay, you beat a 10.
Grayson.
You know that some monks do constantly remain drunk as a practice.
If I wind
but you
up
don't
sober,
know
it's
the
a bad
details
thing
of
for the
it.
group, okay?
Yeah, you don't know the details of it, but you do know that some monks stay drunk as part of their practice.
All right, I'm gonna pour a little bit of this meat I have into a cup and walk over and hand him the cup.
It is automatically empty, and I hand it back to you. Just
Okay.
Roll a sleight
so-
of hand, because he has a natural 20 perception on that.
sleight of hand for me.
Yeah.
All right. Just
I got a
automatically,
nat
he's
20 from my
chugging it.
perception
It's
right
gone.
now. I see everything.
It was a
Well, that only
29.
applies for this check because it's part of this little interaction.
No.
You do see him drink it, but it is so fast. Like it's like watching the Flash drink something in slow motion. It doesn't really apply. It looks like normal speed, and everything else is slow motion. So he just downs it and hands it back.
So we have a drunk monk. Great. It'll go great
Bailiff.
with our band.
Bailiff, did you roll a history check for me? Because you were trying to see. Okay, yeah, you don't recognize it.
He just thinks he's a monk that's drunk.
Okay.
Drunk ass
That in toys.
dwarf.
Well, thank God none of us know how to make alcohol.
My character is just gonna be like, I like him.
So,
He's-
you guys
he's
will all
just
hear.
like, I know how to make alcohol.
Guys, excuse me. As the lady from the front desk is trying to get your attention.
Oh yes, yes.
Yes.
Hey,
He's gonna
The
stumble up closer to the group.
Academy would like to ask you a favor. If you would have this person accompany you on your travels. She is currently trying to find alchemical materials, and she may be a benefit to your party. All of her expenses for this travel are going to be paid by the Academy, but she needs to travel with adventurers for both protection and for access to alchemical supplies. Would you be willing to travel with her?
Don't see why not. Any help is help.
Grayson doesn't
I would
care.
look around to the group and look at Morgan and Drada and be like,
You can't make alcohol, can you? We have to sober this one up.
Siren, that would be you.
Yeah, I'm
So Rebecca just chuckles sober.
alcohol.
I'm gonna put my hand on Bailiff's shoulder and just whisper to him, we should not sober him up.
Okay, it sounds dangerous. Could I get another one of those forms, ma'am, just in case? I guess.
She just sets it on the table. It's like a stack for one for
Thank
every
you.
part of your adventuring party, because currently you have Mingsalia standing there silent, Drada standing there silent. Drada, you roll a perception check for me.
Mhm.
Morrigan is currently staring at the smoldering job posting for prominence, and she's just like dead-eyeing it, waiting till it's completely ash before her attention moves away from it. So she has no idea what's going on. Drada, you do notice that the person that they're talking about is another drow.
Hmm.
And Dracul is just kind of standing over in the corner silent. So she's like, here's like 12. Because
Dracul's
you're going to
been
need
trying to
all
talk.
new adventurers.
To be fair,
Thank
Minx is staring at all the available job postings, trying to figure out as much information as possible.
I'll
So,
just
although she's
lean over. I'll lean over to Minx and just say, could you take these papers? These are just in case we need to fill these out for any of our party members and we need to replace them. And
Sure.
thank you. And I'll give them to Minx.
Paper is placed in inventory.
I won't need to be replaced.
So that would be 12 stacks of transfer request forms.
Noted.
How much per stack?
Yeah, then.
1. 12 sheets.
No.
Yeah, the form is like 15 pages long.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
Well,
so it's 12. Like, this would be like if you were trying to get your coworker in a federal job fired, or like a fellow union worker fired. It's a
Oh.
fucking stack. It's like HR department fill out paperwork.
Oh boy.
All right. Well, where should we meet for supper tonight? And then I guess we can all be on our way. Don't forget, if you require it, use this listing, and I'll get one of the listings for everybody so they can see what it is that they need for these missions that we took. That way,
The
they all
best
have
food
it.
is in the Felicity Academy, but there's no alcohol in the Felicity Academy.
Can you guys hear me?
No.
Now
yes.
we can.
Yep.
Okay, I
Yep.
was trying to talk, and it's like, okay, maybe they can't hear me because Valeth started talking over me, and then Sheldon said that I was just standing there quietly, so I messaged Siren. It's like, can you guys not hear me?
Yeah, I purposely said that as a cue to you that we could not hear you if you were talking. You're just standing there staring at the ceiling.
Go ahead if you have something that you wanted to say before.
Before that, you can eat in other places. You will have to pay for it. The academy is free, but they don't serve alcohol in any way. But you guys are free to go anywhere and interact as you were. I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that the food was usually supplied at the mess hall.
But above the table, they're okay with our Thorbeck BYOBing to eat.
They
Like,
don't have a choice.
It's not forbidden to be drunk in the academy if he's a student.
Would you flare your symbol to them at all at that statement?
I'd kind of
question.
It's tied around the end of my staff and like wiggle it a little bit, drawing attention to
I
it.
was saying it above the table still, but
Oh, okay.
I was saying.
No, they don't have a problem with anybody drinking. They just don't supply the alcohol.
It is a school full of relatively children.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't want to pay the bill.
Every person at the academy has to be of adult age.
Okay.
But they are
Young adults usually.
Young adults, and the academy is of the mindset that you should be
Of sober
careful with your faculties. You don't have to be sober, but you should be responsible for yourself.
Mindful.
I like to think that they had too many bad experiences with some Thorbeck-liked individuals.
No,
and now
mostly
it's
orcs.
Too expensive.
Orcs and
Too
half orcs
expensive.
are severely detrimental when they've been drinking. That and goblins, which it's a melting pot. Felicity is a complete melting pot. You will find a person of everything in this area.
So what does everybody prefer
City
to
of many
eat?
races.
While everybody is going to be talking and doing all their thing, Drada is going to be kind of like glancing over and kind of gauging the other drow, trying to assess them, I guess.
I don't know why you guys insist on putting yourselves to where you can't see your names. If you spread yourselves out just a tiny little bit.
I left myself where I was placed there, Mr. Game Master.
There we go. Now everybody can see each other's names. Yeah, there we go. Everybody is homunculus.
All in
Oh
one.
my god.
So
Wait, I have
Dracul
my-
would ask what everybody prefers by way of eating.
Food.
But what kind of food?
Beer.
Edible food.
The not poisonous kind.
Mead.
Do you prefer something heavy and greasy, or
A heavy
light
mead is
and
pretty
full of
good.
protein?
Seeing as how we're going to be going on travels, I feel like protein might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Nothing too heavy. You don't want to get a bad gut.
Is there a steakhouse?
And I was going to recommend this steakhouse that I used to frequent when I was younger.
I'm
As
down
As
for a
recommendations
steakhouse.
are concerned, there's a good tavern down the street.
Thorbeck, they do serve alcohol at this steakhouse.
But do they serve mead or ale?
Usually something a little stronger. They might have some mead or ale on hand.
Hmm.
And I have some
whiskey would be good, though.
I do have some acquaintances there that I could talk to see about getting some information on the thief that has been burglaring Bala City. See if they could gather some information while we are out.
I'm down to do there.
So you guys would be able to go to the Gilded Griffin, which is the tavern that why am I struggling with names so much today? Thorbeck. Thorbeck is talking about the Gilded Griffin, and Dracul, I believe, is the one who's talking about the meat house.
The steakhouse,
Called
yes.
the Meat House.
Meat house.
They don't serve steak.
Just lots of different meats.
Like there's beef, but if you're gonna be a meat house or steakhouse type place in a fantasy world, you're probably gonna serve shit like Great Ape.
Will there be any
Fair.
beetles?
Oh yeah. I'd be down to eat a great ape after that fucking shit show.
Coincidentally, Grayson, we do have some ape meat that we can sell to this meat house as well.
Ooh.
And that
I
meat
like
house is called the Roaring Flame.
I vote for the meat house.
So we can
As
all
long as
meet
they
up
have
at
good
the
ale.
Roaring Flame. Grayson, you, Morgan, and I can sell them the ape meat that we gathered from our hunt yesterday. So, what time is it above table right now? What time is it?
About 8:30.
So, should we meet
8
there,
PM?
say, at 11 o'clock?
PM? Or AM? 2300?
But I'm waiting for the game master to say if it's AM or PM.
It's PM. You guys
PM.
like to adventure at night, so
Okay.
it's 8 PM when you
So-
guys wake up.
Should we meet there about 11 o'clock?
11 AM? Like, what time are you trying to meet? 11 PM or 11 AM?
An hour before the midnight.
Can we use
okay.
24-hour format for the time being?
Does everybody know 24
No,
hour
I
format?
enjoyed the confusion.
Does everybody here
11
above
o'clock
table,
in the
does
morning.
everybody
If they
here
say
know
2300, do you know what I'm saying?
2300
Yes.
AM or PM?
2300 we will meet there. It is currently 2000.
2030? It is
I have
currently
no idea
2030.
what y'all are saying.
It's military time.
It's only 12 hours on
I
the
know.
clock. Why are you talking about 20? Do you not know how to read numbers?
Oh, goodness me.
A crayon for a living.
Marines.
Of course I know numbers. You can write all numbers 1 through 10 with a crayon.
But what is your favorite crayon?
Y'all know my
Blue
favorite.
Crayola, for sure.
My dad was in the Air Force. I like Sharpie crayons.
The
So
Chair
supper
Force.
supper time for us would be like
Breakfast.
in the morning. Yeah,
Yeah.
like so. We can meet up
So-
in 3 hours. How about that? Is that enough? time for
2300.
everyone
We
to-
need that much time. I mean, are we planning on leaving tonight?
Yes.
I'll be at the tavern.
I mean, we know what missions we're doing, so we might as well start shopping.
Y'all are doing missions, eh?
Yes,
Oh,
you're coming with
yes.
us, Thorbeck. We were told to
Ah.
drag you along. I assume there won't be any.
Well, what kind of
Issue.
places will we be going?
Go check the board. We're doing 9, 1, 11, 6, and 3 from the board in that order.
Are they numbered?
No,
They
they're
are.
not. No, they're not numbered. You will have to count.
Are those AM or PM?
They're FM.
Oh, got it.
All right. So 3 hours from now at the steakhouse or the meat house. Sorry.
Are you guys
How
sure
long is
you're
3
doing
hours?
6 and 3 as well?
I thought we decided against 6 and do 9, 1, 11.
What, 9, 1, 11, 3? Was it?
9, 1, 11.
Yeah, I thought we were
3.
for sure putting 3 to go back to Valley City just in case.
I
Yeah.
thought we were skipping
We can-
Fisherman's Detriment because
We
of
can
the-
skip 6. Do 9,
We'll
1,
see.
11, 3.
Yeah.
We'll see
We
what's happening.
we'll see once we get done with the.
Well, yeah, we
You
gotta
would
go
know
through
that
the
this you have 11 jobs posted here,
1, 2,
and you probably have
3, 4, 5,
about
6, 7, 8.
800 adventurers. The job board is going to change pretty quickly, so you might be able to get 3 jobs done before you have to really check in, but doing more than 3 jobs, you're probably going to end up with one of them having already been completed.
Well, and
Especially
that-
lower level CRs. The lower level CRs are going to be in and outs.
Wait a
We'll
minute.
probably start with 9, 1, 3 then, and then or 9, 1, 11, and if we can get a job at Valley City, we'll go.
But
with
there's
that.
only
If
10 on
3
the
is
board.
up.
Yeah.
Roll a perception check for me.
Who? Me?
Whoever
Who
said
said
there's only 10 on the board.
That would be
I
throwback.
said that. Yes.
Oh, it's because he's a drunk.
It's because there's
No,
one
it's
that's marked
because
on the floor.
Morgan burned prominence off.
Yeah, that's right.
Perception.
I think you
Okay.
need another crayon there.
By the way,
Grayson?
Minxalia, it is party member transfer form,
I like
not replacement
it.
form.
She'll think it's replacement
Transfer.
form. That's what she's marking them on.
All right, I got a 5 on that perception.
They already
check.
have a title written on top of
Gosh
them.
dang it.
Do you scribble out the title and put replacement?
I'm gonna do
Write
that.
replacement.
I'm gonna
on
do
it?
that on each of them. That seems chaotic. Let's do that.
Okay, that's
So I
fine
got
by
a
me.
5 on that perception though. So do I not
Okay.
notice that there are 10?
I'm gonna
You
take that
walk
back.
up-
I'll actually change it to what it's supposed to be. I'm not gonna cross
You,
them out. She
you
has
do
so much-
notice there's only 10. You mention it, and everybody just kind of ignores that you asked about the 11th.
Okay.
As Morgan is standing next to you, that you barely notice the existence of this behemoth that is just standing next to you, staring at a smoldering thing on the ground. The DC was 4.
Okay.
You
Don't
barely
worry.
beat it.
She'll be okay. Don't worry.
That's the first time Morgan's been stealthy and she isn't even here for it.
Oh man.
And she looks extremely troubled, just staring at the
Thorbeck is
smoldering.
still confused as to what the locations are.
You guys mentioned to him what
We are
or actually.
going to.
So you don't even see 10 on the board because they took a couple. So you see
Oh shit.
5.
We're going to Lakeland City. We're going to Mount Nevaeh. And then we are going to Fisherman's Detriment.
No, we're going to an
It's been a while since I've been to
island.
Mount Nevaeh. I could visit my brothers.
Sorry, yep.
How about the
uninhabited
Swaying
island.
Peaks?
We are going to an uninhabited island, you oaf.
Yeah.
Yes.
An
Since he
uninhabited
said
island.
Swaying Peaks, and I'm from Mount Nevaeh as well, can I get another history check with like advantage to see if I would
Yes.
know? Okay. I need that advantage because I got a +0. There we go.
Yeah, you need
Thank
that
God for the advantage.
Yeah, you did.
I'm just trying to hopefully
So,
figure
as-
out that him being drunk is a good thing.
As you say that, you get this image of the first time you were invited to a tavern by the people at in that area of Mount Nevaeh, and they invited you to this tavern that's up in the floating hills, and it was complete and utter fucking chaos in this tavern as the whole mountain moves and gravity shifts and the tables are all bolted to the walls and everybody is just falling out of the sky. They're slamming against walls, spilling beer. Like, it's just complete chaos. And that's your only memory of it. But you do remember that there is a group of drunks that call themselves... Let me go back to it. The Swaying Peaks Brotherhood.
Oh.
Which are mostly dwarfs, but there are other people in that group that mostly worship Pan-Seath, the god of war, carousing, and alcohol. And most of them are monks of the Drunken Fist.
Ah, this makes much more sense now. I too am from Mount Nevaeh and it's one reason why we've chosen that mission, but I see now that you being a little inebriated or very inebriated is going to
What
be
do you
to our
mean? I'm not
benefit.
inebriated.
If I were you, I would be on the ground, my friend. And I'll just reach out my
This means
hand
you
and say,
liver.
It is very nice to have you with us.
You said you extended your hand?
Yeah, to
Okay,
pick
hold
his.
on. Let's see. What would I do for this? I want to know how good dexterity, maybe? Because I'm gonna try to reach for your hand, but I'm also maybe performance.
It would be because you would have to be acting, so it would be a performance and a dexterity check to see if you can actually convincingly miss his hand.
All right.
How come we can't see the additives for Winthorbeck? So like everyone else, I can see like the
Because
plus
he's
plus
partially
6.
DM.
Oh, that's dumb.
Well, you shouldn't be paying attention to your other people's additives anyway.
I just wanted to see if that was a nat 20 for the 21.
No.
I know, that's what I was curious about.
You
That
should
was a
be
17.
calling if it's a natural 20. You shouldn't actually be looking at other people's modifiers. Just to be clear, if they roll a natural 20, they should be calling out that they rolled a natural 20.
Oh yeah.
10 foreskin.
Woo! All right. So I'm just gonna kind of go to grab your hand and then go underneath it and like almost twist and then catch myself with my staff. I'm like, oh. Maybe I'm a little further gone than I thought.
Always light on your feet.
Say again?
Always light on your feet. Accidentally nimble, if you will.
But then I'm gonna actually like go to shake your hand, and instead of your hand directly, I'm gonna go for your forearm. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And
Predator
then shake
handshake.
it. Yeah.
All right. I will do the same thing back. I am going to be off to the Pet Emporium, Familiar Emporium, and I will see you all for dinner.
I'll come with you. I'm planning to go there too.
Where were we going
as well
again?
as the blacksmith.
The meat place?
Meat Hall.
We are going to the
Yes.
Roaring Flame.
Roaring.
I'll go with
I know
Bailiff.
it. I'm very
I will
intentionally acting like an idiot.
go with Valeth as well, because I'm curious what that is.
Where are you going, Siren?
Well, I was wondering if I should, because I have that thing that you talked about yesterday, but should I buy or get an herbalism kit? Do I need it since I have that it does all thing or whatever?
So it's a tool. A kit is different. Unless you say it is.
No, an herbalism kit is a tool. So the herbalism kit can be created with your artificer's tools. But you would get proficiency on that herbalism kit if you did. But you don't need to go out and get any tools right now. Every day at the beginning of the day, you can create whatever tool set you need for yourself every long rest.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I have enough.
But if you want to have more toolkits available to you, you can buy toolkits and then figure out how to use them.
If you need to use 2 toolkits simultaneously to do something, you would have to have, I think, both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or isn't it like 10 minutes and you can change your tool, but it's like, obviously an out of combat type situation.
I don't quite remember. She'd have to look on her character sheet to find out.
Yeah, I know it's not like snap your fingers instantaneous.
For switching tools kits?
Right. Doing your right tool for the job. I think it takes...
Shit, that's not what I wanted to do.
X amount of time.
I need to activate everybody on that. I did not want to do that. I wanted to configure. My bad.
I don't know. What that would be under.
What your the right tool for the job feat.
Okay.
So everybody should be in the Felicity tab. I accidentally brought everybody over to the wrong tab.
It requires 1 hour of uninterrupted work. But it says that it vanishes when you use this feature again. So if I use it to create like an herbalism kit, if I use it again, then that herbalism kit that I created is gone.
Correct. It's one tool that you can turn into multiple different tools. So it's not that you're creating one, it's that the one tool is becoming the tool you need. And then when you change it, it changes from the tool you had to the tool that you need next.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry, you guys brought an extra tavern in, and I'm trying to create that extra tavern real quick while you guys are doing that.
So, okay, Val, I'm gonna message you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mullet. I'm Val,
Some of us knew who you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wrong campaign there.
I just invented a tavern.
Asshole.
All right, so
You're very
fucking
welcome.
3 of us are going to the animal guy.
Hey, don't be cheating and looking at my taverns, Bowen.
I'm back.
What do you mean?
Welcome back.
Who's the
While
bee
you were gone,
bandit?
you were sneaky.
Are being sneaky.
Yeah, Bandit's the one that's getting stuck.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm always getting stuck.
What did I miss?
You were sneaky without trying to be sneaky because there was a mission to prominence and you burned it and
Okay.
I
Thorbeck.
figured that would be really appropriate for your character to be like, I'm not fucking going back there.
Yeah.
Suck a
Yeah.
dick job of prominence.
Yeah.
Thorbeck
Yeah.
didn't even realize that you were
Okay.
standing there as he was looking at the board.
Okay.
So you
So
were
I burned
sneaky.
shit down, and I was sneaky. Okay, sounds
You burned
about
a
right.
sheet of paper,
Okay.
not
Cool.
a building.
Okay. Happy to help.
Also, Thorbeck has been properly introduced.
Yes.
Right. So, since you weren't there, we can just. Thorbeck is the. It's been established that you barely heard. He is a drunken monk.
Rad. Love that.
And you are also kind of introduced to Zyra, which nobody decided to interact with her other than to stare at her. As you all just scattered to the winds and left her to find her way to meet you at a tavern or a meat house.
Mm-hmm.
And she is a drow alchemist artificer.
Okay. So where are we at now?
I'm a
What are we doing now?
brutificer. Ha.
So we can go out and do whatever. So far, me, Valeth, and Drada are planning to go to the pet and emporium thing. I can't read it because Valeth's name is in the way.
Do any of our characters have any connection whatsoever to the new people?
Nope.
No.
No.
Okay.
Aside from, I think, who is it? Valeth and Thorbeck are from the same area?
Oh, sure.
There
Yeah.
They don't know each
could
other.
be another
and
connection, but we don't know.
Drada and Zyra are both drow.
Okay. I don't trust new people. Just putting that out there.
Neither does Drada.
So if y'all fuck up, I have a mace, and I know how to use it. Okay.
Drada, what did you roll a perception check to see Zyra?
Yes,
Yeah.
I did. Yep.
What was that? A 9?
Yeah.
Roll. Is your symbol open, Siren? Openly
Yes.
visible for your deity?
Yes.
Roll a religion check with advantage because you would be able to identify Loth's symbol very quickly.
It's not.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Getting there. She would have, as soon as she saw that you were a drow, she would have tried to see who you were with, as
Okay.
she is very against Loth. So you see her religious symbol, and it is not Loth at all.
Okay.
Zyra, you can tell her what she sees in that symbol and who it's for, and all that.
Okay. So, on my cloak, I actually have a brooch or clasp that holds it together. Sorry, now I'm reading something else.
Just do that. You can read it after.
Okay, I was like,
It's
what?
not important. I needed time to type it out.
Right, and it's made of a metal that you may or may not recognize, but it has the symbol of a hand with some silver. That looks like they do adorn the rings, but the rings that are on the hand are actual silver.
Okay.
All right.
So- Would I recognize the symbol itself to be able to identify the deity, or would I just know, okay, that's not Lolth?
With the 21, you recognize the deity. You know exactly who she's worshiping, and what church she's following, and that she is not allied at all with Loth in any way, shape, or form. But that she's a drow and that she's a crafter.
Okay.
Can Valeth perceive?
Would you try to perceive the religious aspect as well?
Yes.
Religion check.
And I'm just gonna. So okay.
You see the symbol, but you don't really know what it is. It doesn't cue into any major deities that you can think of. So you all went your separate ways. I'm assuming Mingsalia is in the vast emptiness because she is not going to any stores.
At this moment, I'm trying to just go over all of my materials and the information that I have. She's starting to get interested in wanting to go to the first stop on the actual outward expedition. So she's starting to focus more on getting ready for actual travel instead of shopping more.
Okay. Torbeck. One second. Thing. Let me move the tile. I assume I know where you're going, so I will. If you click on that tile, it should take you where you need to go.
Oh, bet. Can I move my character into the tile? That'd be neat.
I wish you could, but you have to click on the tile to go there.
Oh, I'm going there.
How did we meet them?
How did you meet
They
Torbeck?
just walked up.
The both of them.
So-
Thorbeck was supposed to be the one that we met before we went hunting.
Okay.
Okay. Let the DM describe things that the DM's supposed to be describing, please.
Sorry.
The Torbeck was supposed to meet you the night before. He did not
Mhm.
show up. You guys took your rest. You met back at the reception area trying to figure out where he was.
Okay.
He got called after you guys discussed jobs and where you're going to be going.
Uh-huh.
He got called in. He busted through the door drunkenly as Zyra followed behind him. She went to the front desk. He talked to Valeth, Grayson, and everybody else. Then
I don't think I interacted with Dracul.
Well, Dracul tried, but he was staring at the ceiling because he was muted.
Or Drada.
But then the front desk lady asked if Zara could accompany you guys, as she is looking for alchemical materials and needs escort. So her travel is paid for, but she needs to travel with you guys for protection. So she's going to be traveling with you, but nobody really interacted with her, and you were frustratedly staring at a burnt note. So you kind of saw all this happen, and then they started discussing alcohol and shopping, and you were like, "Ooh, shiny."
Alcohol!
I like alcohol and shopping. So you
is
probably
Morgan gonna
followed
come to
Torbeck.
the tavern?
Can I do
With that
some-
reaction, you're going to follow Torbeck, I bet.
Probably.
He's going to a tavern.
But can I
His name
do
is
some
Thorbeck.
kind of like check to see if I trust them initially?
Insight check. Roll 2
Yeah.
insight checks. And 2 religion checks.
Religion and insight. Okay. So many windows! Oh my god.
Yeah, how do you think I feel? I am having 4 whispered conversations and running 6 taverns and 5 player interactions and 8 players. And I have to keep in mind all my NPCs.
Okay. That's the first set.
Okay, so
You have terrible insight. Good
I'm
religion.
kind of an idiot. Had you not already guessed?
I don't believe that.
So the first one you would have done that for is Thorbeck. Thorbeck does not have any noticeable religious accoutrement that you see. Insight, he's fairly trustworthy. He's a drunk. So, and then
We'll
you were
get
told
along.
that he's a drunk because he's a drunken monk, and he's supposed to be that way. So,
Drinking buddy.
so yeah, you kind of like instantly fall in line with that. Zyra doesn't seem untrustworthy, but she is a darker form of entity. And with her religion, she is tied to drow gods, which aren't necessarily anti your god, but the alignment is different. So
What is her god?
You don't know.
Okay.
You don't know enough detail to be able to pick that out. Because it's Underdark related. So, and you don't really have a lot of experience with Underdark related.
But I'm sure I'll probably get into talking about that eventually.
Yeah. I'm gonna move those tiles because that's bugging me.
Will
It's
you be
literally
sober enough
stopping
to
me from
remember
doing
the
my job.
conversation, though?
Yes.
It's bugging me so much.
What's happening?
Okay. Where the tiles were positioned on the map, it was fucking up my vision with the background of the city. And it was literally like I could not unfocus from it. It was driving me crazy.
Understandable. I'm fucking with the tiles so things happen. Just so you know.
Right. So, by the way, I just got reminded of a note. Drada and Valith, you both would know. Let's see. I don't remember if you identified who hers was. A 10. Yeah. You would know that Karan Saley was a enemy of Elistray and Kalevmore.
Okay.
And Minxalia, would you be interested in rolling a religion check?
Yeah, I'll participate. I mean, where is the event happening?
It would have been in your initial meeting with them.
Sure.
I was just notified of information that I forgot.
I was actually just looking for that information, so.
There you go.
A natural one. You have no
Oh.
idea. You are too busy looking at the poster, the job board.
Absolutely.
It checks. Grayson, you don't really have any ties to religion that would deeply require you to know those things. I don't know why you would look at it, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough.
Wow, shiny metal.
They are looking at it because they have Valith and Drada have specific reasons to hate specific deities, so they would actively try to not be around those specific deities.
Gotcha.
Am I just indifferent?
Yours, you don't have a clash. There's no.
Okay.
It's another deity to you. It's not like there's no interaction between your god and her god in that sense.
Well, it doesn't really matter to me.
Right. And same thing with
Grayson.
he keeps popping his character on and off of me being able to see.
Ooh.
Grayson, why were you in the Gilded Tavern? Or the Gilded Griffin?
What?
You're not supposed to be in the Gilded Griffin yet.
Wait.
Your
What?
your character was in the Gilded Griffin.
Oh.
In the map section.
I have no idea how. I'm still staring at Falicity.
Thorbeck, his deity is a crafting deity, and he doesn't have any alignment with that. And actually,
Wait, where's the token? Did I get kidnapped?
I just noticed that
Yes.
too.
I
Yes,
think you
you
did.
did.
Is that what you were attempting to do, Bowen? Were you kidnapping Grayson?
No, not in any sense.
He wants some
You probably
cake.
just landed on the tile.
Hold on, sir. What the
Okay.
fuck? Wait a sec.
Yeah,
I'm still setting this thing up.
You probably went like this and were moving your character around with your ADHD self and moved yourself into the space where the tile is, and it transported you to the Gilded Griffin.
Oh shit.
So stop moving your damn character around when you're out of
I didn't realize I was. My bad.
W, A, S, and D, and the up, down, left, and right arrow keys move you around. But Grayson, you would have actually noticed that Karen Sali is aligned with Malar. So you would have noticed that she worships Karen Sali, who is aligned with Malar. They're
okay.
allied deities. So World
Props
War.
for the nat 20 perception.
All right. Let's take this in a organized fashion. I see you three are at that store. Morgan, where are you going? You have a general store, a blacksmith, familiar emporium, potions and healing, Varick, bookstore and scriptorium, or tavern or meat house.
I'm planning to go to the blacksmith too. I just went to this one first because Drada and Valeth were going there too, so I was like, fuck it. I want to
That's
be
so
here
cool
anyways.
that you
I
can
have other
move your
places
to
token
go.
into the space and it takes it to the Gilded Griffith. I love that.
If you were going to follow Thorbeck to the tavern for drinks, we are planning
Unless
on
you want to
meeting-
spend your 1,000 gold.
We are planning on meeting at the Roaring Flame for dinner.
I want to go to the blacksmith.
Okay, move.
Actually.
Are you loaded into Foundry yet?
Yeah, well, my screen is just gray.
All right, you're having technical difficulties. You'll probably have to hit F5 and refresh it.
If you're doing the blacksmith first, I'll go there too, so you don't have to do the blacksmith twice.
Okay. Is anybody else wanting to go to the blacksmith? We'll do it that way.
Minx is gonna wait for everybody to end up at the
Bookstore.
the Roaring Flame. She did all of her shopping already.
Okay. Oh, you're just gonna meet at the? Are you gonna sit at the Roaring Flame the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, I might do some reading there or something. So if anybody shows up early, then I'll interact with people who show up early.
Okay, I have an interaction for you.
Perfect.
So
We last
that's
though,
everybody
but yeah.
that wants to be at the
So
blacksmith.
you
We'll
could-
go in a clockwise direction. Everybody that wants to go to the blacksmith, be up in the blacksmith area.
Perfect.
Oh, okay. For some reason, Chrome really just does not like Foundry for me.
All right, I got that one figured out.
All right.
I'm ready to know though.
As you two enter Zyra, did you decide to go into the tavern?
Yeah.
Okay, you can also set up your shop and try to sell stuff if you want to do that too.
Oh, outside of the thing? Outside of the
Yeah,
tavern?
like if you just want to set up shop and sell stuff for a couple hours and then go to the tavern and then do that all that, we can set that up too. Just so you know it's an option.
Where did
All right. As you walk into the blacksmith shop, it looks kind of similar to the ones at Firelick Forge. Standing behind the counter, working at the anvil, is a older human individual, very friendly looking. He's standing at the anvil hammering on something. As you come in, he sets it down in the coals and turns around and says, come on in. If you need steel that won't fail you when it matters most, you've come to the right place. As Grayson and Morgan walk in together. Since
How you doing
both of
today,
them
sir?
seem to be stuck together this campaign. Grayson,
It's
you're
just-
walking there by yourself. Morgan, you're walking there by yourself. And then suddenly Morgan opens the door and runs into the back of Grayson.
Come on, man. I'm not
And
a pig,
oh.
okay? I'm a lady of respect. Shit.
Right, but you have a blind spot for Grayson. You seem to not notice that he's in the same area as you. So I'm just following the
I
theatrics.
am always invisible when it is dark, which
So,
does
and
make it
it's
harder.
9 o'clock at night, so you're not seeing him.
So I literally run into the back of him.
Yeah. It's like a bump. You're not rushing to battle or anything. You just like
Okay.
walk forward and
Yeah,
then there's
but-
something in front of you.
Okay.
No damage this time, thank God. How you doing, sir? I am curious if you have a short sword +1, or can you make my short sword into a short sword +1?
Is great.
Or
Like,
do you have any
is
good
this voice
enchanted
just
short
coming?
swords?
Is this voice just coming from nowhere?
For you, it's coming from directly in front of you in the
What-
invisible
but-
force field that you just ran into.
Yeah, but like it's coming from seemingly nowhere. Like
Yeah.
it's just coming. Okay. All right. So this blacksmith has no fucking idea who's talking to him.
No, he can see him. He don't rely on dark.
Right, he's got a
Oh.
forge behind him. The light is shining on Grayson's face.
Uh-huh.
So if you were to walk around and look at Grayson's face, you'd be able to see him. But because you're at the door relying on your dark vision still, you can't see him.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because your dark vision, whenever your dark vision activates, he
Mhm.
disappears.
Okay.
So if you have the ability to see outside and inside at the same time, your dark vision's going to be active. He's going to be invisible. But if you
Okay.
close the door and you're in a brightly lit room, he's visible.
Gotcha.
So as
Okay.
you step in and you close the door behind you, he is now standing in front of you, blocking the doorway, and you can see him in his
Okay.
hooded figure self.
I'm sorry to just cut you off. By the way, I just needed that clarified.
It's okay, you're not sorry, we know. It's
I am.
He says,
I am.
I don't deal very much in enchanted goods. I do have a buckler that my apprentice made, and I had to go have him enchant it so that he could learn how to enchant. But it's not really worth anything. It's just a +1 AC for +1 in your defense for an hour or so. So it's a really light enchantment. I didn't want to spend a lot of money on it, but I have base weaponry and base armor. You can always buy from me and then go to the enchanters and get it enchanted.
Where would you recommend I go to get enchanting done?
At this hour of night, probably nowhere. Most of the enchanters work throughout the day and sleep long hours at night or do research. You'd probably need to be at the daytime hours. I'm usually not even at my shop this late, but there's been a lot of late night customers coming through lately, so I've had to stay in the shop later. My apprentice takes over in the morning.
Well, in the daytime, where would you recommend I go to buy a short sword +1?
You can probably get your short sword enchanted at the academy if you're a student there. They probably actually have a market there for things of that nature. But Varric would probably be your best bet for a cheap alternative.
I shall go there then.
but the bookstore might have scrolls of enchantment and things of that nature as well.
Very well. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
And as you walk out the door and he sees Morgan, he's going to be like, I would definitely like to make you some armor.
That's exactly what I want.
You got half plate on now? Is that what you want? You want it refurbished or something else?
I would like it upgraded if that's something you can do.
I don't really have anything upgraded, as I told the other gentleman that was just here.
Oh,
But the let's see, roll a persuasion check, so I know how much he likes you off of general first interaction.
okay. Persuasion. I'm very persuasive.
Okay. He says, well, I did just get in a shipment the other day. Somebody did a whole lot of mining of enchanted ore. So I got a big shipment of ore, and that seemed to free up the miners. So I have some mithril and some somebody help me. I need to know the other material that armor is made out of in D&D.
What other material? Are you
Do
talking
you-
advanced
Yeah,
materials or
magical
mithril,
materials?
adamantite?
Adamantite, is that it?
Adamantite.
Oh,
That's one of the
adamantium.
strongest
Adamantine.
materials. If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
like Wolverine.
Not adamantium.
I can have Wolverine armor?
I'm pretty sure it's adamantite. But I could be mistaken. Adamantine.
Damn, if
Yeah,
you had a name, I should
adamantine.
ask for an adamantium sword.
Well, you didn't know he had adamantine swords because you
didn't?
didn't ask. Somebody
I should
else
ask.
actually persuaded the person to be nice and help him. You just came in demanding shit and then left when you didn't.
Well, to be
have
fair,
it.
I didn't have the idea to persuade him on my own.
Well, you did by interacting with him and asking him if he had anything else. That's where so for example, Grayson asked him if he knew of anyone else that would provide it. You asked him if he had anything else. The small interactions are different. So he got he says, I got a shipment of mithril in that it makes very light and flexible armor. I could make you some mithril half plate.
I would like that very much. How much will that cost me? Roughly.
Oh, let me see what the current demand is. Mithril is a pretty expensive product. I did just get a large shipment in. For mithril half plate, it'd be mithril half plate +1. You'd be looking at about 500 gold. Probably 1,000 gold. Do you have your emblem openly displayed?
Like, I would assume I have it like
It's a tattoo that you can either have prominently displayed or you can have it hidden on your person.
What'd she do? Should probably have it prominently displayed.
Okay. So he'd say about 500 gold for that.
Okay. Much.
Hey Sheldon, do those look good?
Do those.
Uh,
Do
the
I do
gold
not
in my
see-
inventory was not
Oh,
updated.
there we go. No.
You didn't add 1,000 to your gold?
I guess not.
Or did you get pickpocketed?
I didn't add it. I did
Who
now,
would have
though.
pickpocketed
Are
her?
you sure you didn't get pickpocketed?
If you would have pickpocketed her, roll a sleight of hand check.
Oh, come the fuck on! I
No, I'm
dare.
sorry. You were oblivious for a long period of time. That would have been a thief's fucking dream.
Come the fuck on, man. Really?
Dracul, if you're talking, you're muted or something. Because I would assume Dracul would probably have tried to steal if he had the open opportunity to do so.
I
I
muted
would.
myself because my mother-in-law came in.
Oh, would you have stolen from Morgan while she was completely oblivious to her surroundings?
I wish you would. I wish you
No.
would. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
Roll a
right.
perception check, Morgan.
Oh. Mm.
Oh, come on.
No. You don't know what the result of those rolls mean. At all.
Oh, shit.
Okay. You know, alright. Okay. What do they mean?
Dracul, if you would have pickpocketed, roll a sleight of hand check. If you would have seen the open opportunity and would have gone through with it.
I would not have.
Okay.
This is smart.
All right. So
I'm still
Morgan.
slightly scared of Morgan after our interaction when the cart crashed.
as you are looking through your purse, you realize I had my money. I remember having my money because I checked before I went to come to the blacksmith to see how much I had, so I knew I had enough to buy something. Because you're a responsible paladin, and that's what you would have done.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
you only bumped into one fucking person.
Is he still in the room?
500, you are missing 450 gold. You have whatever you have currently plus 1,000 minus 450. Grayson, you pickpocketed 450 gold.
So I've got just over 600-ish.
Right, so he can make you mithril armor
Uh-huh.
for 500 gold.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna give the wonderful man my money and pay for the armor. Where is Grayson in relationship to me? I see him on the map, but like how can I see him easily still?
How far has he fucked off?
We will roll play that in a second. All right,
Uh-huh.
you're paying him for the half plate for him to make the half plate, or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So you pay him, and you fucking burst out the door, nearly breaking his door off the hinges.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As what would you mumble under your breath as you realize this? You hand him the gold, and you're bursting out the door to go find Grayson's ass.
I'm gonna fucking kill him.
I also want to say, if I had
Right.
actually done this, I probably would have hung around nearby, because like I know that they're gonna spend money, so I know they're gonna notice it. So I would have hung around nearby to like be paying attention.
Right, but you're
to what's
also
happening.
invisible because you're outside.
Yes, but
Okay.
I want to.
So
I would be
roll
paying
a
attention to
stealth
see the reaction.
check with disadvantage, and Morgan roll a perception check with advantage.
Stealth check with disadvantage.
No, stealth check with advantage, perception check
okay.
with disadvantage. I might have said that backwards. You rolled that perception check with advantage. I need a disadvantage because you're trying to look for an invisible person.
Oh shit, my bad.
Well, I think you mixed
Right.
up the words.
You did
Yes,
say it
I
backwards.
said that. I said
Yeah.
I think I might have mixed it up. So that's a 13, not a 14. You don't need to roll again. We just switch it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Unless you
definitely
want to
want the
take that
13.
7.
No, I don't. I do not.
So that was a 13 instead of a 14, and he rolled a 21 to hide from you. So you go searching into the night to find Grayson. How long would you search for him? You have from 8 to 11, and it's or 8:30 to 11, and it's probably 9 o'clock now.
The entire time.
The entire time until 11, even
Yep.
though you know where he's going to be at 11.
No. No. Fuck.
Hey, the character's not smart, alright? How mad are you?
Roll
Very.
a percentile.
The fact that I didn't rage is crazy. You are lucky I didn't rage.
You did not actually
No.
perceive him insulting you, touching you, or otherwise. You
So-
only
Yeah.
know that he touched your money, which isn't
I
you,
also-
so it doesn't meet the requirements
know.
for your instinctual rage.
That's why I'm saying you're lucky.
So, also, my character would know full well, like, that obviously Morgan's gonna notice. So I'm going to, after that happens, put the money back in.
Roll a sleight of
without
hand
Morgan
check with
noticing.
advantage because you're invisible.
Okay.
You're putting it back in after I've noticed.
Roll another perception check, Morgan.
Just a regular one this time.
Disadvantage?
Disadvantage because he's invisible.
Get a natty.
Holy shit, that was so close.
Oh, that's
Wow.
rough.
Dude, you don't realize how close that was. No, it wasn't close. Never mind. She was 4 off. Because she rolled with advantage again.
Oh, god damn it.
Disadvantage because he's invisible, but that's fine. We'll just go with the lower number. Okay, so, Morgan, you are stomping through the city, trying to find invisible Grayson, who you know is invisible, but you are too upset to realize that he's invisible. After about 9:30-ish, I think you would have probably given up and kind of cooled off enough to give up, know that he's going to be somewhere at 11, and go to the tavern to get a drink. Does that sound about right for you?
Sorry. My internet kind of dipped out for a second. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I said you would search around for him for about a half hour as your temper dwindled down, knowing that you're not going to find invisible Grayson in Felicity at night. But you know where he's going to be at 11, so you'd probably just go to the tavern and get some drinks while you stew and wait for the opportunity to fuck his shit up.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna get drunk though, because I want to be cognizant enough to
Okay, yeah, you
to
can
find
get
him.
lightly alcohol liquor,
Yeah,
but
to
you're
the
gonna
edge
go
off a little
interact
bit.
with Bowen here in a minute
Okay.
as you walk into the tavern and see him probably party dwarfing.
Yeah.
All right, let's move to. We're gonna move you up and boop right in.
I'm so sorry that I've been so absent today, but I've got to step away for just a few more minutes, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Probably like
Uh,
10 minutes at most. At most.
All right. Pull you into that scene and go back to Felicity. All right. Next one up is going to be the Super Duper Pet Store Emporium of Scaldy Void Whisper. All right. You two, Drada and Valith, enter into a shop that is absolutely packed with animals. Birds in bird cages, birds outside of bird cages, fish, dragons, familiars of all different kinds, lizards. Every kind of animal that you could try to think of is probably in here in some way, shape, or form. As you enter, you see Scaldy, who has a little bird in his hand and a crow on his shoulder. And he is lightly, gently caressing the little bird's head as all of the birds in the room turn their heads to look at you as you enter. And
Hello.
he, as you go to speak and you kind of create a little bit of volume, he goes, "Enter quietly. The creatures here don't take kindly to strangers. What kind of companion do you seek?"
Who's going first?
I'm here for some carrier ravens or messenger ravens that can deliver and receive messages for me for my upcoming acquirement, my bastion.
Oh, yes. Raven familiars are fairly popular. Almost all bird familiars are pretty popular. A mystic raven familiar will probably cost you about 40 gold, and you'll have to go through a bonding process. That does take a little bit of time. I don't know how much time you have this late at night, but we can get that process started if you would like.
Yes, that would be great. I would like one for myself, and you also have, I guess, a ability to sell ravens or carrier birds in bulk.
What? Yes. Pets and familiars are my specialty. Just tell me exactly what you need, and I can accommodate. But it may take some time for training and creation of bond.
Very well. I will just take the one raven familiar and any of the requirements for the bonding process, please.
You just enter this room with the particular bird that you pick out. You are welcome to browse, but I do require payment before the bonding process. You will enter this room. You will spend an hour communing with the bird through a magical communion, at which point you will become bonded and will receive the instructions to cast the Find Familiar spell, which will allow you to summon the familiar.
That sounds great. I appreciate it. I will take your... let's see. All the ravens are here. Are they all in the same area? I can go gander at them.
Yes, you may take your pick. I would suggest walking through and finding the one that reacts to you the most, as that is going to create the easiest and most beneficial bond.
Very well, and I will do just that. I will clasp the Raven Queen's and Kalembor symbol in my hand and just walk with my hand out and a finger up to see which one lands first.
Okay, go ahead and get a picture of a raven so that I can make your companion, and that'll be the one that calls out to you as you walk past.
Sweet,
All of the other ravens will be completely silent as you walk through, except for this one, as you walk past, will squawk at you.
Perfect.
And then he'll escort you into the room, get you started in the ritual, at which point you will essentially you enter into a trance the same way that you take your normal trance, but this one the bird familiar attends you, and you have a exchange of histories, at which point the Raven Queen steps in and says, puts her left pinky and her left index finger on the head of the bird and your head and says, "This is one of mine, and this is one of mine." And there's a tether, a golden cord tether that goes between the two of you as you pop back into the room, and it's an hour later, and the raven is gone, but you can still sense its presence as you can call on it at will.
Sweet.
But if you summon it, it stays until you go to sleep or you go into your trance, or it's killed, at which point you have to go into your trance to get it again.
Got it.
Same as a find familiar spell. Scaldi will close the door behind Valeth and step back over to the counter and say, "How can I help you, miss?"
Greetings, sir. I'm hoping perhaps you have something a little different to procure. I'm looking for a specific type of imp.
He'll look at you and kind of almost like you're getting hit with a computer analyzation, as he has the ability to see bonds and form them and analyze them. He'll say, "Miss, you have access to any familiar imp of your choice. You could literally summon the exact familiar that you are looking for with your find familiar spell. That's pretty much what I teach here. But I do have some more exotic pets that I can bond, and some eggs that can be nursed and a bond created the natural way."
I was hoping to find an imp to contract with. Do you do other forms for familiars, or what are these eggs that you speak of?
Oh, I have many different creatures, mostly monsters and some other forms of creature that I have developed pathways to bond with.
I see.
Is somebody asking me a question? Homestead, if you're asking me anything, it sounds like you walked about 3 miles away from your
Oh no, I'm
mic.
not. Sorry, that's my daughter talking in the background.
Okay.
No, you're good.
Okay. So basically, he's saying your find familiar spell is what he's offering to people. He's just teaching them how to cast the find familiar spell for specific familiars on a limited basis.
Okay.
But what he also has is several different monster types in egg form that you can bond with, and he can teach you the process for bonding those animals, as well as providing you with the food supplies for specific animals.
I'm not sure if this has what I'm looking for.
I do have this very rare miniature dragon egg that may interest you. It is a unknown currently. It was provided to me as a rescue, and they have no idea what type of dragon it comes from, but it is still alive and it is currently incubating.
That piques my interest. What is this process for bonding? How does that work?
For a dragon egg, it would be a fairly involved process. You would have to nurse the egg to a hatching condition. Upon hatching, the dragon in this case would need to be properly cared for and tended for, and certain behavioral cues would have to be communicated in very specific patterns to be able to establish the connection necessary for a wild animal to be a pet or partner. Same thing you would go through with a dog, just this dog breathes magical versions of whatever it is. In some cases, fire.
Interesting. And how much would you charge for such a thing?
This particular mystery egg is 200 gold because I don't know what it is. I do have access to some other eggs that are more specific.
Thank you. Well, I do like a good mystery. I would like to proceed.
You'd like to purchase the dragon egg?
Yes.
Okay. He will take the egg. It's in a container currently that is an incubation chamber. And he'll hand you a document that is it's like a how to train your dragon pamphlet.
I love it.
That will detail the exact methodology you need to raise the dragon, train it, and have it become a pet.
Awesome.
Do you have the identify spell?
I think I do. Do I? I don't know. Hold on. How do I get to spells on this?
It's the
I'm
book
back.
icon.
Who
The
is
what?
that handsome man?
If you're in your character sheet on Foundry, which one? There's a book icon on the right side for spells.
Oh, yep. Okay. I don't
see identify.
see it. No, I don't see it.
Okay.
Nope.
So, but it's unidentified, so he included several pieces of paper that tell you generic instructions, but he says, make sure that you bring that dragon back to me as soon as you can after it hatches, or send me a message of some sort, so that I can send the message back with specific instructions as to how to specifically raise that particular dragon. And it may take me some time to research if it's one I haven't encountered yet. But I am very interested to see what that one becomes. I've been incubating that for several years.
I will certainly let you know what this is. I'm curious to see it myself. Thank you, sir.
Roll a d5 for me.
D5. Okay, let's see. Where's the 5?
You have to type /roll 1d5.
Okay. Nope, that didn't work. Hold on. Need a space.
Okay. Understood. Okay. I'll have some more information for that. As he hands you the egg and the instructions, he notices Grayson walk in the room. Grayson, you are not very comfortable here because this is the first time that you've ever walked into the room in the dark and had every single pair of eyes other than your two friends lock on you directly.
Damn.
Like immediately just somebody's in the shop. There he is. And follow you everywhere you walk. Even when you're standing still, they're just locked on you.
Well, shit. Okay. Well, that's good because I want a creature that can spot people in the dark. So should I greet him, or does he greet me when I walk in, or does he just stare at me with all his creatures?
You have not announced your presence yet.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, good sir. My name is Grayson. How are you today?
He'll hold up his finger as you say Grayson. He'll say, "Enter quietly. The creatures here don't take kindly to strangers. I will help you in a moment." And is
Okay.
that all I can do for you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I will be
Yes,
off
sir.
to my store.
How can I assist you? What kind of companion do you seek today?
Well, I was going to ask about a black dragon, but I guess what type of creatures do you have that are can be stealthy, specifically winged creatures that would make a good pet?
I have so many. I have crows and owls and hawks, and almost any bird of prey is going to be extremely stealthy, as most of them are trying to avoid potential dangers and predators. That's the word I was looking for. So almost all of my birds of prey are going to be very capable of stealth, particularly the ravens and the owls. If you were inquiring about a black dragon of some sorts, I don't have any full-size dragons. Those are actually unlawful to own, as they are considered very majestic creatures. And usually they outgrow their owners and become very hostile and violent later in their lives. So all I am able to carry currently are miniature dragons. The largest that anything I carry grows to is about the size of a drake, which would be a large dog or something of that nature.
That sounds pretty good. Do you?
What's your
What?
passive perception again? Yours is
My
crazy high.
Yeah,
19?
my passive.
Yeah, yours is 19. So
Yeah.
you would notice that he has. I created it. Where'd it go? No, I didn't create it. Damn it. Okay, I'll have to grab that file real quick. 1 second.
Okay.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. 1 moment, please. We'll be with you in 1 minute.
Very well,
Fuck
sir.
it, duck.
I will wait.
Gets a loading bar on top of his head because systems don't want to work because technical difficulty.
Yay, technical difficulties. Aren't they fantastic?
Alright. So I have him. Where did his familiar go? But the what? Oh, there we go. It saved it in the wrong folder. Bastard. Okay, I just saved you in the right folder. But the what? There he is. As you look up, you see on his counter a baby basilisk.
Aw, it's cute.
Oh shit.
So he tells you about the drake, and then you notice, just passively as you're glancing around the shop, you notice the little baby basilisk sitting on his desk. Which, do all of you know what a basilisk looks like in D&D?
Not in D&D, no.
Yeah.
No.
So this is the D&D's basilisk.
Oh my god. It's a
So
lot of legs.
The little one
there
does not
is
look like that.
the other one is a variant basilisk, but that's it. It's a cute little basilisk sitting on his desk.
I'm gonna ask him, or I'm gonna try to pull out a little bit of the meat that I have and hold it out and see if the baby basilisk eats it.
Please don't feed the animals in my shop.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
It's not an issue. I know your intentions were good, but he doesn't eat the meat that you eat. He has a very specific diet, and I would really hate for him to misinterpret your intentions and take your hand.
Gotcha. Understood. I'm gonna repocket the meat. How much would you charge for this small bag?
Oh, Emberfang is not for sale. I have nurtured him since I was a young boy. Emberfang will be mine forever, and I am his.
Do you have any winged drakes or miniature creatures of such?
None that would be immediately available to you as a companion. Most are in egg form, and you would have to nurture them to growth and train them as well. They are very costly to maintain.
And
However,
about how
you were
long?
interested in something stealthy. Dragons are not known for stealth or behavioral traits. They are known for being very free-willed.
Very well. What other creatures would you recommend?
For somebody of your nature, probably the owl or the ravens, honestly. Unless there is a specific familiar that you would like that would be more close to your relationship with Balal.
With what?
With Balar.
Ah, yes, my god. What type of owls do you have?
Honestly, any type of owl that you could imagine.
Do you have any that are very dark and have any additional form of stealth skills?
You can tell that he is getting a little bit frustrated. He just told you any type of owl that you could imagine you can
I
create.
got it.
So
Very
if
well.
you can imagine it, he probably can help you get it.
Very well. I'm gonna pull out one of my shadow arrows and be like, do you happen to have an owl that can be spectral like this? Like a spectral owl?
He'll roll his eyes and say, are you wanting to purchase one?
Yes.
Okay. And he'll say, the process is going to take you about an hour. It is 40 gold.
Very well. I will take that deal. I'm gonna hand him
He says,
40 gold.
walk with me through my shop, close your eyes, and follow my presence. And when one squawks at you, that is the one that's going to bond to you.
I will follow him
He
with my
walks
eyes
through.
closed. Yeah.
And if you have an image set up, then give me the image and I'll create your companion for you. But you will have a familiar, same as Valeth's, and you design the familiar. With the Find Familiar spell, you design what your familiar looks like. You can create it out of thin air. It's a fae. It can change its shape. So
Mine's in the
I will
chat,
send
by
it
the
to
way.
you.
okay. Is anybody else shopping anywhere else?
I have one other place to go to.
And I wanted to hit up Varric and the potions.
Yeah, I'm gonna be going to Varric as well. Since that was who I was told might have the short swords.
Okay, so you want to go to Varric and the potions. You want to go to Varric. Dracul's at Varric, and Drada is at The general store. Is anybody else going to the general store?
Possibly if Varric doesn't have what I need.
Can I have / effectively use armor that's enchanted in any way? I know that might be a silly question, but I genuinely don't know.
So the mithril armor that you're getting has to have an enchantment to stay together.
Oh,
It's a +1 mithril plate, and you have an enchanted shield that's a +1 shield.
okay.
So you're pretty well armored at this point. I think you're gonna have like a 19 AC or something like that.
I already do.
Not high enough.
Oh my goodness.
Must go higher.
Good
So you're
God.
gonna have a fucking 20 AC. It's annoying.
Not 20, 25.
Next, she's gonna learn the fucking mage armor spell.
Yes.
What's the mage armor spell? What's the mage armor spell, Sheldon?
Mage armor allows you to increase your AC by a certain amount. I think it's 2.
It's
Makes your base AC 14, I believe.
it is a certain number plus your dexterity bonus. It's not on top of your armor class.
What's my dexterity?
Oh. AC becomes 13 plus its dexterity modifier. It ends if you don armor. So it'd be the shield spell.
Yeah, the shield spell
Is what I
works.
was referring to.
Yep. That's a +5 on top of everything.
Or there's a certain magic item that could grant more AC.
Yeah, and then she's gonna get the fucking tattoo.
Yeah.
The spectral shield tattoo. It's just over here tanking everything.
I want to!
I don't
I
want
wanna
to
It
be
gets to an
touched.
AC of 30.
That's okay. We'll
I
just do her
don't-
wisdom
yeah.
saves.
So-
That's fine.
So her character is literally just personifying the aspect of "don't touch me."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Personification of personal space, and I am
This
going to
makes me think
change
of
your
that one
name and
anime.
title to the personification of personal space.
The deity of personal space.
It's gonna become a lesser deity at level 20, the deity of
Yeah.
personal space.
Hell yeah!
Yes.
All right. Accompanied with her mate Grayson, the deity of fuck around and find out.
I kind of thought you were going to say the deity
I'll
of
just be
cake.
drinking buddies
Oh,
with my
shit.
god at level 20.
All right. Is anybody else going to the general store? Because I'm going to do the general store right now, and then I'll do everybody else with Varric.
No.
I
Which
was
one?
gonna-
Which one would I get? Which one would I get the diamonds at?
Probably be able to get diamonds at potions and healing, as they would have stuff for healing spells there. So general store. Anyone?
Uh,
Just me.
Yeah, I'll go
uh,
there.
was
Uh,
I was gonna go to the general store.
Yeah.
Varric didn't have my what I was looking for.
Are you talking about your father's sword,
No, not
Your
that
family.
specifically.
Moonblade?
Not that specifically. That I know that's gonna be something that is more quest driven, most likely.
You're going to have to go to the place where your clan was destroyed and then narrow down suspects as to who looted the place after it was destroyed and kind of follow chains of history to figure out where your clan's stuff went and find things and information. And you have to information gather at every city that you travel to try to find information on your clan and all that.
But what I was looking for with Varric was like hand crossbow +1 or something with some walloping bolts and some regular bolts.
Okay, yeah, he probably wouldn't have that. That would be Eldrin who would have stuff like that.
Okay, and that wouldn't be veiled general story.
No. Yeah, most of your availability of magic items would have been in the forge. The magic items are divvied by the academy when they're sent to the academy by the forge. So you'd have to buy them from those sellers. You might be able to find other shops elsewhere that might have them, but Varric tends to deal in the general goods type of thing or the very rare items that are interest based. They're interest driven, like his trinkets, the bags of holding, things that have a high market value that sell quickly. And enchanted weapons is not going to be something he wants to carry around all the time.
Would the general store have just like a hand crossbow and some bolts?
Yeah, probably. They'd probably have just a generic crossbow, but plus ones, they're not as prevalently available as most people tend to think they are. You guys just happen to have a lot of gold to spend at the academy or at the forge that you shouldn't have really had to spend, but you guys cleared that mine out with really good rolls. Okay. So you all enter the general store as Alara Moonshadow is standing there. There's a lot of just knickknacks, paddywhacks, and dog bones everywhere. As you enter, she says, "Greeting, friends. Take a look around. You never know what treasures the moonlight has uncovered today." And she is sitting on her counter, like on the front of her counter, just waiting for somebody to bring her up something or ask her a question.
Yes, I guess I will step forward and ask a question then. I says that out loud. We are traveling to Mount Nevea eventually, and then also probably to some more warmer climates. Do you perhaps have clothing to accommodate such areas, I guess? Cold weather clothing.
She'll immediately reach over to her counter and she'll grab two things and set them in your hands and go, "That'll be 35 gold."
What are these things?
You have a rabbit's foot and a looks like a foot in a sandal and a little wooden figurine in your hand.
Okay, and these will keep me warm or cool?
Oh, you wanted things to keep you warm? I have coats. I have all kinds of things to keep you warm.
What did you think I said?
You said that you were traveling. That's a lucky
yes.
rabbit's foot. That's good for travelers. And that's a traveler's charm. You know, traveler, the god?
Yes.
It's a charm of the traveler.
Okay, yes, I need cold weather clothing and warm weather clothing. Thank you. I'll give her back the two things.
Drada, you would see her hand him a lucky rabbit's foot.
I wasn't sure if I was in there yet. That's why I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you are all kind of... I'm assuming you all walk in pretty close at the same time just to keep things easy. So, yeah, you would see her, like, take it back, like, okay, go look around the store then. If you're not ready to buy something, I'm not interested, kind of. But she'll go, yeah, you're welcome to look around and see what you need. To speed this up, just tell me what you want if it's generic stuff. If you're wanting to find the idiosyncrasies and trinkets that are available in the places, then and experience the trade, then interact. Otherwise, if you're just looking for a specific item that's like a standard item, just send me what you want and I'll tell you how much it costs. Just so we can speed up the shopping thing.
Cool.
Okay, well, Drada is now interested after seeing the foot, or the rabbit's foot, and other traveler's trinkets, so I will let the others go first on that.
Okay.
I am looking for a cloak to protect me from the cold.
Okay. So you're just looking for cold weather clothing? Are you buying
Yeah.
enough for the whole group? Or just yourself?
Well, I figure we would each buy our own, but maybe also a tent that can handle very cold weather.
Okay. A tent is going to be like 50 silver. Or sorry, not 50 silver. 5 silver. If you were to buy cold weather clothes for one person, that's 1 silver. If you were to buy it for the whole party, that's 8 silver.
Okay, well, I
Or-
guess I'm gonna buy a tent and cold weather clothes. Does the clothes include like boots and stuff like that?
It would just be a full like Eskimo ensemble. Big fur coat, waterproof boots, really warm, everything.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm just gonna buy a set for the full party, as well as a tent for the full party.
Okay, if you want to buy a large tent that can fit the whole party, or are you trying to buy individual tents?
Let's do.
I see Grayson over there looking at the tents, because I was also going to do the same.
I don't think we really need a tent for each person because we're always gonna have people on watch.
Right. I was going to suggest we get one big tent, possibly like a wood stove or something to keep warm. Whoever's on watch can.
Do you guys have bags of holding? Does anyone have a
Yes.
bag of holding?
Grayson has a
I do.
pouch of holding.
Pouches to her.
Right, a pouch. That would not hold it would hold a camp stove, which would be part of your adventuring supplies. You would have a way to cook in a campfire situation. But if you're talking about a big wood burning like room warming stove, you would need a bag of holding to fit it in. A pouch of holding is meant for small objects, not large objects.
Perhaps we would need to look and see about getting a bag of holding to carry all of this.
How much would a bag of holding be?
Oh, you would probably want to talk to Varric about bags of holding. That guy has all of those things.
Very well. Well, let's
whole
get what
shop
we
is a
need
bag
then.
of
Let's
holding.
do 2 large tents.
Okay, that'd be 1 gold apiece.
So we'll do 2 large tents. Cold weather clothes for everybody. And then, do you have any items with enchantments that help with the cold?
I have items that emit light. I have some items that would, I have generic blankets and things like that, obviously. But are you talking about like magical items?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna need to look through my stuff and try to find something of that nature. But anybody buying anything that's not generic, any magical items, anything that's going to be like a homebrew interest or something that you're looking for specifically?
Potentially.
Okay, or looking for interaction with the
Yeah.
shopkeeper? Okay. Dracul, I didn't hear anything from you.
Just what I had stated earlier with Barrett, the
Okay, so just a bow?
crossbow Yeah, the crossbow and bolts.
You'll find a set, like a whole bunch of bows and crossbows and little swords and stuff like that, and you can grab one and bring it up to her. It's 5 silver for a crossbow and a pack of arrows.
All right, and
or a hand crossbow, I should say.
Yeah, a hand crossbow. Thing of it are the bolts, technically. And then would she be open to in my bow for that?
You're cutting out. Can't hear what you said.
Would she be interested in trading in my short bow and arrows and quiver for crossbow, bolts, and...
She has a stack of bows and arrows. She has no interest for your... no interest in buying more. She has too many to sell currently.
Okay. So... So I'll need a crossbow bolt case.
Yeah, everything that's included with having a crossbow and crossbow bolts and all that stuff, you can grab. It's 5. I think it said 5 silver.
Okay, what is the conversion of gold to silver?
1 to 10.
So 1 gold is 10 silver?
Yep.
Alright, so I will hand her 5 silver crossbow case.
Okay. All right. In the future, in shopping, if you are buying generic items that are not enchanted, not magical, that honestly are actually provided by the academy whenever you're traveling, like warm clothes and tents and basic things that would be in your adventures kit, like bedrolls, tents, rations, things of that nature that we aren't tracking. If it's not a trackable item, don't worry about it. We just assume you have it. Let me know that you want it before we leave on an adventure, obviously, for things like tents, I assume you have. Basic adventuring gear, I assume you have. If you're going to a cold weather environment, I assume you have cold weather clothing. I don't want to track all of that miscellaneous stuff. Rope, I assume everybody has at least 50 feet. If you want more than that, you, like Valith did, just send me a message saying you want to buy it, and we'll take the gold out. When it comes to the interactions with the NPCs, this is world building interaction. So if you're interested in the world building interaction, that's what this shopping thing is here for. If you don't care about the world building interaction, then we can skip it. But I know some players are extremely interested in the world building interaction. So, Dracul, is that everything that you needed?
Yeah.
Grayson?
Yeah, I'm gonna get some rope, obviously, too, but,
Throw that in the chat. Valith? Is that everything?
That is all for me. Thank you very much. And I will flip her my gold coin and say I will meet everybody at dinner, and I'm going to go to the potions and healing.
All right. This is pretty much getting close to 11 in-game time. Dracul and Grayson out, as you would have been done in there. If anybody's going to go and buy Varric's trinkets, just tell me if you want trinkets and I'll roll them. If you don't want to interact with Varric.
I was gonna try to buy a short sword +1 from Varric.
Yeah, just throw
Or
that kind of stuff.
sword.
Just throw it in the chat, and I'll give you a price.
Okay.
All right, Drada. As they do
Uh-huh.
all their chaos, you're standing in the corner watching them just run around, grab stuff, and throw it at her. Like, I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that. And she sits back down and kind of like sits back and relaxes for a little bit as she looks up and notices you sitting over there in the dark corner.
Okay. Question for above the table. As far as something like the brewer's kit, would that be something that I need to purchase in game, or would that be something provided?
If your character came with it, you would
It
need to
did not.
purchase it. But if they didn't come with it, then you would need to buy it.
Okay. Perfect.
And if it's a tool kit that says that it's consumed on use, I assume you have enough on you for your adventures. Like a brewer's kit, if you consumed a brewer's kit every time you made a potion of healing, I would assume you would have enough components of the brewer's kit carried with you at all times to make 50 or 60 potions of healing, as they're extremely useful, not only for trade, but for everything else.
Okay. I was more so thinking about the replicating the cold resistance potion.
Right, the brewer's kit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would know that one other person that just joined your party has a brewer's kit, as he is a brewer. So he might be able to help you with that. And then you did have an alchemist just join the party as well.
Okay. So
But you can buy a brewer's kit if you want. It's 5 gold. Or, sorry, 5 silver.
Okay. I'll buy one. But then also, I couldn't help but notice that you presented. Oh god, now I can't remember your name. What was your name? Valeth.
Valeth?
Yeah. I couldn't help but notice that you presented Valeth with a rabbit's foot.
Yes. Yes, I did.
I also have many of these feet that I have procured. I am looking, potentially, if you have anything, for something to help with inclement weather.
Well, there is a traveler's charm. This is very useful for a lot of people traveling. I have plenty of them. And there's like a tub that has like 200 traveler's feet in them. There's I have bags of sand that helps you rest if you're in a very loud environment and you need to get some rest, but it's really hard because it's cold or something like that. The bag of sand will, if you sprinkle it on your bedroll, it will give you a deep, restful sleep through the night. Really helps prevent you from getting too exhausted in your travels. Is there something more in depth that you'd be interested in?
Well, I'm more wondering. We're headed to two places where climates can be quite wild. One being very cold. The other, I noticed on there it said that the weather can be unpredictable. I believe it said, right? Is that correct? Trying to look back. I don't have it. Yes, unpredictable. Do you happen to have anything for shielding against treacherous weather or bad storms or anything of that nature?
Well, I mean, I have Oh, let me look through this book real quick. So I have this windbreaker charm. It nullifies strong winds. So if you're in like really heavy windy areas, it creates a bubble around you of calm air. So you aren't constantly buffeted by the wind. Everwarm boots. These are enchanted to keep your feet warm so you don't get frostbite. Raincatcher flask. It helps keep fresh drinking water. This frostproof cloak prevents cold damage and protects the wearers from non-magical freezing conditions.
I see. I'm certainly interested in this cloak, as I was looking for a cloak, in truth. How much would such a thing cost?
Which one? The frostproof proof cloak?
The cloak. Yeah, the cloak.
That would be 75 gold.
Perfect. I will take that. And
Okay. Are you going to a desert environment?
I do not believe so. We're not going to a desert, right?
Okay. Are you going to be dealing with dark? As she sees that you're a drow, she is like, are you going to be traveling in the Underdark?
I don't believe we will be traveling to the Underdark at this point.
Okay.
But
Well, that's just about all I have in my weatherproof collection. I mean, the students love them for trekking across everywhere they go, so I sell out on those pretty quickly.
I will take one of your traveling trinkets. These, it sounds like it would be helpful.
If you're going to a snowy environment, I also have the Umbra Lantern. It helps keep light steady in rain, snow, and fog. So you don't get that annoying flickering that torches do in the wind and in the rain and fog and all that. You said Windbreaker Charm?
Yeah, that one, and what was it? That's fine, yeah. Windbreaker is fine.
Okay, that's 40 gold.
Okay. So that would be, what is that? You said 75 and 40?
Yeah.
Okay. I
Can
think,
I interest you in a Lucky Rabbit's Foot?
I actually already have one.
Oh. Yeah, those are
But-
nice, but this one's a different kind of luck. This is my special brood. You can never have too much luck, right? And she'll toss it to you. That one's on me.
Why, thank you. I appreciate that. You can never have too much luck, I suppose.
You can rub the rabbit's foot to get +1 on a roll once a day.
Oh, awesome. All right, and thank you so very much for this.
Were you interested in the Traveler's Charm of the Sand of Rest?
I
I
will
know you
pass.
drow find it really hard to sleep sometimes.
I think I will decline on those,
Okay.
but thank you.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Do you happen to have a brewer's kit?
Yes. Yes, 5 gold, 5 silver.
Perfect. I will take one of those as well. So, let me see.
Okay.
How does the gold split when I'm
1 to
that's it.
10. 1 silver, or 10 silver is 1 gold.
Okay. And you said it was 5 or 6.
5 silver.
Perfect. Okay, and I will hand her the gold and silver for that. And that will be all. Oh god, what did I just do?
Was there anything else you wanted from Alara?
No, that was it.
Okay. All right. So that's all for Alara. As you enter the potions and healing section, you are met with Estrella Lightfoot, and it seems like a Japanese hot spring and bar kind of scene, or not bar, hot spring and spa kind of thing. And she, as you enter, she says, "Blessings upon you, travelers. Step inside and let the light of healing guide you to what you need. What can I help you with?"
Yes. I'm in search of some reagents for our party here. Specifically, Revivify is the spell that I will be using. So, diamonds, value of 300, and I hold out my palm and I show her the Adventure Academy symbol, and then I stash it away.
One second. I didn't mean to say that for her, but whatever. Okay, so you needed reagents. What reagents did you need?
Diamonds specifically, and then
Okay. How much gold worth of diamonds?
they have to. Each one has to be 300 gold in value for the spell.
And how many are you looking for?
I was gonna see what the price was with the discount. They said it was steeply discounted. They didn't say how much that meant. If it was still half like we normally get, or
Yeah, it's a half discount on anything that you purchase in Felicity.
okay.
And or any ally to Felicity. Any further discount would have to be role played.
Okay. Yes, I will take. Let's see here. 3 diamonds, please. 450 gold should be about right.
All right. Anybody looking for anything other than base potions and healing?
Nope. After I bought my potions, I left.
Okay, nobody wants any greater potions or superior potions of healing?
How much would a greater and a superior potion cost?
Greater is 50, superior is 100.
I will take 4 greater potions, please.
She has 2 available greater and 2 available superior. The rest have to be kept in stock for on-site healing.
Okay. I will take two of the 2 greater potions, please, and 50 gold apiece, so 100 gold.
Okay.
And I don't know how to add items yet, so I'm trying to figure that out.
I still haven't figured that out.
Yeah.
If you click
You
the
use the search and then you click and drag.
Yeah, you can click and drag for generic items. If you're adding a homebrew, you can click the add button next to whatever in your inventory, whatever it is that you're looking at.
Okay.
So if you click inventory, there's an add button for people who have the legacy or whatever it is character sheet, the gray one or tan one. If you don't have the tan one, then there's a plus button on the bottom right for the red one with the demon face on it, the default sheet. And then you can select if it's a consumable, container, equipment, loot, tool, or weapon, and put a name to it. And then if you need the description of what it does, then, if you need the search, you can press shift space to get the search to be able to add it.
Perfect. Thank you.
If you need a description of a homebrew type item or a trinket or something of that nature, then you can do that as well. You just create the generic item and then I'll replace it with the item once I create it.
Another reagent that I needed. Let me check here.
All right. Didn't get the chance to do the tavern crawl. We'll have to do that next session.
I sent you a message about possibly a homebrew thing in the whisper, FYI.
Who, Grayson?
Yes.
Is yours not showing up properly? Okay, whatever.
My search is just searching forever.
Okay, I might need to add it. Just add a generic item into your inventory. I'll look through your inventory over the week and see if there's anything that's generic and replace it with something that's correct.
Okay.
Also, mine was doing that earlier. I'll try search sometimes.
You cut out, so I did not hear what you said. But
I said mine was doing that earlier, so if you escape out and try reopening the search, it has a chance of working properly.
you can hit shift space and it closes it out and reopens it. All right. Guess we'll just get the rest of this shopping done and over with, and then be back to playing the game. Next session, we'll finish the tavern crawl and your dinner, and then head off on the next adventure. And for some reason, Grayson, your whisper is not coming through to me properly. Oh, because you added spectator, that's why.
Oh, whoops. I was using an old one.
Gonna have to close all of these because it's not fucking working right. It's gonna be annoying. $200 gold for that whisper, Grayson.
What about like
it would be 100 gold after the discount.
after the discount? Okay, fuck it. I'll do it.
Any other interactions?
What was the cloak that it added something to do with cold?
Frostproof cloak.
Yes, that was it.
I'll just look at Grayson and tell him, now I've purchased these diamonds. Does not mean run head in and die on me. These are for dire emergencies. I must use one of these to revive a fallen party member. If it is to happen. Don't think you have 3 extra lives, is all I'm saying.
I'm gonna totally nod and pretend like I'm totally listening. And then say, for the record, most of my lives have got destroyed by Morgan. You should let her know.
Another reason why I bought these. I'm letting you know, since you tend to be the one that I'm usually bringing back up.
Valeth, I believe I have something that would benefit that. If Grayson would be interested in buying studded leather armor,
You cut out right at the end. Studded leather armor, what?
that I bought at the forge.
The studded leather armor +1.
Yes.
Yeah. How much did you pay for, or how much would you sell it for?
For a friend,
We can
200
roleplay
gold?
that at the meat house. Is there any other shopping that wants to be done?
No.
I do not believe so.
Okay.
I may need that studded armor leather +1 in the meat house.
Actually, yes, very quickly. I wanted to run over to the bookstore.
Okay.
And I will ask if do you have any books specifically about the fauna or creatures, anything recently published? Just a monster compendium, for say, a traveler's monster compendium.
No. I don't have any compendiums or anything of that nature. Most of what I deal with is spell scrolls and magical paper, ink, and casting materials for adventurers.
Very good. All right.
Would I still be able to buy a trinket there?
Good evening, and I'll leave.
Since we're not going to be doing anything other purchasing this session.
Well, I like the role play, but I don't like role playing. I want to buy a tent. Like that isn't necessarily beneficial to the campaign. If you're going to role play contacting or talking to an NPC and like exploring their shop or exploring them as a person, that's valuable interaction. But if you're just going to walk in and say, "Do you have a short sword?" Yes, no, okay, bye. Then that's not an interaction. That's just a question and answer and a leave. So, do you just want to buy the trinket, or do you want to actually walk in and interact with the NPC?
I'll interact with Varric.
I would like to talk to Varric to see if he's come across anything interesting.
Okay. So as you come in, Varric will say, "Ah, Grayson and Dracul, my friends from the Forge. How are you guys doing today?"
I'm doing well.
I'm doing well as also. As you see, our red friend is not with us.
We do remember that
yes.
You did not enjoy the other party member last time.
Oh no, she was fine. She just assaulted a customer in my shop, and it's kind of an automatic ejection from the shop. I had no part in injecting her. She caused harm to another person in my shop, and my shop decided to eject her. I have no qualms against her. It was just a go outside and cool off kind of reaction of the shop.
Ah, that makes sense. She does harm her own party member.
Have you come across anything interesting here lately that would interest a rogue such as myself?
Well, I always have my trinkets. But as for specific items related to roguish activity, I would probably have a few that I could do. Let's see. I'm trying to create a rollable table because my rollable table compendium broke and didn't show Varric's second lineup. There we go.
Or ranger as well, if you have it.
Okay. Most of my stock is kind of sold out. It's a little bit late at night. You may be able to check back with me in the morning if you guys are going to be here. See what he has. Operate. So while he's searching his books for things for rogues or gloomstalkers, do you want to purchase trinkets?
Yes, I would like to purchase a trinket.
Does he have any new trinkets? Because I think I have most of his other ones.
Yes. He has new trinkets.
They're all new?
Yes. Yes.
What's the price on each trinket?
10 gold.
I will purchase 6 trinkets.
Grayson, you take all the fun out of the trinkets, hoping to get one of each. I would like to purchase one trinket and be surprised with what it's.
There you go. First person to purchase a trinket gets the Lantern of Gentle Glow. The other one gets the Ring of Conch.
Can I purchase? Let's do. Oh, there's 12 this time. Let's do 4 more trinkets.
Okay. That's gonna be it for you, because I want other people to experience the trinkets. I don't want it all to go to one person and them to have
That's
12
fair.
trinkets every time. So you said how many
I'll
more?
just. I can buy. I'll just do 2 more.
Because they are extremely useful tools.
Yeah.
But they are, and they're only 10 gold apiece, but they are limited edition items that repeat.
Yes, that Ring of Conch would definitely come.
Are you able to drag that straight from the text box into your inventory?
Yes, I will.
Yes. Yeah.
Sweet. That's how I was hoping that would work. I hope Grayson got the Lantern of Gentle Glow so that he can prevent hanging on
Sadly,
the
I
back
did
of
not.
his neck.
I
Yeah,
really
you did.
wanted one, but I
'cause
was
you were
not the
the-
one who received it.
No,
yeah, you were, because you were the first one to
Dracul-
talk.
Yeah, Dracul got the Ring of Conch. You got the Lantern of Gentle Glow.
Oh. All right, let me remove the ring conch then.
Yeah, because you were the first
hail
one to
the
say you wanted
magic
it.
Conch.
It's the Ring of Conch.
I'm just being a nerd quoting SpongeBob. Don't mind me.
So the funny thing about the Ring of Conch is it has a drawback. The wearer smells like fish for 24 hours, and the smell can only be removed with the wish spell if they activate the ability.
Lovely.
Oh, so prestidigitation wouldn't work for it either?
Nope,
Oh,
only
I
the wish
love it.
spell.
That's funny.
But it creates a breathable bubble around your mouth and nose, so you get air for 1 minute. So if you're literally drowning and you're 1 minute from the surface, that's a lifesaver. If you can immediately pop some fresh air around your mouth.
That's true.
And then, did he say come back tomorrow for the ranger and
No, I just
Rogue.
had to wait for ChatGPT
Oh.
to load.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I actually
But
wrote down on my whiteboard, revisit Varric.
Yeah, the items are supposed to bring about a interaction. That's their intent inside the shop. So, Varric hands Grayson a little lantern and hands you the ring of Conch. They're cool.
I'm gonna look at it, and I'm gonna be like, I know just who to hang them.
You cut out.
I'm gonna look at it, and I'm gonna be like, I know just who to hang this on.
Hmm.
This seems like a... I know your trinkets aren't typical trinkets. Would you be able to tell me what this does before I just go and activate it?
Go ahead and put it on and see if you can figure it out. As he gets this shit-eating grin on his face, as he hands Grayson his other 2 items.
Can I roll a perception check to see if...
You can roll an Arcana to see if you know what the ring does, or you can roll a Insight to see what you can glean from Varric.
Not shit.
And to give you an idea of how much not shit, that's his
Oh, boy.
deception.
Oh boy.
He has a +8 to deception. He's very, very sneaky.
That's
He's
why I
a
want to do roll
crafty
perception.
How do you think he sells his fucking gumball machine items? He's very persuasive and very deceptive. So yeah, you glean nothing from him. You can put it on and see what it does.
I'm gonna test my other 2 items and just look at Dracul and be like, fuck it, dude, let's try it.
And I would like to purchase one more, if that would good sir.
All right. I think that blocked everything that you guys already did. So this is one more. All right. That's interesting. So, Drickle, do you activate the Ring of Conch?
No, I was actually buying one more to try to get him away from it.
It rolled and dropped that, but I was asking.
I did not activate
Okay.
It shows in the chat.
Ring of Conch.
Okay. You have an enchanted music box and a coin.
So
Grayson.
I'm gonna test everything. I'm gonna open the enchanted music box and listen to it for a minute. And then I'm gonna pull the coin out and just flip the coin.
Okay.
Yep.
The music plays and then it just resets. You would know that the first test doesn't actually use the item, so the item is still usable. But the coin of good fortune does use, as you flip it, it uses its ability, grants you, what was that, tails? Heads. It grants you dexterity, a +1
It
bonus
says
to
tails for
dexterity
both.
saving throws.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, no. A
It
+1
says
bonus to
tails for
AC.
both. Okay.
I'll have to change that. Fucked up.
I can just
ChatGPT
edit
is
it
not
real quick.
perfect, and neither am I. All right, so you flip the coin and you get a +1 to your AC as you get a shimmering blue aura that flows around you and then dissipates. Dracul, he hands you an item, and it just looks like a generic feather.
Feather.
Oh yeah, that one's a little hard for you to test right now, isn't it? And he'll look over, he'll go, Patchy! And from behind him, there's a little bear. And that little bear steps out. Let me see if I have him. See if I have Patchy for you guys. I don't think I do yet. See if I have him in my actors. No, I do not. I need to update my actors from the other side. Okay, never mind on that. because I'll have to update the actors for him. The floor of his shop lifts you up about 15 feet in the air. And it's like holding you up in the air as you're balancing on top of it, and then it just vanishes.
Okay.
And you fall 15 feet. And go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw.
At advantage because of the feather.
Yep. As you are falling, you feel like you're falling because you didn't expect it. Your butt is falling towards the ground as you almost just rolled a 16. But your butt's falling towards the ground and you almost land on your tailbone as the wind kicks up underneath your butt and like pushes you back to your feet. As Grayson is staring at you, having just got a trinket that saves you from fall damage.
I think this could be rather useful. You stick it in the inner breast pocket, side, over part.
All right.
It would have been funnier if he rolled 2 really low rolls and we wouldn't have even found out what it does.
No, it was still saved him.
Can I send my raven over with a note to buy a trinket?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, I'll buy him a trinket.
Capability.
Yeah, it's the same as the Find Familiar spell. You could literally send it across the world as long as it didn't die on its way there, which would be a D100 to see if somebody's like, ooh, a bird.
Yeah. I send it specifically to find Grayson and
what kind of bird, what kind of vision does a crow have?
Hey, Sheldon.
Yeah.
I hate to cut it short, but it's storming really, really bad here, and my power keeps flickering. So I'm just gonna go ahead and call it a night now.
Okay.
Before I fully lose power.
We can role play the going back to the thing, and then we can just come in the morning to buy our goods after. That way we can role play the
Yeah, you guys aren't going to be able
place.
to role play anything in the tavern or in the meat house tonight because half the people are gone already. I'm just trying to finish
Gotcha.
up the shopping so everybody is either at the tavern or at the meat house.
Yeah.
As it is.
Okay. Just if I missed anything vital, just message me. Or just mention me, I guess. And let me know. Okay.
We'll see how well you remember things.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Okay, I'll see you later. Bye.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna put you in meat house, and for cool, you'd be in meat house, and Grayson would be in meat house.
Did ChatGPT not come up with anything here in the barrack?
We're gonna talk about that right now, but I'm
Okay.
just getting you where you need to be.
Can you roll for the one trinket that Grayson's buying for me?
Yep.
Hoping it's something different than what they got.
It's different until you use up all the differences, and then it goes back to randomizing.
Nice. I end up getting a tiny totem of the traveler anyways. Probably
No, this
more. Oh,
this is a different. The tiny totem of the traveler is you get +1 bonus to Constitution checks made to avoid exhaustion.
Ah, sweet.
But the Traveler's Charm prevents exhaustion for a day. So if you could get 4 levels of exhaustion in that 24-hour period, then it would prevent the exhaustion
Oh,
from occurring.
that's why it's 40 gold.
That's why it's 25 gold.
Ah. Sweet. Okay. I can drag that. Or I guess I should ask Grayson, which one are you giving me? You giving me that one?
Are you giving him the tiny totem of the Traveler?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That was the one I bought from. So.
Okay.
So
think I have it.
let's see. He has a whisper bow, which really is just a really quiet bow for 150 gold. It has no mechanical benefit other than when you attack with it, it makes it harder for the enemies to detect your location. It just increases I increase the DC for them to be able to find you. Quiver of silent arrows. They're silent in their flight, so they can only be used with bows, not crossbows. That's another thing where it would be a DC increase for them to be able to figure out where you are. Cloak of Shadows grants you advantage on stealth checks in dim light or darkness.
How much is the Cloak of Shadows?
120.
Okay.
Boots of Soft Step grant you advantage on stealth checks when moving quietly. Shadow Bracers gives you a +2 to AC against ranged attacks when hiding.
How
So
much
if you
are
are
those?
hiding but not hidden from the person and they hit you with a ranged attack, your AC is up by 2. And those are 90.
Ooh.
So if you use the hide action and somebody perceives you by moving directly into line of sight and rolling a higher perception check than your stealth, if they shoot at you, you have a +2 AC in that instance. And then the Mask of the Gloomstalker, a leather mask enchanted to improve the wearer's dark vision by 30 feet, or grants it if you don't have it, and gives you advantage on perception checks in darkness.
How much is that Mask of the Gloomstalker?
110.
All right, I'm definitely buying that. It's got Gloomstalker in the name. I gotta do it.
Vial of Liquid Silence. Suppresses sound for 1 hour. Smoke bombs, very obviously smoke bombs. Grappling hook with an enchanted rope. It can stretch up to 60 feet and retract on command. And it automatically hooks to an available hooking surface within that 60 feet if it's commanded to do so.
For how much?
60 gold.
If you want, we can split that and use it for our party, because we can always use it for climbing and toss it back down. Unless you're not interested in it. I mean, I'll buy it if you're not interested.
I was interested in it. What was the one with the hide action? 90?
Yes.
The bracers?
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out too. Appreciate it. I'll see you guys next Sunday.
Alright, have a good one.
Alright, does he have anything else that would be interesting for us?
Get a +2 bonus to perception and initiative for 1 hour with an elixir of predatory focus. A toxin to coat your darts with. They have to do a
What's the-
DC 13 Constitution saving throw or be paralyzed for 1 round.
Ooh. How much is that?
50 gold for 5 dart doses or 1 dagger dose.
Okay, I'll buy that.
The dagger dose is going to be a DC 16. The dart dose is a DC 13.
I will buy that.
Which one? Darts or dagger?
Dart.
Okay.
And then, what was the other thing I was gonna look? What was the thing that I said I was buying for?
You got to write these down
I know.
and how much they are. Mask of the Gloomstalker
Yes, that one.
and the grappling hook and enchanted rope.
Yep.
That was 110 and 60. And then 50 for the darts. And then there's a shadow trinket. It's a mysterious object. It's a Varric special. Once per day, it can dim light in a 10-foot radius for 1 minute. So it creates 10 feet of dim light from bright light. Reduces the light level by 1 level in 10 feet.
How much is that?
25.
So if
Okay,
we're
let
already
me-
in dim light with dark,
It would reduce it to darkness, yes. Which means it would become absolute darkness from darkness.
Okay. What was that one called?
Shadow trinket.
Okay, I'll get that too.
And it only lasts for 1 minute.
essentially 1 round.
No,
of
1 minute.
combat.
10 rounds.
Oh, 10 rounds of combat?
Yes. 60 seconds. Each round is 6 seconds.
Okay.
You said that was 10 gold?
That was 25 gold.
I can't math. Okay. So,
And then Gloomstone Necklace, a dark gemstone that grants the wearer resistance to psychic damage while in dim light or darkness.
Ooh. How much?
90 gold.
and then, what was that? The cloak that was 120. What was the effect on it again? I got part of it written down. I write slow.
Why? Oh, okay. A cloak of shadows allows them to blend into the shadows and grants you advantage on stealth checks in dim light or darkness.
I think that would probably be more for sin. Not everything we fight is dark vision. Help you.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pass on it because I already have invisibility in there, so I feel like I already have advantage on it. But I'm gonna get the 4 items I put in chat.
What items were you buying?
Dart poison, mask of the Gloomstalker, the enchanted rope, and then the shadow trinket.
Did you forget that you had things to barter with?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, we.
I
I did not write down. God.
Grayson did the survival check, so he's the one who got the items, and he had it at the beginning of the session somewhere.
Yeah. So I am going to ask him how much we can get for. Let me find my note on it. It was 400. Hold on.
Well, we're
You wouldn't
talking
be
about selling
interested in the meat.
Oh, whoops. I hit enter way too many times, or control V way too many times on that.
So, 480 pounds of ape meat, 4 ape hides, 4 ape trophy heads, 16 rib bones, and 4 spines. Which he would be interested in the rib bones, the spines, the trophy heads, and the hides.
Okay. I'm gonna ask him how much he'll give us for the hides, trophy heads, the bones, and the spines.
What was the total of your purchase price?
Gosh, I already deducted it from my thing. It was... So, the dark poison was 25. The mask of the Gloomstalker was
What dark
100.
poison?
Sorry, dart poison.
Dark poison.
Okay.
The
Was-
poison for the darts. I wrote dark
That was
poison.
50.
That was 50.
50. Oh, yeah.
The shadow trinket was 25.
Okay,
Shadow
all
Trinket
right,
was
let's go
25.
through all the stuff that you guys wanted. You
Okay.
wanted Cloak of Shadows, 120.
I'm gonna pass on the cloak.
Do the calculation side for the stuff that you wanted. Shadow Bracers was 90.
Yep,
Mask
I
of the
have that.
Gloomstalker was 110.
Tinted rope was 60.
Rope was 60. Vial of Liquid Silencer Smoke Bombs.
Yes. Well, no. I did.
Ring.
I just wanted the dart poison. Or the poison.
Okay.
And then
Potion of Shadow Veil. Elixir of Predatory Focus or Toxin Coated Darts.
Toxin
That was
coated
50.
darts. Yep.
Shadow Trinket was 25, and the Gloomstone Necklace was 90.
Yeah.
So that's 545.
Grayson, you said we're splitting the grappling hook with the
I figured-
enchanted rope.
I figured our party would share it. I mean, we can toss it down after we grapple up somewhere.
Well, but you and I split the cost on it.
Yeah.
So for the bracers, half cost on the grapple hook and Bloomstone, I would end up giving you 10 gold.
Okay, wait a minute. You guys are negotiating. You just offered him hides, bones, trophy heads,
Yeah.
spines. He's doing his calculations to figure out how much you're going to get for all
Yeah.
of those items.
So my stuff would cost 215 normally.
So he's going to give you 288 gold for all of those items and give you an additional mystery trinket, which you probably would have got the message for Valus trinket right as he offered that. So Valus trinket was free. So for 257 gold, you would get these items.
So
Wait, it screwed up my list. It's 257 gold
okay.
for the items that you wanted in total.
How much did your items cost, Bailiff?
Mine was 90, and then the 30 for the half hook would have been 210.
Okay. So 210 and 215, so 425 total.
Well, if it's 257 and we split it,
What are you trying to do, Grayson? Because
I'm trying to
I think
do.
your listening skills are lacking tonight.
So
I just told you the item purchases for everything that you guys were interested in before, like
Mhm.
choosing one item or over the other, was 545 gold total. You traded in the monster parts for 288 off of that price, which left you with a 257 gold total, which is
confused what items.
128 a person.
Yeah, I'm confused what items we're buying though, because I only have 4 items for 215, and he said he has 4 items for 210, which would be 425.
Right, because you guys said you didn't want one item over getting another item because the price was too high. I'm giving
Yeah.
you everything that you want for half of that price, unless you don't want those items at all. And then I need a total for how much it'll cost for both of your items minus the trade-in. The
Gotcha.
trade-in value is 288. So what was your total, Dracul?
180, and then an additional 30 if we were going to go half on the grapple hook.
Okay. And what was your total, Grayson?
215.
Now, is that
That
full
includes
cost
the
on the
30?
grapple?
Oh, that might be. Hold on. 50, 110, 25. D plus 110 plus 25 plus 30. Yeah, 215. That's with the half price on the grapple.
Okay, so that's 425.
Yeah.
Minus 288 is 137. Divided by 2 is 68 and 5 silver each person.
So really quick though, the 280 would be divided by 3 would be 96. So let's take 96 gold out of that to give Morgan their share.
Well, and we can do that amongst ourselves, or we can tell her that we don't get any. Right?
So yeah, let's split it, and then we'll just each split 96 divided by 2. Yeah, so
48.
we'll just give her 48 each. Yep. Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so you have all the items that you wanted in a list.
Yes.
Write them down, put them in your inventory, and take out the gold that you were supposed to spend.
All right, and what is the total that we're spending here?
Just closed that.
68 and a half?
68
and 5 silver.
Yeah.
Not 50 silver. 5 silver. 50 silver is 5 gold.
I said 68 and a half.
Right. Grayson said 50 silver. It's 5 silver.
5 silver. Yep.
Yeah.
Are you able to put the effects in of the items that we want to buy for us? Or
Yes, if you put a generic item in your inventory over the next week, I will put the item with the actual effect in it.
Okay, perfect.
And I'll let you put the rope in.
Okay.
Alright, so we have Morgan, Bricks, and where's the other person that went there? There we go. They're in the tavern. Oh, there she is. Stupid thing. And then I have Rada, Minxalia, Cool, Grayson, and Bailiff in the meat house. Okay. Alright, well, that's the end of the session. We'll deal with the tavern interactions later.
Alright.
Come on. And then let me edit my new item. Way I can
I'm
put
gonna
what
wait
it
to
is.
put the items in until my character gets exported, because I
But please put the items
Yep.
into Foundry so that I can update them in Foundry, because it will save in Foundry. It will not save in D&D Beyond. You have to create a new item in D&D Beyond for it to transfer properly.
gotcha. Okay.
If you don't have the ability to create it in your character, then throw it in the journal, in your player's journal, and I'll create it from there. Just let me know if you put anything in your journal.
And it was bracers of what?
Don't remember. I just closed out of everything.
Okay. I'll put bracers and then from Varric.
Opening it back up so you have the right name. Shadow Bracers.
Shadow bracers.
I think I'm probably gonna turn off the shopping for
New one.
this campaign for the most part.
Explain more.
The shopping just takes too long. It's not like it's not the people who want specific items. They could haggle or they could discuss. It's I'll just start asking you, what do you want to purchase in this shopping thing, and have you send it to me in Discord, and then I'll put it in everybody's character sheets and be ready for the next session.
I think that would
We
be the
spent-
most effective way, because it was about 6 hours 40 minutes for a shopping another shopping episode.
It was not supposed to be that, but
I
it
know.
was. It went from character interactions with individual NPCs that were meaningful to haggling over teeny tiny items and a back and forth over little items, where that's something that could be it's not something that should be occurring. You should be going into the store knowing what you want, asking for it. If they don't have it, you move on. And then that's also something that if I'm communicated with ahead of time what you guys want, because I told you all this was going to be a shopping thing after you reach level 5 and you have 1,000 gold to spend, I can tell you whether or not it's going to have the things that you want. That's a lot of the stuff where I'm like, if you guys are going to come in and talk to me, or if you have anything, do you need anything from me?
Oh.
All that kind of stuff is all, if you want something from me, then I need to know what you want from me. That's why all of these characters, all these NPCs have random shit.
Yep.
Is it possible to get like the things like listed? So like for example, like his shop that had like all the dart poison, mass gloom stalker. Is it possible for us to like, before the game started, we got a list of like, hey, this NPC has these items in it. so we can go in and say, hey, I want to buy this item, or I want to.
So when you ask of what he has, I have notable inventory for each person.
Yeah.
Zephyr Skyflicker, for example, has Scroll of Featherfall, Enchanted Ink and Paper, and Spellbook of the Wind. That's their generic items. Scaldi has a Raven Familiar or Bird Familiars, Potion of Familiar Bond, and a Miniature Dragon Egg. But can it be neon purple bird with orange flutes and like that? It can be anything in your imagination. It's a familiar. And there's not a lot of listening in the interaction going on either. And I need the listening to be on par for anything to work. Because I despise repeating myself multiple times when it's not a technical issue. It's just I didn't listen to what was said issue after I asked a question. I think that happened 5 or 6 times tonight where something was asked. I answered and I was like, what was that?
So for me, it's kind of just like I'm trying to keep notes in my phone as you're like the different items, and I'm just not fast enough on it. And that's why like I'll get like kind of the name written down, and that's why sometimes I have to like re-ask
Are you
the
on
effects,
Foundry on your phone?
So I have Foundry open on the computer.
Okay, you have a journal. In the journal tab, you have a journal.
Yep.
If you open that up, you can type in what I'm saying in the journal.
I'm not a super fast typer though.
Or you can ask me to copy and paste it into the chat, and you can copy and paste it from the chat into your journal.
That would be super beneficial. Because
or you can say, put that one in. I want to buy that one. I want to buy that one. I want to buy that one.
Okay.
And I'll put them into your journal.
Aha.
Okay. I'll do that next time.
If you're having trouble following what I'm saying, then that's an issue with I'm talking too fast or something of that nature. If it's that, then I need to know, because I need to be able to communicate effectively. But for the most part, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, for an example with you specifically, so you know this was a situation with you. With Scaldi said, it can be anything that you can imagine. And you said, well, can it be this? And then I said, yes, he's telling you it can be anything you can imagine. And then you went on to describe again, can I get a owl with this? Yes, it's anything that you can imagine. So it's repeating myself like that. If I say it's anything you can imagine, it's D&D. You do the cosmetic of the world. You create the cosmetic. Anything cosmetic that doesn't change the mechanics of the game, I don't care about. It could be a neon green, purple, fluffy unicorn owl.
It could be a Furby.
Like, I really don't give a fuck as long as it doesn't mess with the mechanics of the game. You can't change the mechanics, but you can change the cosmetics of anything.
I just had to throw him for a loop with suggesting the meat house.
Yeah, that took a little bit too. Also, is there anything you guys need to have your level 5 characters ready? Is everybody's level 5 character ready?
That was a Morrigan thing too at the
Well,
start of a session.
that was an everybody thing because I said, "Does anybody need any help?" I believe. Let's see, where was it?
You definitely
was
said
good.
it at least over the course of some time in the past week.
Yeah, at least
Yeah.
3 times I believe I was in here. Like, is there anything anyone needs from me for level up to level 5? Items created or anything of that nature before Sunday is up.
Yeah.
I'll be working on campaign stuff. That is, respond to that message with, this character wants these items.
So
Yeah.
I have a
Okay.
question for you.
Mine was good. I just needed my bow.
That's also, my character is leveled up to level 5 and ready to go. That means I could have already imported your character. I could have checked it for errors. I could have updated any items that needed updated, checked any macros, and your character would have been ready.
Ready for review.
No, it would have been just ready for you to go. I would have matched it to your D&D Beyond.
Yeah. I think technically, I think I did message you and tell you that mine was good. It just needed the moon bow, which I couldn't add because I didn't have the special pack. But you had added it
And-
in for me.
Right, I added that in, but then I think 3 days later, that was the 11th. I was here yesterday, and I was here Thursday. That was back on Monday.
Yeah. I was done after that. I haven't touched my character since then.
We had also talked about Bastion stuff and
Yeah.
other things of that nature needing to be put in place. Nobody responded with what's a Bastion, or how do I do that, or anything like that. So
I used the links. I'm not done with mine. I saw a couple people had made theirs. I saw it had to be done by next week, so
I misspoke there. I didn't mean
idea.
to say nobody. I meant to say some people didn't respond at all. What is a Bastion? So I think the only people that actually asked me for my input or questions about it, or gave me any updates as to what they're doing with it, was Valeth and Mingsalia.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 that I talked to about Bastions that got any input or asked any questions about it.
I had
to start
also
off.
Drada
asked
did too.
some questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Drada, yeah. I think that wasn't that the last Sunday that you asked me, or was that yesterday?
No, that was during the week. I had been posting things in the chat.
Yeah, so 3 of 8.
I mean, some people could have known, and so like for me, like I was what they were saying, and like I have the 2 links posted in my notes, and I started kind of messing with it.
Yeah,
I'm just
but
not
I need
really
that communication because I need to know what you guys are doing. I need to know your processes because I can't just assume that you're in the process of working on it. I have to keep asking.
That's fair.
Tonight was kind of frustrating for me because I was trying to get everybody through everything and introduce 2 new characters, and the lack of preparedness of some people, and then the added interactions that I was trying to speed along that actually slowed everything down when I tried to speed them up. It got me really frustrated.
We started an hour late because everything needed to be explained about what we were supposed to do throughout the week. That could have been an extra hour we would have in the meat house doing something.
Right,
Actually
and then
collaborative role
player interactions, introducing Thorbeck took a half hour, I believe. a character introduction should not take a half hour. It should be, these people are assigned to your group, introduced to each other, roll your checks to figure out what you know, and then go about your business. There was a lot of, okay, what are you guys talking about? As everybody went silent. Are you like joining up? Where are you gonna go? What are you gonna do? No consensus. This is stuff that you guys can plan in between sessions.
Kind of, but also not really. We can't really plan too far. Because if
Well,
we plan something, somebody will say they want to do something, and it changes everything. So we kind of can't really plan too far ahead.
so you guys knew you were going to be shopping. You knew that you were going to be, you had 1,000 gold each to spend. So you knew you were going to be shopping. You knew you were going to do a research.
Yeah, I took care of all my stuff in under 20 minutes.
Right. Which worked out really well, although it really kind of messed up for you because there was several interactions that we glossed over because of expediency, and then everybody else got their interaction, but you got the expediency route.
Yeah, and then it was, I think about, it's 5 hours, 45 minutes, I got a good half hour of interaction.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, I appreciate that you expediency'd your interaction.
Well, I thought we were actually going to get together again at some point instead of...
Right, at this point, I wish you had just role-played your whole interaction.
Yeah, but...
Because that's what ended up happening.
Yeah.
These aren't people that you're going to see once and never see again. You're also getting ready to go out on a job. You're not... You have 3 hours. 3 hours when you're going across a town to go to different shops is not a long time. Yeah. This is a quick get in, get out. But there's also character interactions that do need to happen, like the Scaldi interactions.
Yeah.
There are, for example, Varric was occupied for an hour, and Grayson was occupied for an hour. But you two somehow got the most amount of shopping done, aside from Dracul, of anyone. How does that make a time sense? I understand the aspect of I want to go everywhere and do everything. I get that. But you as players have to account for your time. And if you don't think you could accomplish all the tasks in the amount of time that you have allotted to you, especially when I give you a task that takes an hour to accomplish, I can't possibly track that for 8 people. I don't think any DM on the planet, even Matt Mercer, can do that.
Yeah.
Because I've seen his shopping episodes get freaking overrun as his players interact with the NPCs, and he's just left to let the roleplay happen.
Well, for the most part, if I'm going in, Dracul doesn't try to swindle people, or he trusts that they're giving him a good price on something, so he just wants, and much like I am, and if I'm going shopping, I want to get what I fuck out.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Now, the
right.
interaction with Varric, yeah, we know Varric from the Forge, so, okay, do you have something that might be interesting?
Yeah, and some of that I need to... I have to wait for things to load on my side to give you an answer to some of those questions, because while I do have items in the shop that I have lists of items available, the specific items for specific things I have to filter out of my database.
Yeah.
So if you're asking for rogue specific things, I have to pull up the rogue specific things. And then when the Gloomstalker asks for Gloomstalker specific things, I have to pull those up. So I can do just generic 5e items, and I hate doing that because that really dwindles my world down to what everybody else produces. But that would make the shopping easier, but it will eliminate roleplay almost entirely for that aspect.
Yeah, and see, for me, with the potions, I threw in a list of potions I was looking for, and you said, well, she has this, and this is what it cost. Okay, done.
Right. Which, I want the roleplay to occur. I want the players to interact with the NPCs, but I need that interaction to be meaningful. The jabber of back and forth with different things is where it's not meaningful roleplay, it's just talking to somebody back and forth. It's like when you go to a restaurant and the guy is talking to you about conspiracy theories for 4.5 hours, and he'll just continue to talk about the conspiracy theories for another 4.5 hours if you don't shut him up and leave. So if you want to go in and you want to buy specific items, I want a +1 sword and +1 armor and bag of holding. I can tell you who's going to have those 3 items and where you can get them, and then give you a gold cost, and you can move on. If you want to explore the shop, then we can go in and roleplay you're talking to the blacksmith, roleplay you're talking to Scaldy, roleplay you're talking to the bookstore. It can be a quick 2 or 3 back and forth conversation, then, oh, I have other customers to get to, have a great day. You can ask for roles aside from that to get history on those people or learn something about them. That's fine. But I think we spent close to 6 hours, I think it was,
5:45.
of how much was that from the start of the shopping, from the actual first interaction with a storekeeper?
About 4.5 hours of shopping specifically.
So 4.5 hours. And how many of our 8 players do you think had meaningful interactions?
I think the pet shop was very good for roleplay for a lot of interactions.
So Valeth, Drada, and Grayson.
Yep, for that. And I don't know about the others. I don't think the blacksmith had anything. I didn't really have a meaningful interaction with the bookstore scriptorium avian creature.
Anybody else have a meaningful interaction with anybody?
Maybe
Well-
Drada with.
I was going to say Drada
Alora.
with the Alora because I was specifically looking for items that were going to help on this journey, specifically tailored to weather.
Right. Minxalia?
Yeah.
Meaningful interactions? No, because you had no interactions in those 4 hours.
No, because I was pushing stuff hoping that I would get to interact with players and build bonds between the characters, which is what I set out to... My plan for the week was, that's what I put my mental investment into, was getting to have roleplay interactions with other players, do a tarot card reading with the players, was one of them who showed interest.
Right. That I was actually really looking forward to. I was actually hoping that would happen. I thought you guys were going to go to a tavern first and then shop later and leave in the morning, kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's
So you guys
actually-
all wanted to shop first, then interact, then leave. So
But I do think I would actually want to stop by Ilara, hearing personality and knowing the kind of stuff, because when Drada, like, this is out of character information, because I did spend a lot of time looking at all the information on the draw board, and I would have realized I don't have weather gear.
Yeah, well, I don't
Grayson
remember if it was
bought
Grayson bought weather
a set
gear
for everybody.
Excellent. Okay, I zoned out because
And 2 large
we
tents.
were going one spot at a time, and I turned my brain off.
Yeah,
'cause
so
I didn't have it. My character had 0 interaction, and I couldn't speak because my character wasn't there.
right. And that's what happened with so Minxalia, shit, no, I have to
It was
go.
a really unfulfilling session for me today, but that's because I also chose to speed through something and then presume instead of inquire. I presumed that the group would be quick with their shopping, like I was,
Mhm.
and that was my fault for expecting
And-
things.
In therapy, I
I know.
tried to be.
And please, as players, I need you guys to also chime in when you're sitting there and you don't have anything that you're doing and you want everybody to speed up their shopping. Speak up as a player. Say, guys, I really want to speed through this shopping so we can get to some role play.
So I
Because-
know. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Because if you guys don't do that, then it's on me to railroad you guys. Because that's what I ended up having to do. As we got to, I think it was the 3rd hour
Yeah.
of shopping, I was like, guys, we need to speed this up. We need to get to other stuff that we're doing. Like, if you don't have meaningful interaction that needs to happen, then just give me a list of items and I'll tell you what you get. And if I don't get that response from the players, then it's me, like, cracking the whip on the players to get them to move faster. If it's a player to player, then it's like, hurry up, get out of this shop. We got to go get this stuff so we can go meet the people at the tavern, kind of thing.
But that's yeah. I mean, it's not wanting to rush people because
Yeah.
I'm not the focus of an 8-person party.
Right.
Yeah, and this
So-
is what I was talking about when I said with 8 people, everything's going to move slower.
Yep.
So you guys got to be comfortable with that if you're going to let the 8th person in there.
Well, I did want to also add at the end of Drada speaking with, I can't remember her name, the general store.
Alara.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had also said, okay, it's almost 11. Where are we going now? And that's why when I was looking at it, I'm like, well, if it's almost 11, I'm not going to have time for this interaction. I'm just going to go here instead. So that was kind of like gauging that way as well. Like, how much time is actually in game, like, left? Is there actually time to go do those interactions?
A thought process too could be limiting each store visit to a half-hour interaction, like not real time, but like time frame, or an hour and a half, of
Well,
real time. So it pushes
in-
the time forward.
Yeah, in actual player time, like in the world time,
Mm-hmm.
this, I say it took all of 3 hours. That's because most of it was traveling between the shops, but
And the
the-
hour bonding rituals.
the actual physical interaction of player to player, or player to NPC, was probably 15 minutes
Yeah.
of what was actual role play. The rest was number crunching, repeat communication, or misunderstandings,
Yeah.
or lack of bookkeeping.
And
Which, in my opinion, D&D bookkeeping is I hate it
same.
beyond anything. That's why you don't track any of your items shit. You don't track what clothing you have to wear. You don't track your travel expenses and charters and shit like that. and how much rations you have on hand.
Yeah.
The bookkeeping of all of that little piddly shit ruins the game to me.
Same.
I agree.
So that's what this whole 4 hours was tracking piddly shit. To me. That's how it feels to me as a DM. I feel like I screwed my job up by allowing 4 hours of piddly shit. And it's not fun for me, and it's not fun for you guys. But in the rushing of individual players, or not necessarily, in the rushing of the group, the people who needed the interaction got rushed out of the interaction, and the people that were hogging the interaction got more interaction, which was the exact opposite of my intention. I wanted to move past the shopping and go into the tavern so that we could do the interaction between who were the people in the tavern again?
As soon as I saw the 6 shops set up, I knew that the entire session was going to be a shopping one. As soon as I saw that at the very start of the session.
So, can we make it a thing going forward that if there's 5, 6 shops, each player can only go to like 2?
Yes. You need to pick 1 or 2.
I think that's part of your time management as a player as well. Like, looking at it, you have 3 hours. It's going to take time to travel between shops. It's not like you instantaneously teleport. So part of that is trying to figure out which ones do I need to actually go to.
It also gives you priority. Makes
Right.
you think.
Right, and if you've gone to 3 of the 6 shops and other players haven't gone to a single one, you as a player, you need to step back and say, I'm done with my shopping for now. I can do this tomorrow or next session. I can do this when we get to the other major city. I can do this when we get back to town.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not stuff that's necessary. If I do that to you guys, if I say you can only go to 2 shops off the rip, then, for example, therapy, you would have only been able to go to the bookstore and Varix.
That's what I did anyway.
Right, but then, okay, you needed potions because you have low hit points and you need something to be able to pick yourself back up if people can't get to you. Sorry, you can't get potions or healing.
Right, but I also
you
know...
want a familiar? Sorry, you can't do that either. You don't get that interaction. So then it becomes a battle of necessity if I limit you.
But that's another thing. That's part of character creation. If I wanted a familiar or a pet, choose find familiar, or choose a class that deals with animals, or get medicine kits, or do something like that that's part of your background, or find a way to incorporate it into your character so you can use the utility you want. I still think that limiting this is going to be necessary. We're gonna have to
it
shut people
absolutely
down.
is. This is going to go away, is what it's going to be. You're going to tell me what you want in shops, and I will not be generating NPCs like this. Because it's...
What I think...
It's
Sorry, go ahead, finish.
I can't do the middle ground. So I'm either going to invest my time and my mental energy into world building and build the character interactions with the world, or it's going to be minimal world building character interactions and mostly person to person interactions, player to player interactions.
My suggestion is invest the NPC creation into quest lines and story driven narratives, not shop NPCs.
You guys haven't got there yet, though.
Well, we got Quizzin, we got the guy who we had the whole bear rug sweating with Morgan.
Yeah, that was all
that was-
Quizen.
Yeah, that was a memorable one. That was a big
Right.
deal. But
And
that
you have
was
Varric,
one really important
which is
one.
from Merchant
Yeah,
shit,
and-
and Eldrin, which is from Merchant shit.
but that's
but
the thing too, is if Varric
you're
has stuff,
just-
we can do orders for that. He has so many connections that if we needed stuff from the general store, blacksmith, he can get a writ and then send it out and have it be something that we can pick up. Varric is
Mhm.
important,
Right.
but a random blacksmith isn't necessarily, or a general store in person.
And they're not. Like, this blacksmith has literally nothing to him. But the pet store and familiar emporium,
No, that one was fun.
that-
I did appreciate
that's
that.
yeah, that's a very important NPC.
Yeah,
the
especially for
bookstore
battle.
and scriptorium, that one is there specifically because of you.
Yes, it is. And that's why I went there immediately, picked up a bunch of inks and supplies, but
Alara is there because of somebody in Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Because of a character in Wednesday.
Alara is super...
But she is also extremely useful for a lot of piddly shit that like you need there because you need those little magical items that are beneficial in certain scenarios.
Yep.
And then the potions and healing is for every cleric and paladin.
Yeah. No, I mean, that makes sense,
The-
though.
Well, I
But
think
the blacksmith, you need a blacksmith in every NPC, or in every shop interaction. Everybody needs a blacksmith for something. But a +1 item is not a common item.
Right. I agree.
A mithril is not common. Magic items are very prevalent and very common in the world, but when you go into specifics of armor types and sword types, you're looking at needing to buy something and then wait for it to be created. So it means you go out in an adventure and you come back and you pick it up.
Yeah.
All of that stuff can be handled. I want a +1 sword. Okay, your blacksmith tells you it's going to cost this much to make it. It's going to take this long.
I really think if you want stuff like that, I mean, it's... If you really want to do this, like, players, if they want something, they can set something up outside of session and think
Right.
what they want for 15 minutes outside of session.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling. Actually, both this shopping session and last shopping session, I told everybody that if you want generic D&D 5e items, to let me know outside of session.
Yep.
I can tell you how to get those very quickly. If you're looking for random homebrew items or specific items that like specific random items, then you go to the shop for it. Because like a familiar, that's a very specific, but it's highly random at the same time. It's something specific that's going to be specific to you. They're going to tailor it to you.
Right.
If you need stuff tailored to you, go to the shops. That's what they're there for. Varric is there as, first off, it's a way for me to get you to get rid of your gold. Because I give you a lot of gold for the shit that you do, and everything is really cheap in my world.
True.
It's a way for you to get minutely useful items very quickly in roleplay that are fun to use and produce character interactions.
Yep.
I agree.
The spell component tracking things. Diamonds. I know everybody needs diamonds and gems for their spell components. That's one of the main spell components. I said I don't want to track spell components. If you need them, tell me you need them. You can roleplay buying them at a shop. I need diamonds. They cost this much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what I did.
It
It didn't take long.
right. And there was a little bit of misunderstanding that we had to clear up on a rules situation with your shopping, but it was handled in about 3 minutes. And you bought enough materials to look up 10 spells.
Yeah.
And did the role play of looking up 10 spells and scribing them, as well as developing a new character book, or new character, a development to your character in about probably 15 minutes total.
Yeah, but I DM'd for 7 years.
Right, and I'm not expecting it to be that compact for everybody.
Yeah.
But I'm also not expecting buying generic items to take 45 minutes for one character.
Another thing we can say is our sessions are usually 6 to 7 hours on Sundays. If it's more than 2 hours, we're done.
So I guess like one thing for me, especially like because this is like my first time ever playing any D&D. So like,
okay.
for example, the last shop we went into, like with Varric, where you give us like a list of, hey, these are items, these are the enchantments. That's what I was kind of trying to get with asking other people. That makes it easier because like it's really hard for me to like homebrew because like I haven't really played D&D. So like a lot of my understanding of how to even word like specific type of things or enchantments or stuff like that, like I don't really know any of it.
Yeah,
and so like trying to figure out what would be like a good homebrew item, like
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
On
Yes.
on that topic. How
Mhm.
much of the player's handbook have you read?
I have not really read through the handbook, no.
That is 100% of your problem right there. You are trying to play Clue without having ever read the rule book.
Honestly, if you just look through like the adventurer's gear too, just that is a good will help get a lot of information.
Right.
If you read 2 books,
I believe
Player's
actually
Handbook and
after our
Dungeon Master
first
Guide, that's it.
session, after our first combat session, I posted a link specifically for you to the player's handbook for action economy.
So I did read through that portion. I haven't read like the entire player's handbook, but I read the link that you sent and I read like some of it. It's
Which
more
session
just
is
like
this? Therapy? This 5th or 6th?
I will provide that information once I look it up in the file.
Okay. I think it's been 6 weeks. If you had
This is episode
invested,
6, yes.
Yeah. So if you had invested and we had a week or 2, actually 3 weeks upon telling you that you were in the session, that is, if we just go by the 6 weeks of sessions, that is, if you had read 1 chapter a day, you would have read the important parts of the player's handbook twice. And I believe I told you when we first started, when we did our first session 0, that the player's handbook was going to be a beneficial tool for you to use. That's what I'm talking about when I say player investment. That is you investing your personal time into figuring out how the game works, aside from being told every little detail.
Outside of session.
So I
Right.
have read like a lot of individual components, especially like when doing like the character builder and stuff like that. And like I've tried like looking up like weapons, but it's more like trying to figure out like specific homebrew stuff is the issue. Kind of like when I was talking with you about the bow, like I sent you the bow that I found by like looking through and researching and stuff. Yeah. What was that?
I think his mic just kind of fizzled a little bit. For homebrew, I can homebrew very well. It's really hard to homebrew for somebody who doesn't know what they want, though. Like the bow that you sent, that was already a D&D item that I found that matched what you wanted. But I know what a Gloomstalker wants. I can go through and homebrew items for a Gloomstalker. The homebrew isn't there to increase the mechanics of your gameplay. The homebrew is there to give you a reason to interact with another player. So a lot of the stuff that you've been seeking has been to increase your own stats. But if we look at therapy has everything about therapy's character from an ability perspective.
What I do?
I was talking about your character using it as an example. From a utility perspective, Mingsalia is useless to herself, other than learning and interacting with the world and learning lore, learning spells, learning how the world works. Other than that, for a stats base, completely useless to the world. But she has spells that help her teammates with alarming them if somebody's coming into camp, sending, identification, silence,
Water breathing,
druidcraft, water breathing, prestidigitation, minor illusion, guidance, thaumaturgy, counter spells for protection, hold person, remove curse. There is everything about therapy's character from a veteran player standpoint. Everything she does can cause a player interaction. It progresses the story. It changes how people interact with her. Drada, for example, we'll go over yours too. When you look at Drada's abilities, she has the ability to create potions for her friends, which then she can hand it to them, and that's a player interaction. She has part of her background is in helping her fellow people trying to get out of the situation that her people are in. So that applies to her social setting as a character. When you go into her spells, detecting magic, dispelling magic, fairy fire for identifying enemies, light spells, prestidigitation, bane spells for helping your players in battle, darkness for concealment, find familiar for funny interactions like scaring your teammate out of a tree and nearly killing them instantly.
also scouting for
Scouting,
yeah.
things like that. But familiars are very great for roleplay. That's why there is a shop that gives everybody who wants one a familiar, because those interactions are meaningful. You can express a lot when it's not through the lens of your own character.
Yep.
But if we go and look at Grayson, we go into features, and you have weapon masteries, you have favored foe, which helps you only. Defense, lightly armored, primal awareness, umbral sight, gloomstalker magic, shadow touched, alert, dread ambusher. Go into your spellbook, beast sense, misty step. Speak with animals is a role playing one that will help you role playing with animals and things of that nature. Disguised self it will help with role play a little bit, but it's just going to be like hiding yourself, changing your appearance, things of that nature. Hunter's Mark helps yourself. Zephyr Strike helps yourself. cordon of arrows helps yourself. Pass without a trace helps the group, but it's not a role play heavy interaction. It's just a, hey everybody, you can't be seen very easily.
I don't know.
Thanks, bud.
It could also be useful for sneaking into restricted sections of non-magically protected libraries or around
Right.
patrolled guards or stuff like that. But you're right. It's out of combat utility to avoid combat.
So
Usually.
Right.
Well, I also
the cordon of arrows I did specifically pick to be more helping one. So it's basically like the goal was to kind of set it up for sleeping. Because it's basically like you put 4 arrows into the ground, and then if anything comes within range of it.
It's a ranger's alarm.
Right.
Yeah, basically. And that's why I picked that one. And then because the 2 or no, I got 1 new spell this one. I got Beast Sense and Rope Trick automatically. Misty Step I got because of so like the only
Right.
ones I actually got to choose, because a lot of them come just from being like a Gloomstalker.
Right, but that's so what I'm getting at with that is that aspect of it is the mechanics of your character are self-building, which means your player interactions have to be relationship building.
Yeah.
Which you're doing great with Morgan and doing great with roleplay in general. In the item sense, what you should be looking for is items that help promote your interaction with other players.
Okay.
The mechanics will build themselves with your player growth as you go forward.
Okay.
Go ahead, Homestead. I talked over you twice.
That's okay. I just wanted to point out on Drada, there's also 2 spells that I've been hinting at that I'm able to use to several different players, but it doesn't get utilized. So I'll say something like, if you find an item that you like, let me know. I may be able to get the price down because I have a spell that can actually disguise an item to make it look like it's damaged. Or
right, that's distort value. She can make it appear damaged and less valuable, or she can make it appear more valuable if you're trying to sell it.
Right.
Which,
and then
when you go to sell pelts and stuff like that, which is why I was bringing that up, and I was hoping you were going to actually like intersect yourself and be like, oh yeah, I would have been there to want to sell the pelts, but I can't really communicate that to you effectively.
It also feels like that's forcing yourself into a situation that wasn't natural.
Right.
So
and I get that too. That's why I couldn't say it to her, but it was like in the back of my head, I'm like, Drada should really be here for selling this stuff. That was the first thing that I thought they were gonna do. Hey, we'll meet you at the store, but we have to go buy Varix and sell this stuff to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I expected to happen there, but the DM's expectations very rarely ever get met, to be honest.
And I was also hoping to actually identify my ring today. I was going to do that in the one that my sister gave me. I was hoping to do that in the meat house.
Yeah, so there was 3 interactions that I wanted to do with you in the meat house, because you went to an area where you would be semi-alone. You probably would have asked for a private table, so you were left alone.
Yeah.
And then you would have been alone for several hours, studying, reading, finishing up your spells and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
So in that instance, I wanted to have a brief interaction with you and the Herald, where you would have been sitting there and he would have just appeared next to you and kind of like had a tavern interaction, like you were just talking to an old friend.
Mm-hmm.
For knowing you, that would have taken a very few minutes.
We can also start that off at the beginning of the next one, so that way there's the roleplay aspect and people get into the mindset of roleplaying instead of let's leave. Because we can roleplay for a bit at that spot. Andrada
I want to start.
has been wanting to say something for a while, so I don't want to lose her thought.
See, that's the other part of it too. Is like I'm a very quiet person. I don't like to interject. So when people are like talking and talking and talking, I tend to just kind of step back and wait for an opportunity. But as far as I want to touch on what you were just touching on there, therapy is because in that situation where the pelts were being taken and sold and everything like that, Drada would not have been fully aware of the interaction that had gone on with the apes prior because she was not there for that.
True.
And then didn't have any interaction there to say anything.
But do they
So
have
that's
a
why
bag of holding, or are they carrying all of that meat and pelt around that your character would see it?
And I
Potentially,
did say that we could sell the meat to the meat house,
And
but that's the only thing that I had mentioned.
They also did.
Yeah.
We also all met up before separating again.
Well,
Right,
that's
and
why I wanted.
That was me entirely. Right there was me entirely. Like, everybody come together and
That's
figure out what you want to do.
Yep.
And
That's
then it
why
was
I'm
like, I
trying-
want to separate. I'm like, God damn it. Number one rule of D&D, don't separate the party.
Maybe you just
That's
need
what
to
I was
have
trying to get at.
encounters happen when people are by themselves.
I tried that. It didn't make anything different because it happened immediately the next session after.
Yeah, but if they lose something, they might think differently about. I mean, detrimental encounters. Like enemy or hostile or thief or something negative from
Yeah,
going off by
that
themselves.
happened. I died twice.
Yeah, and
But
you
guess
still
what?
didn't learn your
To be
lesson
fair.
because you immediately ran off to the blacksmith as soon as anybody talked about anything. You were like, I'm going to the blacksmith. It's like, you still haven't learned the lesson of when you run off on your own, you get left on your own
Would
and
anybody
you die.
like
I
to
did
come with
try
me?
to go with other people. So I ended up going to the pet store first anyways because other people went to the pet store, and then the only time I went back since was someone else. I never went to a single shop by myself. If you noticed, I was always with another character.
Yeah.
No,
I
I
didn't
have
go
to
off
disagree
alone this
with
time.
that because you
When
went
was
to
I
the
alone?
blacksmith
Oh,
before anybody was even ready to
Before we
leave. They
dialed
were
you
still
back with thaumaturgy.
interacting.
Mhm.
Yeah, they were still interacting, meeting up, and nobody had even talked to each other, and you were already at the blacksmith.
my bad.
Like-
I misunderstood the situation. I thought we were gonna like plan what we're gonna do, and I was like, oh, I think go to the blacksmith. And yeah, I kind of misunderstood what was happening with that situation.
Right. So, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Did I discuss any shopping
Kinda.
at all? No, I didn't.
You also
You saw the map and you
Yeah.
assumed.
That is true. But you did tell us
I
like last
said-
time that we were gonna be spending or have a chance to
said-
spend our gold this time.
Yes.
Yeah, I said you have 1,000 gold, you're going to have a chance to spend it. You can't jump ahead of the DM.
That's fair.
But
So, when I
I'm
said
gonna go
you guys
against
are
there,
all going
Sheldon,
to...
though, because you definitely set up.
Oop.
If you're there, you have.
He dropped out.
Who did?
Christian.
Oh, I'm gonna disagree with you there, though, Sheldon. If you have the shop icons on the map, people are gonna see that and think shopping. You had them visible. You could have had it on an overworld map. Because
So-
especially with new players, they're gonna see that and they're gonna be like, "Oh, all right, I gotta think about where I'm going shopping."
Right, now, so I
did-
have that there in the open for a reason. Because I wanted everybody to think about which shops they wanted to go to and have that ready.
Ooh.
I'm back. Sorry, my
Nope,
Xbox
that
Like-
makes
turned
sense.
off.
No, that
Like
makes sense.
you did.
That definitely
Like
makes
Xbox
sense.
turn off.
Like
Yeah, I was
Minx
gonna say that's
or
how I-
Morgan did.
Yeah, no,
Like-
that makes a lot of sense.
And I also wanted to build up that anticipation of things like the pet store.
Yeah, that's true.
That I want to get my familiar. I want to get that owl. I want to get that. That, to me, that would lead a player to rush to that location and get it done. But you can't go ahead of the DM. The things that you see on your screen, you don't see until your DM tells you you do.
It's player knowledge, not character knowledge.
Right.
Mhm.
So when I told everybody what their secondary responses to their nightmares were, as the trauma hit them for the second night in a row, and I said you all wake up and you meet at the registration desk to discuss your plans for the day, and then I shut up.
Yeah, and I pushed.
That's
I actually pushed for the knowing what we're going shopping for.
mm-hmm. Right, you're gonna go shopping. You're gonna buy a bunch of shit. Then you're gonna be like, "Oh wait, we don't have any
Where are we going?
anything. What are we doing? Where are we going?"
And because of that too, now Drada went and what was it, Dracul or Grayson went for warm clothes shopping too.
Right.
That was me.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you two
Right. Well,
both
that was
went,
Valeth, and then you picked it up and kind of stole that from him.
all
Which
three
that's
of you
another
guys
thing.
went for warm clothes, which is good.
Right.
And
So
I
that's
took
another thing.
Valeth's advice and went straight for potions of healing because of Morgan and Grayson.
Right. And Grayson, that's another good point to highlight there.
Yeah.
Varric entered that shop and interacted first, and he asked about warm clothing. And
Valeth.
or
Okay.
Valeth, sorry, Valeth. When he did so, the next statement out of your mouth literally overtook his interaction. When I had already stated to him that interaction should have been in the text for generic items. Like if you're making sure you have something that's generic, like clothes, then text base it. The next statement out of your mouth immediately after I finished that was, "I want to buy some warm clothing."
So I actually asked for a cloak because I was looking for a cloak with a specific thing, and you offered up the clothing, which is why I got the clothing. And then I asked for tents with the clothing, but I asked for a cloak specifically, like a cloak with an effect that for cold weather was what I was trying to find.
She didn't have anything like that.
Yeah.
That was all Varric and just Varric.
Yeah.
Varric had the magical cloaks and things of that nature.
Yeah, and so she offered up the clothing, which is why I was like, okay, yeah, I'll take the clothing and the tents.
Right. But what the point I'm trying to get at there is while the want to roleplay and the want to be involved in the story making is great, I don't want to dissuade you from doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Your excitement for doing it is literally stealing away from the other players.
I apologize.
Does that make sense?
I could have sworn I waited till I was addressed. So I waited until I was asked what I wanted. Same as with the pet store. I was the last person in the pet store.
An example of not necessarily the correct way, but a better way to do that is the way Dracul did it. I would also like warm clothing, or I would like a specific item. Do you have any cloaks with a magical property that aren't generic clothing? That would tell me that you're not looking for just a cloak to keep warm, which is what I understood in your statement. You're looking for a cloak with a magical property to battle the cold.
So I kind of did think I had said that. That's what I meant.
It may be a miscommunication
for cold,
which
and
is perfectly
that's
possible. Yeah. But it's the clarification of not stepping on another player's ask. You and Dracul had the same thing happen in the leatherworker's shop at the forge. He was asking for studded leather. You asked for studded leather. And the interaction happened back and forth when it could have been a both of us want studded leather. We'll ask about that. Your role play turned it into an encounter between the two of you rather than camaraderie. Does that make sense? It's
So
like
I guess
I want it first thing.
I think too, like when you, because this is what I do, and you can see it with the interaction in that store with Drada asking about the rabbit's foot after, is kind of taking a step back, seeing what the other characters are doing in their turn, and then building off of that.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait until this person's done because they asked for something similar, and maybe they'll get the same response that I would get if I asked again. Which is what Dracul did quite often. Even in Varric's shop previously, Dracul was the last one in there to get trinkets, I think, other than Minxalia, who showed up way last. There was something else that happened too. I do struggle a lot with the popping in and out that Iggy does mainly, but a couple other people do it too. Where you're here for 2 hours, gone for 3 hours, back here for 2 hours. And your character is literally left doing nothing, and then I have to recap so you know what happened. That's a little bit frustrating.
If I'm stepping away, I try to take my headset with me so I can what's going on.
That's what I do too. I usually
Right,
have
but you're
my...
stepping away. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I usually have my mic muted because we live in a very small house, so it's typically loud until my kids go to bed. And like you'll hear my dog barking and stuff like that. So I'll keep my mic muted until it's my turn, and then I'll unmute. But I always have it on me at all times.
Right. So, but would you guys what I'm referring to is like Iggy left
Like
for
gone.
left the Discord and everything for like 2 hours to go handle a thing at her work. Now, if you have a conflict and you can't attend every single week, then you shouldn't agree to play D&D. Because I told everybody the times and weekly.
Yep. It's
And
showing your ability to maintain time commitments.
Right. And that's going to be something I'm going to discuss with her. I'm going to say, look, if this is to my understanding, I thought it was a one-off thing. Like she just got a staff meeting out of nowhere and that she has to go to it.
Too, but
that's what I thought. So that I was like, yeah, that's fine. But if it's going to be every 2 weeks or every 2 sessions.
She is also an RA, so sometimes her meetings are talking with somebody and she doesn't know how long it's going to go. And she has no clue it's going to happen.
Right. Now, if it's a random thing, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, life happens.
But if it's a scheduled thing that happens once a month on Wednesdays at 5 p.m. or at 8 p.m., that I'm not okay with because we agreed to weekly. And if you have a thing once a month every Wednesday at the time scheduled for D&D, you can't make that commitment.
Yeah.
Because you won't be there. So if that's going to be a scheduled thing, I'm going to probably ask her to drop out of the campaign, which I really don't want to do because I like her player, I like her character, and I like how she's playing in the game, but that is detrimental, really, because she missed out on the player interaction with Bowen's character. And the knowing what jobs you're going on. That's a major one. Like you missed the session where you plan your next 15 sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? That's really rough on me because now I have to explain to her all of the jobs, and then she doesn't feel like she got to choose any of those jobs because she wasn't here to choose any of them.
And I was trying to keep her in mind with the job choices, which is why I mentioned maybe we shouldn't go to.
Yeah. And
That would be exactly why Minx would want to go there, by the way.
yeah. Because not only are you like perfectly built for player interaction, but you're perfectly built for going against anything that those players want to do.
Yeah, I'm literally an advocate for a devil.
So, there's also, I had to introduce those two characters, and those two people didn't seem very invested in getting their characters introduced and like moving forward with it, because they had the interaction in whispers back and forth before, and I was trying to get them to do their interaction so that it pushed the interaction into the gameplay, and they sent like 4 messages back and forth. I'm like, okay, now we have to do this so that we can get everybody moving forward. We have to do this in the open.
If you want, I can be a lot more assertive as a player to push people.
Yeah, as
That way it's
a
not
player,
your
I
spot.
need you guys that if you're getting frustrated like I am with how long something's taking, tell the group that you're getting frustrated with how long something's taking.
I also don't care if
Guys,
people get
we're
upset
2
with me.
hours into a shopping session. Come on.
Yep.
So I'll be honest, that was
Okay.
also part of why I was trying to like hurry it to go to the blacksmith, because I felt like the interaction of the introduction like took a really long time, and there was like I didn't really know what they were doing, like if they were
Are
coming
you
with us
talking
or if they
about
were.
the introduction of the character?
Yeah, so like when they were like,
I can tell you I limit my introductions of my characters to 1 sentence and showing you a picture.
That's what it should be.
no, so the new characters though, like they didn't really tell us. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
the player
I never really.
characters, not new NPC characters.
Yeah, not the
Oh, yeah.
NPCs.
The
Yeah,
player
I'm talking about like
that's,
the character.
That's what I was
Yeah.
just talking about.
Okay.
Between Bowen and Siren,
Yep.
Yeah.
introducing their characters, they were not invested in introducing their characters as they should have been.
Also, my
They should
character
have been
doesn't
able to
care that
play
you joined the
that.
party.
Yeah, we
Right.
had a little role play with
The-
Bowen. Like Bowen had some role play. Like I threw some rocks at him and he hit him with the staff. But
Right, but the Bowen was waiting for an interaction, which I know as DM, I know which interactions he was waiting for, which were at the tavern and at the meat house, where he can show his character off, because that's where his character is made for. It's made for the conversation interactions and the little fun back and forth.
Right.
I was trying to push people to that. That's why I tried to push Morgan there. Like right off the bat, I tried to eliminate the shopping of that. And she wanted to go to the blacksmith, so I tried to push that through and then push her back to that. I tried to push Drada to interact with Zyra, which, again, your guys' deity choices fuck with me. But
Excellent.
I'm like, oh look, fucking drow and a drow, and there's a good interaction here that can happen. And then I look down and I'm like, fucking enemy of Elestray. Fuck you. And the next one on the list is Clevmore. And I'm like, oh my fucking god, really?
Well, that's
And then I'm like, ally of Balar. I'm like, okay, at least there's one ally there, and I tell you about it, and you didn't do anything with it, Mr. Gloomstalker.
I'm sorry. The deity thing is a little bit above my head, and I also went to roll the Arcana. You told me that I don't really notice those things about the gods.
Well, that was before I
not-
saw
was-
the extra information that was on the. I was reminded of the extra information that I missed in my
Got it.
research of that deity.
I didn't realize that was an invitation to re-bring that back up. I thought it was a shutdown no-go for my character, so I just left it.
No, and I'm almost never shutting you down. I'm giving you a DM guidance, and it's supposed to be a slight nudge. It's not a slap in a direction. I'm saying Rangers don't really look for religious symbols. Now, your ranger has a deity, which is not necessarily normal.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
It's not normal for rangers to really have deities.
Hmm.
Right, but yours is Balal, which is of the hunt, which kind of makes sense,
Yeah, that
but
makes sense.
it does drive player interaction, which is nice, unless it drives player interaction away. But
Not a hard follower. I picked Malal because when we were doing character building, you mentioned that these are the deities and stuff to pick from, and I was like, okay, well, this one fits my character the most.
Yeah.
yeah, Malar.
And I ignored his page.
Malar.
List.
Right.
Malar. Yep. Sorry.
And you do realize that Malar is chaotic evil, right?
So I read that, but at the same time, in my defense, I went through the entire list of deities that were on the pantheon or whatever that you sent, and this is the only one that even like semi close like I felt would fit with the Gloomstalker. So I was like, I felt like it was the best fit out of everything. Definitely not a good fit, which is why he's not really a religious person at all.
So, are you lawful good and your deity's chaotic evil?
Oh no, I'm not lawful good. I'm chaotic good.
Yeah,
So
he's literally on the opposite of his deity. Now, you could literally choose Saloon, the goddess of the moon, which is chaotic good. It's knowledge and life. And that's literally Moon Gloomstalker. Synchronicity.
That's a good
Yes.
one.
Or
That
you
is
know,
fair.
you could convert to the Church of Illustri, and that's another moon type thing
Right.
because she is the moon dancer.
Join the
There you
Whispering
go.
Cult.
There you go, Drada. There's your interaction. You're going to try to convert Grayson to the Church of Illustri.
I will gladly because Malar is also an enemy of Illustri. So
Right. Well, Malar is an ally to the one that Siren chose, which I'm not even going to try to remember or pronounce.
the kill I can't remember that name. It starts with a K.
Yeah.
Crafter god.
No, Siren, not Bowen. It's
No,
Kiaranal Sali.
she's like the Underdark
Kiaranasli.
Banshee person. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, and I gave her a deity that would have fit and would have been allied to your guys' deities.
I
That
definitely
was a crafter deity.
I definitely also
and it was
pushed her to
perfect.
be a Loth.
Right.
I tried.
Which
The
would have
what?
been funny.
I
That,
tried
that
to
would have
push
left
Siren's
the interaction
character
to not happen.
I tried to push Siren's character to follow Loth.
I'll be right back in 2.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, it
the
was
reason I
intentional.
didn't pick
tried.
Saloon though is because like I
Yeah,
wasn't trying to go the healer route, so I was trying to go away from like a life one, which is why I kind of went with Malar. But it's not a terrible option either.
Just think of it as the concept of the moon, not necessarily the concept of life.
Hmm.
You can choose what aspects of a religion you follow.
Which is kind of what I did with Malar.
Yeah, there you go.
Like I follow Malar because he's the goddess of the hunt, and my character is a Gloomstalker ranger and trying to become essentially a bounty hunter.
And to be fair, you definitely are chaotic. You would go out into the middle of a fight with half a party. So.
Yep.
And we were talking last night. me being a phantom rogue, about possibly after an interaction, after a combat thing, use what grave, hear the death speak from the whales from the grave, me being introduced to his deity, Raven, and kind of aligning that way and building that bond also. But we can't do combat during shopping session.
Yeah.
Unless it's Morgan throwing something at Grayson.
Right. Which I don't know what else to do there, honestly, because you guys keep fucking going the same place.
Well, I wanted to go to the blacksmith, but I was trying not to go off alone. And so I was gonna go. I like the moment someone was like, "Oh, I'll go to the blacksmith." I was like, "Yes, okay, I can go not solo to the blacksmith," because I was trying not to go anywhere alone.
You guys do
But-
know that you can all enter the same shop at the same time and shop in the same place as a group, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like
but
not
we like
everybody
make you
needs to
think.
scatter everywhere.
Honestly, we should next time just go to the shops.
Together.
That's what I
Together.
was trying to get
One
people
by
to
one.
do. I'm like, does anybody else want to talk to the blacksmith? Does anybody else want to talk to the pet store?
But also,
Before I even start with everybody.
before we even start moving off to shops, that's why that beginning part of meeting up and kind of discussing things is really important.
Yeah.
we can all decide,
which
oh, these are
shops
places
are
we
we
need to
going to
go.
go to?
Right.
We need to go here, here, here. Do we need anything here? No. Do we need anything here? No. Okay, we're going to 3 shops, people. Let's go.
Because I knew how long the shopping session was going to take, I wanted to also do the trinkets with Varric and see the potions and the general store stuff. I intentionally dropped stuff and went to be more on the isolated side because I thought it would do that. But
I did that as well.
I guess actually going with a whole group would push people further, because then I could be like, all right, is everyone ready to go? Let's go to the next one.
Right. So, what I'm going to do now, from now on, with shopping sessions,
Yep.
or after a mission you get paid and you need to pick stuff up, between sessions,
Good.
I will have everybody tell me what specifically they want. I'm going to give you a list of the available shops. Just their names and what kind of shop they are.
Perfect.
You tell me what you want from the shop, and give me a tag of player interaction with the NPC or just buying shit.
Yeah, that would be really helpful.
And that way, when we enter, I can say, all right, you people want this at this shop and you're just buying.
Can you also provide
You get this, it costs this
information
much.
about the NPC? That it is just like either just a picture or just a name?
No pictures, because that would really put way too much in that server. They did just flood the server with
Fair.
shit. Which I want to keep it as clean as possible so people can find the resources that I put there.
True.
So I will probably be putting it in there as
Store
just
names are
the
good enough.
name of the shop, what the shop sells. Like bookstore and scriptorium is pretty self-evident, but general store is going to detail what's in that general store. We already know what Varric sells. It's a hodgepodge of everything mysterious.
Yep.
But blacksmiths are very obvious. He's going to have standard equipment. He's not going to have enchanted equipment. It's standard equipment.
Yep.
So if you're not looking for a standard battle axe, you don't go to the blacksmith unless you're going to say, I want a battle axe that's enchanted and I'll be back here next week to pick it up.
The thing is,
Like-
people are also going to see what other people's decisions are mid-session and want to also go do those options.
Right, which I will habosh. You
It's like
guys chose
your character didn't
next.
need or want that. Why do you suddenly need or want it now?
Right, because you weren't there to listen to that interaction.
Yep.
Which, that's really fucking hard for me to track in the middle of that shopping spree.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, if I have the information beforehand also, all the shops can be prepared with what you want.
True.
Or I can tell you they won't have that and you'll have to go somewhere else to get it and how to get it.
So
That's the
when
other
you
part of that.
the list of like how you pull the list of like homebrew items, whatever. Can you send me like how you do that so I can? Because that was kind of what I.
No, I
enjoy is-
actually tried to share that with Bowen so that he could do it, and it won't allow me to share it because I'm drawing from my own personally created database.
Gotcha.
So all of these items that you guys get, like for example, what was one of the ones that you guys just got?
Tiny Totem Warrior?
Mask of Gloomstalker.
No, that one's kind of a generic. Like Varric's trinkets.
Mm-hmm.
They are kind of specific to the world. Oh, the stupid jump to bottom thing. Tiny Totem of the Traveler. The Traveler is a deity in my world. He's part of the Forgotten Realms deities. He is a lesser deity. Actually, he's almost not a lesser deity. He bounces back and forth between being a lesser deity and not.
Is that from Critical Role?
Critical Role took it from Forgotten Realms.
Oh, okay, cool.
The Coin of Good Fortune is that's another one that Critical Role borrowed from Forgotten Realms. Now I can't remember it. It was keep wanting to call him Claptrap because he acts just like Claptrap.
Sam Riegel character?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know, but I just as soon as you said Claptrap, I'm like, yeah, that's a Sam Riegel
The
character.
the little robot.
Yeah.
Fresh Cut Grass, that's his name.
That one. Yeah.
Fresh Cut Grass worshipped him. Or her.
I guess I can just start.
Changebringer, that's it.
Yeah.
The Changebringer is another deity. Coin of Good Fortune is a Changebringer thing. The Coin of Luck is a Changebringer thing. The Enchanted Music Box is a Bard thing. It's the design of the music box actually references things in my database and the effects of it. The Ring of Conch would be something that's made in the Simic Isles, or made for people trying to go to the Simic Isles and Fisherman's Wharf. A Lantern of Gentle Glow is going to be something that the miners use, that it's like prevalent in the world, but it's not. It's made miniature by Varric. It's got his little special twinge to it. There was other homebrew items that I made. The bucklers, the enchanted bucklers, and the bandoliers. Bandoliers are something that I've wanted to have a mechanic for in D&D games for the longest time, and bandoliers never have a mechanic associated with them. The pet store and familiar emporium, all of the animals that you can get that are not familiars, that are pets, come from specific parts of my world that it references the database and pulls from your character history to find one that fits you. Like, out of character, Drada. Let me get back to that page because I need to give you this information anyway.
Oh, right.
Uh, there. And to find it, because I went to 7 different pages to get to all the stuff that they asked for. Is it? I need to give you the information for your dragon is what I need to do, but I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I guess I'll work on trying to like be more specific. Like, because I was trying to find like a cloak that would like protect from cold. And I guess maybe same magical properties. I'll kind of like homebrew some interaction type stuff. A lot of like when I go on the like the D&D app and look at like items, like they all are purely kind of combat, and so I'll try to find more like homebrew effect style things that are less related on combat and more on player interaction.
Yeah,
for like
there's still going to be benefits to like what you can do, but like immovable rod, that is a perfect example of something that increases your ability to interact with players. I mean, you could shove it down a player's shirt and activate it and they can't fucking move. Like, that's just funny as hell as a player interaction.
Yeah.
A darker one is you can actually stick it underneath their chin while they're sleeping. If they're laying on their back and they can't move, they're just stuck.
When they're in their meditative state and their legs are crossed, you lay it across their legs and activate it, and they can't uncross their legs.
Like a
because
broomstick
the
between
fucking
the
pipe is stuck there.
Sections. Yeah.
Yeah. All kinds of shit like that. You can be practical joker with it. The trinkets, you guys also had. I mean, you had opportunities
I have them.
Right. There's opportunities there where you could have used those trinkets to interact with players. I guess they're not really this session, but you guys did interact last session with it, which was awesome. But
yeah, Dracol didn't want to smell like fish. I was trying to get him to do it by using mine.
Right, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get him
That's
to
the
work.
mistake you made,
do
though. You told him what the effect was before he used it.
No, he clicked on the thing and saw the effect.
Oh,
but
okay.
Yeah, before I could. I like that it lets you add it to your inventory, but I wish it did it as an unidentified item.
Yeah. I don't know.
There it is.
I think
Finally
that's also
fucking
just the
found it.
player
Holy
messing
shit.
up an interaction.
Have I sent you a DM yet, Drada?
No.
Okay,
So
can I?
I do have to head to bed. I got work
That's
in
fine.
about 4 hours.
Okay.
So I will catch
Okay.
you all. Within the next few days, I should be done. I'm mostly done with my Bastion, but within the next few days, I'll have it like 100% done, and I'll send it to you for input and stuff.
Okay.
And I'll work on figuring out like homebrew stuff for like to ask for when I go to shops instead of just trying to ask for like very generic
If you
style.
have the ability, doing the like coming in and talking to me about it when I'm sitting here doing shit for the campaign is really freaking helpful. That's
Mhm.
why Morrigan has all the stuff that she has
Yeah.
that are specific to her character development because she sat and talked with me before, after, and in between sessions. Therapy with Minxalia has all of the shit that she has because of literally, I think we have over 30 hours of talking about her character in.
Outside of campaign, yeah.
Yeah. Purely outside of campaign.
We've talked about my character longer than the duration of the sessions we've had so far.
Would not doubt it.
Yeah.
I can try to do that. It's hard with my work because, like,
Yeah.
normally by the time I get off work, everyone else is already. So, like, I typically start around 4 or 5 a.m. and don't get off until like 7 or 8, and then I have like an hour drive home.
If you want downtime, you do downtime. All we're saying is
Yeah.
you get out of your character what you put into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what I'm telling you is you don't have to do the research on your own if you take the time to communicate with, and it's not only me, Bowen, Therapy, Mullet, Valeth, all three of them are fully capable of giving you a lot of advice.
Yeah.
On items to use, how to homebrew things, rules to look up to better your character.
I love to break things. I can help you break things.
Also, this is a downtime activity.
Yeah.
If you see this as something that is a chore or something that is an activity, it's going to wear on you.
No,
but if you
I
treat it
do
as a
enjoy this.
downtime, then
Yeah.
it'll be a benefit to you.
Yeah, no,
I know a lot of
100%,
people
like, I
that get
enjoy doing
burnt out
this.
on D&D because they treat it as an activity
Or an obligation.
instead of treating it like a
It should be I get to instead of I have to.
yeah. That's where the
Yeah.
statement for Critical Role, is it Thursday yet, comes from.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I do enjoy it, and I enjoy like making random stuff and messing with stuff. I just need to figure out I need to get better at figuring out like non-helpful effects, if that makes sense. Like
No, that
like
made
trying
no
to
sense.
figure out more like role play effects as opposed to like
combat.
Like yes. Yeah.
You're really effective in combat.
Right. You are extremely effective in combat, and it doesn't seem like it because of the way the interactions have happened with your
I always
last two
die.
combats.
Or take a lot of damage.
But your character is extremely effective in combat, especially when you play it mechanically.
And you have a full party to use as fodder to actually get you in positions.
Right. If you don't leave them behind to go hunt.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the other thing that I'm trying to talk to everybody about it, but everybody seems to want to, that I need to talk to still. They appear when the session starts and leave when the leave when the session ends.
Yeah, those are the impromptu people playing impromptu characters.
So and it's not something I can really put in text, because when you put it in text, it sounds like whip cracking. Like, you're in trouble, don't ever do this again. And I'm like, I'm really not trying to be mean, but this is a little bit of guidance I need to give you.
Well, also,
but if I put it in text, it's like, watch out.
I think this should be the end of the tutorial area. There should be zero gentle repercussions anymore. Like, those apes should have killed people.
Yeah. That
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 should
Yeah.
app
They
should
did.
not have been able to been scared away by a action that didn't take an action.
That should
But-
be put in place once we are on the road leaving this city.
Yes,
I
that
agree.
is actually what I was waiting for. Is I wanted to get everybody plenty of magic items, so they had no excuse as to why things were too hard.
Yep.
Get the party fully together and cohesive, which is what I was trying to do with the tavern crawl and the. I was trying to get you guys into the Academy mead hall, mess hall. That's the word I was looking for. I was trying to get you guys to go to the Academy mess hall because I already created that area. I also already created the tavern that Bowen was drinking at.
The Gilded Griffin?
Yes.
Yeah.
I had not created the meat house, and I needed to create the meat house and generate a whole new NPC for the meat house.
Yeah.
So creating new locations like that on the fly
Well, to be
split
fair,
my focus by a large amount.
you also let there be a meat house instead of
That
just the butchery
I
markets.
couldn't not because it's part of Dracul's background.
Meat houses
I-
specifically are part of
The
it.
steakhouse.
Okay,
Just
Alright.
that one particular one that
that's
I
fair.
used to frequent. Basically, sneaking in and stealing food when I was
That's different.
not so.
I didn't know that information.
Fair
It
enough.
was kind of I didn't have a choice for that one.
Yeah, that
I
makes
had to
sense. You
create
had
it,
to
and
do
it was literally just a fucking brain fart for me.
Yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
So I do have to go to bed.
Alrighty.
But I'll send you before I go to bed what I have on my bastion, and you can let me know.
Okay.
There's still some changes I'm gonna make on it, but you can let me know kind of what you think and what you recommend and suggest. And
Alright.
then I'll kind of work on some homebrew stuff.
Sounds good.
So I'm kind of playing with
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
different
sounds good.
things. Bowen's
See you later.
macros for the dagger plus sneak attack, short sword plus sneak attack don't.
Don't what?
They don't properly apply the sneak attack damage. But leveling up to level 5, I got Cunning Strike. So when I do it,
So
if I do a
it just replaced that. Okay.
dagger plus 1 attack, and then when I roll the damage on it, have the Cunning Strike, in my situation, I can just add the 2d6 for the sneak attack, and then throw up the Cunning Strike crit, and they have to hit a DC 15 saving. Or if I'm not using Cunning Strike, I can just type in the 3d6 in the situation.
So that the dagger that you're using got corrupted. So I put the correct daggers in yours. When I import your guys' characters, this is another reason why knowing about things beforehand is helpful. And being able to update the characters beforehand is helpful, is because I can go in and test those things and apply the effects and make sure that they work. Your sneak attack is working again. It rolls 3d6.
Okay. But if I'm going to use the Cunning Strike, then I'll just hit the situation. Do the 2d6, because the trip cost 1d6 from the...
Yeah, probably until I get Bowen in here to make another weapon that adds your cunning attack. Drada, how do you like your dragon?
It is adorable.
But that DC 15 dexterity saving throw on the trip is insane.
Kinda. DC 15 is really easy to beat with the majority of monsters. Most of them have a +3 to dexterity. It's a decent thing to have, especially with player or NPCs, like interacting with other creatures that are humanoid. But when you get to beasts and aberrations and stuff like that, it's really hard to trip a floating eyeball.
Yeah. And I don't think I'm going to use the poison poison.
Yeah. All right. So I had you roll that dice to see which of the dragon types it was
Okay.
out of specific Underdark dragons. And you got the glowworm. And I thought that was really funny after having somebody who literally milks the worms and you get a glowworm dragon egg.
Honestly, when I saw glowworm, I was like, "Oh, that's ironic." Okay.
So you have your instructions on how to care for it. It is held in a stasis currently, so in 48 hours it will hatch.
Okay.
And it's in that container that holds it at that temperature that it needs. So it's cared for until the hatching, which it will hatch probably after you guys get on the ship and are leaving Felicity to go wherever you're going. It'll hatch while you're on the ship.
Okay.
I'm really hoping, although my character is awful at it, I think that we need a combat session soonish. Either next week or the one after.
Why is that?
I feel like there are some people who are just built for combat and they're getting way too antsy about stuff.
Oh, they're gonna have to deal with it because there's a lot of players that are built for player interaction, and I'm not going to sacrifice that. They had 4 sessions with a combat encounter?
Yeah,
out of 6. Like, at some point you have to stop fighting everything and interact with the world. So I've given them plenty of combat session. They can deal with some roleplay session.
And another thing too is, if you wanted to make combat less frequent, just make it more deadly.
Right, and the other part that I'm kind of struggling with is I did not want to have a planning session either.
What do you mean?
Detailing, oh, we're going to take this path and then that path and this path and that path. We're going to go up here and down there and over here and over there. It's like, you guys haven't even gone to the first place yet. You're 35 sessions ahead of where you're going to be, trying to plan coming back to Felicity.
Right.
And I was trying to give the subtle hint of, yes, you guys can take multiple jobs with you and reference back to the job board and move from one place to another, and then come back to Felicity later.
Oh, yeah. So am I going to have to get High Priest Oryx's signature in order to be able to cast Sending?
Yes.
And you know that you gave me an item that prevents people from communicating with me telepathically, correct?
No.
Yeah,
I did not.
You gave me the Ring of Mind Shielding.
Right, that you don't allow to communicate with you.
Right, so that means other people... Right, but so
So when they send out the updates, they send it by messenger bird. They don't send it by message or sending. There's too much information to relay in 25 words.
Yeah, if my character, what I'm saying is my character blocks unmarked caller IDs.
Yes. Yeah, you send spam calls to voicemail. I
Correct.
get it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Now, that it really upset me a little bit because I wanted you to find out what that ring was. I also want Morrigan to look at her fucking hammer.
She won't.
You had a deity touch your hammer and put lightning into it. Look at your fucking hammer.
Her reaction was, "Oh, okay."
Right. I'm like, come. It's. I'm not upset with her about it because it's kind of how her character is, but at the same time, as a player, how are you not like, what was that touch?
Her intelligence.
What happened there?
I'm being as gentle as possible. Her intelligence matches that of her character. She's a good person, but she's not super bright. Just icky.
Well, she has a +0.
No, I'm
it's
talking
not
about
like
the
she's
person,
dumb
not the
as
character.
a player or character.
She's
but
not dumb, but
yeah.
she's doesn't understand how the mechanics of the
Space
game work.
brained.
Yeah.
She's
Well,
aloof.
Yes. She's very easily
Yeah, she's
distracted.
just like Grayson. She's not putting in the effort outside of game to learn how the game works. It's about
That
the
too.
role play for her,
Yeah.
which is okay. I don't mind that.
Yeah, it's true.
But I'm sorry, if a god touched your hammer, if the voice of your god touched your hammer, you would at least go, what is that?
Yeah, if you ever
Why did
gave
he
me,
touch my hammer?
if you ever gave me anything that Vecna directly did, there will be a definite character freak out of like overwhelming excitement because she never expects it to happen.
Well, it was that with a fucking new piece of paper showing up in your book that said you can cast sending now. Congratulations!
Yeah,
And it wasn't even
"Oh,
like a
interesting.
deity
I'm gonna-"
touched it. It was just like,
Yeah,
this
I
is here
interacted
now.
with that. Now I have to figure out how to use it.
right.
Which I, as a player, know how to use it, but the character doesn't. I mean, the instructions are there. She just has to make sure it's actually done right.
Right, and I wanted Drada to have a little more interaction with that shopkeeper, because she likes Lucky Charms,
I actually
not the cereal, the charms.
because
I was
things
gonna
were
say
taking
I'm not
so
a
long.
big fan of them. Never been a fan of Marshall.
Because things were taking so long, I almost didn't even bother with that. I'll
Wow,
be
look
honest.
at that new item.
Oh, okay.
The game master put under your name, new item.
No, she put that.
Oh, okay.
What?
It's that I was looking at the item that's in your inventory to try to figure out what it is because you didn't name the item.
I don't know
If
how
you-
to.
On the top left, it says edit,
I was
and it's a
so
little
I've been
slider
trying to figure out how
to
to
edit.
do that stuff. So I've just been writing it in the description. I'm like, I don't know
Yeah.
what to do.
That's what I've been doing too.
That's my
Yeah,
custom
so if you click the
item.
slider, it edits the item. Otherwise, you're not in edit mode, you're in view mode.
For
Okay.
example, that's how I created the party member transfer form.
Party member rejection form or
Yeah,
whatever. It
I had it as a replacement. I was like, we don't want you. We'll pick someone else.
Ah, I see now.
I also did this one too.
You can also, when you click the button, it says new item at the top. You can type, select tool, and click create new item. And then it changes the name to what that typing was.
That's the spell component I got from Varric. Spell component for filled with
Summon Shadow Spawn.
yeah, filled with the tears of those who were actively experiencing negative emotions.
Yeah, so that the tears of this disheartened, that's what I was going to get for you. I was going to give it to you in your interaction. He was just going to literally like hand it to you.
Excellent.
You need this for your next set of spells that you just got. Thanks for being a very good patron and standing by your values. Peace out, buddy.
Oh, you are gonna have the in the tavern do that?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, cool.
that's part of the whole interaction that was going to occur.
Oh yeah, well I got it through shopping, so I paid money for it.
You're gonna get another one because he's not gonna know that.
That's okay.
Which is gonna be fucking great.
You don't understand. I will chop up this 300 gold thing, 300 gold value, and put it into my cereal to eat the tears of people, of children and orphans.
Which also,
For
I know
gluttony,
that's why
right?
you went and shopped by yourself, because that would be something that other characters would not be happy seeing you purchase.
Yeah, because if they ask, "Oh, what's in that stone?" Oh, it's the tears of orphans, and
Dead orphans, dying orphans.
of traumatized, probably abused
oh,
orphans.
Oh,
Yes.
this is just a capsule of end orphans.
Yep. Oh, it's my character is gonna go down a dark path. She just doesn't understand it. She's just getting the material component that it says in the book to do the spell that showed up in her book.
Nice.
I'm playing all the new spells as like whenever I gain a level, the spells change. So if I'm picking them as a player, but Vecna's or the Herald are changing the spells in my book every time I level to better fit,
Oh, that's
fit what he
cool.
wants, better fit what he wants for me.
Right. He doesn't get to choose and write down the spells. It's the Herald comes in and says, "Hey, you got sending now. Here you go. This seems like you might have needed this."
Yep.
I like
Or,
that.
"Hey, you got identify now," because everybody in your party keeps asking you to do shit and identify shit, and you don't know how.
Or they won't
Which
ask
reminds
Strahta.
me, Drada, I thought when I looked at your character sheet, it did have identify.
Oh, she was dropping
detect
hints that
magic.
she has it to other
The what?
players.
Detect magic.
Yeah.
She knows she has.
When
both
I
of them.
asked you if you had the identify spell or something to identify it with, you could have used detect magic to
Oh, I
detect
didn't
the
realize
magic
it
of
was-
the object. Because
didn't
then you
realize
would
that would
know if it bears magic, and you could have rolled an arcana to figure out what kind of dragon it was.
By the way,
Oh, okay.
DM, I have intentionally chosen remove curse, hoping that you give players cursed items as a
Who's
spell.
to say I haven't already?
Excellent.
The teeth of the Rage Drake is a curse item.
Oh, because it's involuntary action.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, she was cursed at birth by the Church of Tyr.
As it should be.
That's why she has barbaric tendencies. That's why she chose barbarian. In my DM's mindset, that's what happened.
Yeah,
Because
most likely she just in character she was barbarian first and then went paladin. But that's
Right.
the level progression says otherwise because that's how the game worked. But
well, I say she was the Church of Tyr. Is they took the teeth of the Rage Drake as a sign of the bite of Fenrir and planted it into her. And then throughout her life, it was dormant until recently in her battle with the spiders and shit. Or the, what was that first encounter? The wolves. When the 3 wolves bit her and she did her hellish rebuke.
Yeah.
That's when she went into the
don't touch me
rage personality
the don't
thing.
touch me rage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which then that was a traumatic event because she had 3 wolves that were mauling her that she had to protect herself from. So, and her friend almost died. So that's the traumatic event that triggered the teeth effects to go into place.
Right.
And then the first person that touched her when she didn't want it, she raged.
Makes a lot of sense.
It does.
I put a lot of effort into making my players' life stories make sense and explain why things are happening to them. So when they ask the question, I can tell them.
So
just like Minxalia, and if when you ask questions, I have answers for your questions as to why things happen.
Yeah,
because I don't think about it when you ask me the question. I've thought about it for the last 3 months, and you're just asking me the question now.
So I have a game question, sort of a map layout question.
Yeah.
Because I did not put where Dracul was from. We would have to decide on from
Yeah.
in order for me to go back home to do what was stated earlier.
Are you
I-
looking at the map currently?
I
Or
could
are
not.
you have Foundry open?
Yeah, I have Foundry open.
Okay, let me see if I can pull you to scene. See if it will pull you to the scene eventually, sometime this year.
Yeah.
So, with Dracul's backstory, he could originate from Felicity, or New Anglia, or Oasis, or Lakeland City, or Fisherman's Detriment. Probably
It would
not
have to
Mount
be
Nevaeh
somewhere
or
more.
Prominence.
So I think Oasis would be out.
It would have to be something what?
More woodland, since he's a wood elf.
There are woodlands in Oasis. Oasis is primarily desert, but if you look at the northern part, or I guess that would be the western part, it does have trees and forest. All on the top right side of the landmass
Over by New Anglia.
is all forest. But Oasis is the central nation. It's like when you say America, America isn't a desert, it's not a forest, it's kind of an amalgamation of multiple climates and regions. So there's mountains, there's forests, there's lakes. Each one of those is a continent. Those are not cities. So if you just this is the high level view of it, so that you can get used to where things are in the world. As we dive into individual areas, like right now, if you guys go to Mount Nevaeh for your first mission, you will dive into what the different floating mountains are, what each area that isn't floating mountains is, what the different regions are, what religions and churches are accepted there, what type of people live there, all the different cities and towns and stuff that you have to pass through on your way there. You're going to have a lot of discovery when you're literally transporting yourself across an entire continent.
So with his backstory being he was very young, he wouldn't have been able to travel very far on his own to get to Phallus City. So somewhere in the woodlands.
Travel as a skilled individual or a physically capable individual is really easy. You can pick up jobs to get from one island to another. You can pick up jobs as you travel through. Being stagnant, however, would be incredibly difficult as an individual. But also, you would have had resources if you were in the nation of Felicity, if your village was attacked by aberrations. They're a very wealthy and prominent area. However, if you were in the outskirts of Oasis, you wouldn't have had those resources to take an orphan child in and raise them. So you would have been on your own. Same thing as if your clan was in the Suckstuck Swamp. That would be an area that would have a lot of aberrational activity, as it's so close to the vortex of mist.
Okay.
So Like I said, you could have been from the outskirts of Felicity, New Anglia, Oasis, Lakeland City, Suckstuck Swamp, or Fisherman's Detriment. So roll a d6 for me.
I am creating Minx's parents.
All right.
Since we are ending up going to the Temple of Agma area first.
And that's in Lakeland City, right?
Yep. Which is the first stop. If it wasn't the first stop, I wouldn't be worrying about it yet.
Suckstuck Swamp is where you're from. Outskirts of Suckstuck Swamp. You could go into a random name generator and generate me a town for your clan, town name, and what your clan name is. Then you have a starting point for your research. You need to figure out what happened to the town of X in Suckstuck Swamp, and if there are any surviving members of the clan of Y.
Okay, so as far as he knows, he's the only surviving Eyeshadow clan from this village.
Right, but there may be others that are survivors, or you may be the only survivor, but there are other people claiming to be from your clan. There's a lot of possibility I have as a DM to throw in there. But if I know your origin, and if you guys go to Lakeland City and then you try to go over to that uninhabited island, guess who's stopping at his home village and trying to figure out some information?
I like that a lot. I think there should be
That makes sense.
unintentional
I like that.
stops. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's why I didn't want you guys to flesh out your travel plans, like, in that much detail. I know Valeth wanted to deep dive into that, and I was like, guys, your travel is all taken care of. Other than your return trips, because most of the time a return trip involves you stopping at family members' places and shit like that. You have to actually charter things with the guild. I'm getting bleep bleeps. Oh.
Yeah, it was me.
Oh, there we go. They're not going to pay for your vacation on your way back. They'll pay for you to get there and get the job done, but it's up to you to actually make your way back or make your way to another job. They want to encourage you to go job to job.
Yeah, as it should be.
Because I don't want you guys staying in Felicity because they have the most equipment and shit like that. Because you're going to find that as you go out into the world, things get more expensive and less available. So you're not going to have shopping until you get back to Felicity, and other than necessary things. Like, Unrelated is going to need to figure out a way to get their hands on some more enchanted ink and paper.
Well, we're going to a knowledge temple location. And we're going to get payment, and I'm going to probably pour a bunch of funds into that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's the
But
way.
that's the whole point of playing either wizards or the type of warlock you're playing is tracking that and spending most of your money on learning new things.
I definitely
it
have
opens
also
you up.
thought about going into Order of Scribes Wizard.
Yeah.
Thought about it. I think I want to keep going with the dark path, though, of Warlock. It really depends on character progression. She might, if she gets pushed towards the lighter side, and like, Minx will not be pushing herself to the lighter side. She will be pushing herself to the dark side.
Yeah.
But if other people push her or bring her back...
Yeah, that I'm... There's a lot of I want to encourage player interaction, but I do not want to like, for example, I want to encourage Valeth to continue to try to like pull therapy into the light and like, no, these are things that we shouldn't be investigating. Let's look over here. But Valeth is also like, I'm investigating my own thing. Oh, they're
yeah.
investigating necromantic arts sitting right next to me, and they look like they're enjoying it a lot. That's fine. And I'm like, dude, she literally just deep dove into the life of Vecna after you got warned about Vecna. What are you doing? You're giving her information about the very thing that you were trying not to give her information.
I'm looking over at over his shoulder at the. Oh yeah, that is actually useful information. And then he like said in character, "Yeah, I'll share all this information with everyone here." I'm like, okay.
Like, man.
Thanks for not being guarded about your information gathering. For a character who wants information specifically about topics that you shouldn't be sharing.
Right, and you're supposed to be sharing that information strictly with your deity.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay. Well, I mean, you were in the right mindset, so the Raven Queen's going to be like encouraging that mindset of like, don't do things that I wouldn't want you to do, but at the same time, it's like, pay attention to the people that you're with, because if you do bad shit, you lose your powers. Hello.
Correct. Which, if I do bad stuff, I gain more power.
In one sense.
Yeah.
In another sense, not.
I lose family if I go the other way. I lose precious important NPCs if I go the way of the patron.
You don't know what your ring does yet.
Oh, I'm sure it hurts me when I do bad things.
Nope.
Oh.
It's even better than that.
Excellent.
Like, I love the way I set that ring up. That thing is... I really wanted to introduce that because that would have been a really good... It was actually... I would have had to have introduced it when you interacted with the Herald at the bar, because he can't influence your mind.
Correct. Ring of mind shielding.
No, even worse than that. Like, even more protected than that. Even in-person interactions that are not telepathic, because the ring your sister gave you, he can't influence your mind through your pact. That shit is blocked. It's on lockdown.
Does that mean, like, no more information, or no leveling anymore, or...
No, he can influence you through your book.
Oh, okay. Just not my mind. Okay.
Right. So, like, he can't enter your mind and communicate with you and affect your emotions.
Oh. Okay, so he can't, like, kill my sister in a nightmare.
Right, and then make you feel good about it. He can't make you kill your sister in a nightmare and then make you feel super powerful after.
Honestly, I kind of wish that were the case, though.
Right, but this is a protection your sister put in place.
Yeah. No, that makes sense,
like,
though.
I understand why you want that to happen, but your sister really doesn't. And
My sister doesn't want to be killed by her sister?
So the other thing is, from your sister's perspective,
yeah,
she and Auric both believe that the only reason you turned away from the Church of Knowledge is because of the influence of the Herald. And because of that Warlock Pact that you created.
Right.
That's where they're drawing that's where your behavior changed.
Well, that would make sense.
So they're like, this is the cause. This is why my sister isn't my sister anymore. I'm going to protect her from this.
Yeah.
So that your sister's like anti your pact. If you changed your pact to somebody else that was not on that dark path, she'd probably be fine with it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But knowing that you're deep diving on that same path, she's like very adamantly against it.
Oh yeah, I would presume protecting yourself against unintentionally being murdered would be something you would want to defend yourself against.
Well, she hasn't seen any of those visions yet.
Oh, true. She's just
So
seen my actions.
she's just seen that you left the church and that you are now on a path where you're traveling with, frankly, a tiefling, paladin barbarian, a twilight cleric of
Misfits.
death, a
Dark influences.
Drada being a drow, which I think would probably be not very welcome in the knowledge domain.
Probably not.
I would say no.
And then you got a thief rogue that talks to the spirits and death entities. Phantoms, that's the word I was looking for. And then a Gloomstalker Ranger allied with Balar.
Right.
Is that Free Crombie? Or Ferncombe? Okay.
Ferncombe.
I saw the little message on my little laptop screen. And all I could think of was, did you really just name a place in Suck Stuck Swamp after Abercrombie and Fitch? I'm like, that is going to be a fragrant place.
That would be dark.
You are coming close to Ferncrombie.
I got copy paste information for you for parents and personality traits of the parents in a Word document that you can use.
Are you capable of throwing those in some generic pre-made characters for me? Into their backstory? Like into the notes area of a pre-made character in the D&D Beyond? Unassigned?
Okay, just level 1, nothing special about them. And then you fill that out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll fill out the rest, and then I'll just upload them to Foundry, and that way they have ability scores and things like that, so when you're interacting with them, they can roll persuasions and things of that nature.
Okay. I don't have classes tied to them. Should I include that or no? Do you want to build them based off personalities?
They would both be either clerics or
could
sorcerers of Ogma.
Could they not be the mother is very healing? Could she not be celestial patron? Celestial warlock?
Well, they're both in the Church of Knowledge at Lakeland City, right?
Yeah. So they probably
would have to be their deity would have to be of knowledge, otherwise they wouldn't be
yeah.
allowed in the sanctuary. But the deity of knowledge would have patrons, so there would be warlocks that would be pacted to them. There would be clerics, paladins, sorcerers.
High Priest Auric is already cleric, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking maybe knowledge domain. Sorry, not knowledge domain. Divination wizard.
Yeah.
For one. For the husband.
That would actually fit really well. That would be where you would get your scribing tendencies from.
Yeah. And that way, when I carry a book around and I'm super protective of a book, the dad won't bat an eye at all.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, cool.
And neither will the mom because, she's with the dad and she understands.
Yeah. And at least there's an interest in knowledge still, so they're not going to really look
Is
too far
there a
into
sorcerer type that's focused on healing?
I don't know. classes. Honestly, she might be
Divine Soul, Sorcerer.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
I knew there was one in there, but she's not going to be completely healer, but she's going to want to be knowledge-based healing as opposed to faith-based healing.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I don't need to ask for God to tell me or ask for God to magically heal you. I am going to use this spell that specifically screws your sinew back together and holds it in place.
Yep. Cool. So, sorcerer wizard. I will wait to attach the information until I also send the links for the character sheets.
Okay.
Because other people might send a message. I'm really impressed with the artwork for the parents, though.
Yeah, that was really good. What are you using? ChatGPT?
Yep.
For that? Yeah. That's what I used for your Oracle cards.
Yeah, they're much more impressive than I thought they would be. I haven't really done a bunch of image generating. It's mostly been project outlines for education.
Yeah.
Alright, guys.
I'm gonna cut out.
Okay.
All right, good night, guys.
Yeah, it's
Good
quarter
night.
to 2. I need to get out of here.
I think it's time for me to drop as well. Just because
Yeah,
it's
I'm
time.
in the middle of logging off.
Alright. Well,
Good one.
goodbye.